Hello, very good morning, friends. So today I'm going to start my study now. Okay, starting my study, starting from the book that I was doing yesterday, opening the app, Speechify app. Okay, I'm starting the timer. I think you can see 1 minute. I think adjust the camera so you can see me properly. See the timer as well. Okay, fine. And angle also I will change. Hope you can see me now. Fine. Okay, now going to start. Starting the timer, 25-minute timer. Started. Okay. Going to read the chapter number 4 of hands-on machine learning. Okay. Reading the chapter number 4 and one with hands-on machine learning. I will side by side. I will read the also analysis the code what reading the code also. Okay, fine. Linear regression. Okay. Tell me linear model. Okay, starting from here.
Minimum. It is also a continuous function with a slope that never changes abruptly. These two facts have a great consequence. Gradient descent is guaranteed to approach arbitrarily closely the global minimum. While the cost function has the shape of a bowl, it can be an elongated bowl if the features have very different scales. Figure 4-7 shows gradient descent on a training set where features 1 and 2 have the same scale. So far, we have treated machine learning models and their training algorithms mostly like black boxes. If you went through some of the exercises in the previous chapters, you may have been surprised by how much you can get done without knowing anything about what's under the hood. You optimized a regression system, you improved a digit image classifier, and you even built a spam classifier from scratch, all without knowing how they actually work. Indeed, in many situations, you don't really need to know the implementation details. However, having a good understanding of how things work can help you quickly home in on the appropriate model, the right training algorithm to use, and a good set of hyperparameters for your task. Understanding what's under the hood will also help you debug issues and perform error analysis more efficiently. Lastly, most of the topics discussed in this chapter will be essential in understanding, building, and training neural networks. In this chapter, we will start by looking at the linear regression model, one of the simplest models there is. We will discuss two very different ways to train it, using a closed-form equation that directly computes the model parameters that best fit the model to the training set, using an iterative optimization approach called gradient descent that gradually tweaks the model parameters to minimize the cost function over the training set, eventually converging to the same set of parameters as the first method. We will look at a few variants of gradient descent that we will use again and again when we study neural networks in part 2, batch GD, mini-batch GD, and stochastic GD. Next, we will look at polynomial regression, a more complex model that can fit nonlinear data sets. Since this model has more parameters than linear regression, it is more prone to overfitting the training data. We will explore how to detect whether or not this is the case using learning curves, and then we will look at several regularization techniques that can reduce the risk of overfitting the training set. Finally, we will examine two more models that are commonly used for classification tasks, logistic regression and softmax regression. There will be quite a few math equations in this chapter using basic notions of linear algebra and calculus. To understand these equations, you will need to know what vectors and matrices are, how to transpose them, multiply them, and inverse them, and what partial derivatives are. If you are unfamiliar with these concepts, please go through the linear algebra and calculus introductory tutorials available as Jupyter notebooks in the online supplemental material. For those who are truly allergic to mathematics, you should still go through this chapter and simply skip the equations. Hopefully, the text will be sufficient to help you understand most of the concepts.
Nice.
Linear regression. In Chapter 1, we looked at a simple regression model of life satisfaction. This model is just a linear function of the input feature GDP per head capita. O and 0 are the model's parameters. More generally, a linear model makes a prediction by simply computing a weighted sum of the input features plus a constant called the bias term, as shown in equation 4-1. Equation 4-1. Linear regression model prediction. In this equation, y is the predicted value, n is the number of features, x is the ITH feature value, is the JTH model parameter, including the bias term 0, and the feature weight 01MN0. This can be written much more concisely using a vectorized form, as shown in equation 4-2. Equation 4-2. Linear regression model prediction. In this equation, E is the hypothesis function using the model parameter 0, is the model's parameter vector containing the bias term 6 and the feature weight 6, 2. X is the instance's feature vector containing x to x, with x always equal to 1. 0.x is the dot product of the vectors 0 and x, which is equal to 6 times plus 0, 1 pi 2 plus 0, 2 plus 0 px. In machine learning, vectors are often represented as column vectors, which are 2D arrays with a single column. If 0 and x are column vectors, then the prediction is y equal to 0x, where 0 is the transpose of 0 and 0 times is the matrix multiplication of 0 and x. It is, of course, the same prediction, except that it is now represented as a single-cell matrix rather than a scalar value. In this book, I will use this notation to avoid switching between dot products and matrix multiplications. Okay, that's the linear regression model, but how do we train it? Well, recall that training a model means setting its parameters so that the model best fits the training set. For this purpose, we first need a measure of how well the model fits the training data. In Chapter 2, we saw that the most common performance measure of a regression model is the root mean square error. Therefore, to train a linear regression model, we need to find the value of 0 that minimizes the RMSE. In practice, it is simpler to minimize the mean squared error than the RMSE, and it leads to the same result. Learning algorithms will often optimize a different loss function during training than the performance measure used to evaluate the final model. This is generally because the function is easier to optimize and/or because it has extra terms needed during training only. A good performance metric is as close as possible to the final business objective. A good training loss is easy to optimize and strongly correlated with the metric. For example, classifiers are often trained using a cost function, such as the log loss, evaluated using precision recall. The log loss is easy to minimize, and doing so will usually improve precision recall. The MSE of a linear regression hypothesis, E on a training set X, is calculated using equation 4-3. Equation 4-3. MSE cost function for a linear regression model. Most of these notations were presented in Chapter 2. The only difference is that we write H, instead of just H, to make it clear that the model is parametrized by the vector 0. To simplify notations, we will just write MSE instead of MSE. The normal equation. To find the value of that minimizes the MSE, there exists a closed-form solution, in other words, a mathematical equation that gives the result directly. This is called the normal equation. Equation 4-4. Normal equation. In this equation, 0 is the value of that minimizes the cost function. Y is the vector of target values containing y to y. Let's generate some linear-looking data to test this equation on. Import numpy as np.random.seed hashtag to make this code example reproducible. M equal to 100 hashtag number of instances, x2 np.random.rand hashtag column vector, y equal to 4 plus 3 x plus np.random.random hashtag column vector. Figure 4-1. A randomly generated linear dataset. Now let's compute using the normal equation. We will use the inv function from numpy's linear algebra module to compute the inverse of a matrix, and the dot method for matrix multiplication. From Scikit-Learn.preprocessing import, add dummy feature. XLEB equal to add dummy feature, hashtag add x equal to 1 to each instance theta, best equal to np. Line lg.inv at xlebt at y. The operator performs matrix multiplication. If A and B are numpy arrays, then A at B is equivalent to np. Matmul. Many other libraries like TensorFlow, PyTorch, and JAX support the operator as well. However, you cannot use add on pure Python arrays. The function that we use to generate the data is y equal to 4 plus 3 plus 1 plus Gaussian noise. Let's see what the equation found. Yay theta best array. We would have hoped for 0, 1 equal to 4 and 0, 1 equal to 3 instead of 0, 1 equal to 4.215 and 0, 1 equal to 2.770. Close enough, but the noise made it impossible to recover the exact parameters of the original function. The smaller and noisier the data set, the harder it gets. Now we can make predictions using 0. EXNU equal to np.array, at XNU IB equal to add dummy feature, hashtag add x equal to 1 to each instance. Okarase y predict equal to XNU IB at theta best akakre y predict array. Let's plot this model's predictions. plt.plot, hashtag beautify the figure, add labels axis, grid, and legend, plt.show. Figure 4-2. Linear regression model predictions. Performing linear regression using Scikit-Learn is relatively straightforward. From Scikit-Learn.linear model. Import linear regression, a cor linreg.
Yes, you can see the code.
A for linreg.fit. Aho linearreg.intercept linreg.cof array.tercept linear.predict. Notice that Scikit-Learn separates the bias term from the feature weights. The linear regression class is based on the scipy.linelg.lstsq function, which you could call directly. DE theta best SVD residuals rank S equal to NP. linealg.lstsq ikhere theta best svd array. This function computes 0 equal to xy, where x is the pseudo-inverse of x. You can use np linealg.pinv to compute the pseudo-inverse directly. AAK-NP, linealg.pinv y array. The pseudo-inverse itself is Computex factorization technique called singular value decomposition that can decompose the training set, matrix X, into the matrix multiplication of three matrices USVT. The pseudo-inverse is computed as x equal to VCUT. To compute the matrix sigma plus, the algorithm takes sigma and sets to 0 all values smaller than a tiny threshold value, then it replaces all the non-zero values with their inverse, and finally it transposes the resulting matrix. This approach is more efficient than computing the normal equation, plus it handles edge cases nicely. Indeed, the normal equation may not work if the matrix XX is not invertible, such as if Mn or if some features are redundant, but the pseudo-inverse is always defined. Computational complexity. The normal equation computes the inverse of XX, which is an X matrix. The computational complexity of inverting such a matrix is typically about O to O, depending on the implementation. In other words, if you double the number of features, you multiply the computation time by roughly equal to 5.3 to 23 equal to 8. The SVD approach used by Scikit-Learn's linear regression class is about O. If you double the number of features, you multiply the computation time by roughly 4%. Both the normal equation and the SVD approach get very slow when the number of features grows large. On the positive side, both are linear with regard to the number of instances in the training set, so they handle large training sets efficiently, provided they can fit in memory. Also, once you have trained your linear regression model, predictions are very fast. The computational complexity is linear with regard to both the number of instances you want to make predictions on and the number of features. In other words, making predictions on twice as many instances will take roughly twice as much time. Now we will look at a very different way to train a linear regression model, which is better suited for cases where there are a large number of features or too many training instances to fit in memory. Gradient descent. Gradient descent is a generic optimization algorithm capable of finding optimal solutions to a wide range of problems. The general idea of gradient descent is to tweak parameters iteratively in order to minimize a cost function. Suppose you are lost in the mountains in a dense fog, and you can only feel the slope of the ground below your feet. A good strategy to get to the bottom of the valley quickly is to go downhill in the direction of the steepest slope. This is exactly what gradient descent does. It measures the local gradient of the error function with regard to the parameter vector theta, and it goes in the direction of descending gradient. Once the gradient is 0, you have reached a minimum. In practice, you start by filling theta with random values. Then you improve it gradually, taking one baby step at a time, each step attempting to decrease the cost function until the algorithm converges to a minimum. Figure 4-3. In this depiction of gradient descent, the model parameters are initialized randomly and get tweaked repeatedly to minimize the cost function. The learning step size is proportional to the slope of the cost function, so the steps gradually get smaller as the cost approaches the minimum. An important parameter in gradient descent is the size of the steps, determined by the learning rate hyperparameter. If the learning rate is too small, then the algorithm will have to go through many iterations to converge, which will take a long time. Figure 4-4. Learning rate too small. On the other hand, if the learning rate is too high, you might jump across the valley and end up on the other side, possibly even higher up than you were before. This might make the algorithm diverge with larger and larger values, failing to find a good solution. Figure 4-5. Learning rate too high. Additionally, not all cost functions look like nice regular bowls. There may be holes, ridges, plateaus, and all sorts of irregular terrain, making convergence to the minimum difficult. Figure 4-6 shows the two main challenges with gradient descent. If the random initialization starts the algorithm on the left, then it will converge to a local minimum, which is not as good as the global minimum. If it starts on the right, then it will take a very long time to cross the plateau. And if you stop too early, you will never reach the global minimum. Figure 4-6. Gradient descent pitfalls. Fortunately, the MSE cost function for a linear regression model happens to be a convex function, which means that if you pick any 2 points on the curve, the line segment joining them is never below the curve. This implies that there are no local minima, just one global minimum. It is also a continuous function with a slope that never changes abruptly. These two facts have a great consequence. Gradient descent is guaranteed to approach arbitrarily closely the global minimum. While the cost function has the shape of a bowl, it can be an elongated bowl if the features have very different scales. Figure 4-7 shows gradient descent on a training set where features 1 and 2 have the same scale, and on a training set where feature 1 has much smaller values than feature 2. Figure 4-7. Gradient descent with and without feature scaling. As you can see, on the left, the gradient descent algorithm goes straight toward the minimum, thereby reaching it quickly, whereas on the right, it first goes in a direction almost orthogonal to the direction of the global minimum, and it ends with a long march down an almost flat valley. It will eventually reach the minimum, but it will take a long time. When using gradient descent, you should ensure that all features have a similar scale, or else it will take much longer to converge. This diagram also illustrates the fact that training a model means searching for a combination of model parameters that minimizes a cost function. It is a search in the model's parameter space. The more parameters a model has, the more dimensions this space has, and the harder the search is. Searching for a needle in a 300-dimensional haystack is much trickier than in 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
Fortunately, since the cost function is convex in the case of linear regression, the needle is simply at the bottom of the bowl. Batch gradient descent. To implement gradient descent, you need to compute the gradient of the cost function with regard to each model parameter theta j. In other words, you need to calculate how much the cost function will change if you change theta j just a little bit. This is called a partial derivative. It is like asking, what is the slope of the mountain under my feet if I face east? And then asking the same question facing north. Equation 4 to 5 computes the partial derivative of the MSE with regard to parameter theta j, noted MSE, theta j. Equation 4 to 5, partial derivatives of the cost function. Instead of computing these partial derivatives individually, you can use equation 4 to 6 to compute them all in one go. The gradient vector, noted theta MSE, contains all the partial derivatives of the cost function. Equation 4 to 6, gradient vector of the cost function. Notice that this formula involves calculations over the full training set X at each gradient descent step.
Okay, let me see the formula first. Okay, this is the formula. I will make a note of it. Okay, the important formula. I will make a note of this formula. This is delta theta MSE theta and partial derivative of in the theta MSE each. Okay, I will note it. It's very important. Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, we continue.
This is why the algorithm is called. Notice that this formula involves calculations over the full training set X at each gradient descent step. This is why the algorithm is called batch gradient descent. It uses the whole batch of training data at every step. As a result, it is terribly slow on very large training sets. However, gradient descent scales well with a number of features. Training a linear regression model when there are hundreds of thousands of features is much faster using gradient descent than using the normal equation or SVD decomposition. Once you have the gradient vector, which points uphill, just go in the opposite direction to go downhill. This means subtracting VMSE from 0. This is where the learning rate comes into play. Multiply the gradient vector by n to determine the size of the downhill step. Equation 4 to 7, gradient descent step. Let's look at a quick implementation of this algorithm. ETA equal to 0.1 hashtag learning rate n epochs 1000 meters equal to len hashtag number of instances np.random.seed theta equal to np.random random hashtag randomly initialized model parameters for epoch in range. Gradients equal to 2 mx sub edt at theta theta eta gradients. That wasn't too hard. Each iteration over the training set is called an epoch. Let's look at the resulting theta. What theta array? Hey, that's exactly what the normal equation found. Gradient descent worked perfectly, but what if you had used a different learning rate? Figure 4-8 shows the first 20 steps of gradient descent using 3 different learning rates. The line at the bottom of each plot represents the random starting point, then each epoch is represented by a darker and darker line. Figure 4-8, gradient descent with various learning rates. On the left, the learning rate is too low. The algorithm will eventually reach the solution, but it will take a long time. In the middle, the learning rate looks pretty good. In just a few epochs, it has already converged to the solution. On the right, the learning rate is too high. The algorithm diverges, jumping all over the place and actually getting further and further away from the solution at every step. To find a good learning rate, you can use grid search. However, you may want to limit the number of epochs so that grid search can eliminate models that take too long to converge. You may wonder how to set the number of epochs. If it is too low, you will still be far away from the optimal solution when the algorithm stops, but if it is too high, you will waste time while the model parameters do not change anymore. A simple solution is to set a very large number of epochs, but to interrupt the algorithm when the gradient vector becomes tiny. That is, when its norm becomes smaller than a tiny number euro, because this happens when gradient descent has reached the minimum. Convergence rate. When the cost function is convex and its slope does not change abruptly, batch gradient descent with a fixed learning rate will eventually converge to the optimal solution, but you may have to wait a while. It can take O iterations to reach the optimum within a range of E, depending on the shape of the cost function. If you divide the tolerance by 10 to have a more precise solution, then the algorithm may have to run about 10 times stochastic gradient descent. The main problem with batch gradient descent is the fact that it uses the whole training set to compute the gradients at every step, which makes it very slow when the training set is large. At the opposite extreme, stochastic gradient descent picks a random instance in the training set at every step and computes the gradients based only on that single instance. Obviously, working on a single instance at a time makes the algorithm much faster because it has very little data to manipulate at every iteration.
Yeah.
It also makes it possible to train on huge training sets, since only one instance needs to be in memory at each iteration. On the other hand, due to its stochastic nature, this algorithm is much less regular than batch gradient descent. Instead of gently decreasing until it reaches the minimum, the cost function will bounce up and down, decreasing only on average. Over time, it will end up very close to the minimum, but once it gets there, it will continue to bounce around, never settling down. Once the algorithm stops, the final parameter values will be good, but not optimal. Figure 4-9. With stochastic gradient descent, each training step is much faster but also much more stochastic than when using batch gradient descent. When the cost function is very irregular, this can actually help the algorithm jump out of local minima, so stochastic gradient descent has a better chance of finding the global minimum than batch gradient descent does. Therefore, randomness is good to escape from local optima, but bad because it means that the algorithm can never settle at the minimum. One solution to this dilemma is to gradually reduce the learning rate. The steps start out large, then get smaller and smaller, allowing the algorithm to settle at the global minimum. This process is akin to simulated annealing, an algorithm inspired by the process in metallurgy of annealing, where molten metal is slowly cooled down. The function that determines the learning rate at each iteration is called the learning schedule. If the learning rate is reduced too quickly, you may get stuck in a local minimum, or even end up frozen halfway to the minimum. If the learning rate is reduced too slowly, you may jump around the minimum for a long time and end up with a suboptimal solution if you halt training too early. This code implements stochastic gradient descent using a simple learning schedule.
Okay, you can see. I think you can see me. Everything is fine. Okay, continuing it. So I'm going to click. Continuing it.
N epochs equal to 52, t equal to 5, 50, hashtag learning schedule, hyperparameters def learning schedule, return to np.random.seed theta, np.random.random, hashtag random initialization for epoch in range, for iteration in range, random index equal to np.random.randant, g equal to xb, y gradients equal to 2, shy t, at hashtag for sgd, do not divide by meta equal to learning schedule theta equal to theta eta gradients. By convention, we iterate by rounds of m iterations. Each round is called an epoch, as earlier. While the batch gradient descent code iterated 1,000 times through the whole training set, this code goes through the training set only 50 times and reaches a pretty good solution. A theta array. Figure 4-10 shows the first 20 steps of training. Note that since instances are picked randomly, some instances may be picked several times per epoch, while others may not be picked at all. If you want to be sure that the algorithm goes through every instance at each epoch, another approach is to shuffle the training set, then go through it instance by instance, then shuffle it again, and so on. However, this approach is more complex, and it generally does not improve the result. Figure 4-10. The first 20 steps of stochastic gradient descent. When using stochastic gradient descent, the training instances must be independent and identically distributed to ensure that the parameters get pulled toward the global optimum, on average. A simple way to ensure this is to shuffle the instances during training. If you do not shuffle the instances, for example, if the instances are sorted by label, then SGD will start by optimizing for one label, then the next, and so on, and it will not settle close to the global minimum. To perform linear regression using stochastic GD with Scikit-Learn, you can use the SGD regressor class, which defaults to optimizing the MSE cost function. The following code runs for maximum 1,000 epochs or until the loss drops by less than 10 to 5 during 100 epochs. It starts with a learning rate of 0.01 using the default learning schedule. Lastly, it does not use any regularization from Scikit-Learn.linear model. Import SGD regressor. SGD reg equal to SGD regressor, SGD reg.fit. Hashtag y.revel because fit expects 1D targets. Once again, you find a solution quite close to the one returned by the normal equation, EESGD reg.intercept, SGD reg.conf. Array. All Scikit-Learn estimators can be trained using the fit method, but some estimators also have a partial fit method that you can call to run a single round of training on one or more instances. Repeatedly calling partial fit will gradually train the model. This is useful when you need more control over the training process. Other models have a warm start hyperparameter instead. If you set warm start equal to true, calling the fit method on a trained model will not reset the model. It will just continue training where it left off, respecting hyperparameters like and tall. Note that fit resets the iteration counter used by the learning schedule, while partial fit does not. Mini batch gradient descent. The last gradient descent algorithm we will look at is called mini batch gradient descent. It is straightforward once you know batch and stochastic gradient descent at each step. Instead of computing the gradients based on the full training set or based on just one instance, mini batch GD computes the gradients on small random sets of instances called mini batches. The main advantage of mini batch GD over stochastic GD is that you can get a performance boost from hardware optimization of matrix operations, especially when using GPUs. The algorithm's progress in parameter space is less erratic than with stochastic GD, especially with fairly large mini batches. As a result, mini batch GD will end up walking around a bit closer to the minimum than stochastic GD, but it may be harder for it to escape from local minima. Figure 4-11 shows the paths taken by the three gradient descent algorithms in parameter space during training. They all end up near the minimum, but batch GD's path actually stops at the minimum, while both stochastic GD and mini batch GD continue to walk around. However, don't forget that batch GD takes a lot of time to take each step, and stochastic GD and mini batch GD would also reach the minimum if you used a good learning schedule. Figure 4-11, Gradient Descent Paths in Parameter Space. Table 4:1 compares the algorithms we've discussed so far for linear regression 3. Table 4:1. Comparison of algorithms for linear regression. There is almost no difference after training. All these algorithms end up with very similar models and make predictions in exactly the same way. Polynomial regression. What if your data is more complex than a straight line? Surprisingly, you can use a linear model to fit nonlinear data.
Okay.
A simple way.
I will continue polynomial regression after some break. Okay, I'm going to take a break, and before taking break, I will summarize the whole reading that I did today. Okay, going to summary. Okay, and new summary I will put deep dive, bullet points, and going to select chapters. Okay, today I completed chapter number 4, linear regression, gradient descent. Okay, and some part of this I have completed. Continue and create a summary. Okay, the summary will be created very soon. Okay. So the summary is created now. Summary is created here. Going to start the summary now.
Linear regression fundamentals. Core definition: a linear model makes predictions by calculating a weighted sum of input features combined with a bias term, represented as $hat equal to itheta 0 plus phi 1 x 101 plus air dots plus phi theta x and $. Vectorized notation: a parameter vector $theta and a feature vector $x. The prediction is simplified to the dot product $hat equal to a theta x dots $. Or in matrix terms, the matrix multiplication $hat equal to a theta an integral x $.
Okay.
Objective function. Training a model involves identifying the parameter vector $theta that minimizes a performance.
I will recreate it. So fine. I will take a break and then I will continue the summary. Okay, we're going to start summarizing.
Linear regression. Fundamentals of linear regression. Defining linear models. A linear regression model serves as a foundation for predictive analytics, operating on the principle that the output variable is a weighted sum of input features combined with a bias term. Mathematically, the prediction is expressed as the dot product of a parameter vector and a feature vector, where the latter includes an initial value of 1 to account for the intercept. The model aims to find the optimal parameter values that minimize a cost function, typically the mean squared error. This function quantifies the discrepancy between the hypothesis output and the actual observed values across the training dataset. The closed-form solution, the normal equation, provides a direct mathematical method to calculate the parameters that minimize the cost function without requiring iterative optimization. By solving this equation, one can derive the exact vector of coefficients that aligns the model most closely with the training data. This approach is highly effective for datasets with a manageable number of features, although it relies on the matrix of features being invertible. When this condition is not met, the equation may fail, necessitating alternative strategies that ensure stability and numerical robustness during the training process. Computational approaches and optimization. Scikit-Learn implementation. The linear regression class simplifies the training process by leveraging the singular value decomposition method rather than directly inverting the matrix. This technique computes the Moore-Penrose pseudo-inverse, which provides a reliable solution even when the matrix is singular or contains redundant features. By decomposing the dataset matrix into 3 constituent matrices, the algorithm can effectively handle diverse and potentially problematic data structures. This methodology is preferred in practical applications for its efficiency and superior performance on datasets that might otherwise present challenges to a basic normal equation implementation. Scaling and complexity. The performance of training algorithms is heavily influenced by the size of the feature space. The normal equation exhibits a computational complexity ranging from O to O and NOE3, where N represents the number of features. Consequently, doubling the feature count results in a significantly nonlinear increase in processing time. Conversely, the SVD-based approach implemented by Scikit-Learn scales more efficiently at O and DL2. While both methods are highly efficient regarding the number of instances, scaling linearly, they become prohibitive when working with extremely high-dimensional datasets. Once a model is successfully trained, however, generating predictions remains an exceptionally fast, linear process. Introduction to gradient descent. Iterative optimization strategies. Gradient descent represents a versatile, iterative optimization framework designed to minimize cost functions by systematically adjusting parameter values. The intuition behind this process is akin to navigating through mountainous terrain or dense fog. By continuously assessing the local gradient of the error function and moving in the direction of the steepest descent, the algorithm progresses toward a global or local minimum. This approach is particularly advantageous when dealing with high-dimensional spaces or massive datasets where direct analytical solutions, such as the normal equation, become computationally expensive or mathematically impossible due to memory constraints or matrix
similarity. Yeah.
The convergence process, training via gradient descent, begins with random initialization of the model parameters. The algorithm then refines these parameters through successive incremental updates, effectively minimizing the MSE at every step. As the algorithm iterates, the model gradually approaches the value of the cost function, eventually achieving convergence. This iterative nature makes it a cornerstone of machine learning, serving as the basis for more advanced training techniques. Future discussions will explore how this methodology is further adapted for complex neural networks through variants like batch, mini-batch, and stochastic gradient descent, as well as how regularization techniques help prevent the overfitting commonly associated with high complexity models like polynomial regression.
Nice.
Balancing metrics and loss, practitioners must carefully distinguish between the performance metrics used for final evaluation and the cost functions utilized during training. While a loss function, such as the log loss or MSE, is selected for its ease of optimization and mathematical compatibility with the model architecture, the ultimate goal remains the alignment with real-world objectives, such as precision or recall. By optimizing a well-chosen training loss, developers can consistently improve the final performance of the model. This strategic alignment between computational loss and business-centric evaluation is critical for developing robust and effective predictive systems in diverse professional and academic applications. This summary outlines the foundational mechanics of linear regression, emphasizing the transition from closed-form analytical solutions to iterative optimization algorithms. It details the mathematical derivation of the linear model, explores the computational costs associated with different solver implementations, and introduces the conceptual framework of gradient descent as an essential tool for training scalable, modern machine learning models.
That's good. That's good. So now I'm going to make a podcast of this, whatever I learned. So, okay, I will choose English India. Thoughtful talk is good. Discuss chapter 4. Good. Okay. Now I think it will take some time. So I will after this I will what is okay here.
Connect with customers in new and better ways. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to explain how Agentforce is built into every Salesforce application to help customers, employees, and operations connect in new ways. Describe how Agentforce orchestrates every app to drive productivity, intelligence, and
Okay, fine. Now it's time to. So it will take time again.
intelligence and automation.
How do we actually teach a
Go back.
How do we actually teach a How do we actually teach a How do we actually teach
Let's see.
How do we actually teach a machine learning model to recognize a
I have some. I'll make a prediction. Okay, I will read it after some time. It's taking time. The podcast is taking time to build. Okay, till then what I will do. Create the podcast. It's going to build. There's an F11. I can minimize it. Make it great. Okay, starting from here.
Agentforce 300. Connect with customers in new and better ways. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to Explain how Agentforce is built into every Salesforce application to help customers, employees, and operations connect in new ways. Describe how Agentforce orchestrates every app to drive productivity, intelligence, and automation. Agentforce 360 drives success across customers, employees, and operations. Agentforce 360 helps every company connect with their customers, employees, operations, and agents in a whole new way. It unifies every app and function across your enterprise so that no matter the use case, a service rep resolving cases, an HR leader onboarding employees, or a supply chain manager assessing inventory, humans and agents are working together to drive success. Agentforce 360 for customers. Agentforce transforms how every team in an enterprise connects with customers. Agentforce Sales offers every selling tool on one integrated platform, with agents to assist and guide, so sellers can build pipeline faster, accelerate productivity, and close deals with AI and data built in. Agentforce Service is a platform where humans and agents collaborate from first contact to final resolution. Service teams can now deliver proactive, always-on support and scale personalized experiences, 2004/7. Agentforce Marketing allows every campaign to become a two-way conversation. Marketing teams can personalize content in real time and drive deeper engagement across every channel. Agentforce Commerce ensures every shopper gets a 24/7 concierge. From personalized product recommendations to proactive support, agents drive growth across every commerce touchpoint. Across every function, Agentforce connects data, workflows, and customer interactions into one seamless journey, from first click to lifelong loyalty. Agentforce 360 for employees. Agentforce doesn't just transform how teams serve customers, it changes how employees work. Slack brings humans, apps, and agents together in one conversational workspace, connecting data, workflows, and decisions in real time. Agentforce HR Service automates routine employee requests and empowers HR teams to focus on the complex. With AI-driven self-service, employees get answers instantly and resolve 96% of cases on their own. Together, these solutions elevate every employee, boosting efficiency, creativity, and satisfaction. Agentforce 360 for operations. Behind every great customer experience is a powerful operational engine. Agentforce extends its capabilities to the systems that keep businesses running smoothly. Agentforce Revenue is now fully agentic, connecting quote, order, and invoice workflows into one seamless process. With AI-guided selling and automation, teams can configure quotes and contracts in seconds. Agentforce Supply Chain, powered by Regression technology, transforms static documents into orchestrated workflows, automating complex processes end-to-end. Agentforce Field Service and Operations predicts needs before they happen, scheduling maintenance and dispatching the right technician before an issue occurs. Agentforce IT Service integrates with over 100 partner systems to deliver proactive fixes and seamless cross-system actions. Agentforce IT Service replaces tickets with intelligent conversational support. Agentforce detects issues early, resolves them autonomously, and escalates to humans when needed. By connecting people, assets, and data, Agentforce turns operational complexity into coordinated action, making businesses faster, smarter, and more resilient. Agentforce 360 transforms any business workflow. Agentforce is enabling companies to scale their workforces with AI agents for every line of business and every workflow both inside and outside their CRM, powered by MuleSoft. Inside Salesforce, Agentforce can help qualify leads, schedule appointments, help manage inventory, or build custom tools tailored to a company's needs. MuleSoft integrations enable this extensibility. Its unified API and integration layer allow Agentforce to act across any system and any workflow outside Salesforce, whether that's processing a refund in SAP, enabling subscriptions through Snowflake, or onboarding employees in Workday. With Agentforce now powering every app and every workflow, the natural next step is exploring how trailblazers build, manage, and scale these agents responsibly and at enterprise scale.
Okay, what is the primary goal of Agentforce?
Resources, Trailhead, Agentforce key components, quick look. Salesforce website. What is Customer 360?
Okay, what is the primary goal of Agentforce? Agentforce is for companies. Provide unified perspective of marketing campaigns. Unify every app, whereas in collaboration communication. Unify every app, across some purpose. Automate campaign employee. How do I know sales customer? What is wrong? This is wrong. Right now I'm dropping it. Unify everything. Okay, I am the 50 points. 50%. Let's go. Okay, what I can do now is good.
Build and manage AI agents at scale. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to explain the function and benefits of the Agentforce 360 platform. Articulate the role of Agentforce vibes in empowering trailblazers. Describe how agents are made creative and predictable using Agent Script.
Here you can see.
Agents aren't just code.
It's controlling the chaos that emerges from
You think building agents is easy? It's layers
What's
of
Agentforce
complexity.
360 platform?
Agentforce is fundamentally changing the nature of the digital world.
This is the internet again. This is electricity. It's that level of change.
I was able to build an agent so easy and so fast, and more importantly, it actually worked.
It doesn't require a lot of coding. I can just simply ask it a question and it gives me the response.
Agentforce can reason and can make real-time proactive recommendations. It really is like we all have a bunch of assistants working on our behalf.
Agentforce Voice allows us to create efficiency in the overall service experience so that our service representatives can focus on the things that need human attention.
Our Salesforce agents can work with agents from other platforms. It's going to make it so that we can drive innovation in a much more impactful way.
Agentic solutions allow us to scale some of the things that we want to do at an exponential rate.
Within the first few days, we saw a 60% improvement in deflection rate.
We saw a 185% increase in number of appointments.
We have seen a massive efficiency where we have implemented Agentforce in the range of 25 to 30%. In reality, it amplifies the human.
That's the power of a human plus a digital worker.
Partnering with Salesforce, with Agentforce at the core, is how we make the future work for everyone.
That is nice.
The Agentforce 360 platform is the Salesforce agentic platform, acting as the foundational layer for building, deploying, and governing enterprise-grade AI agents at scale. This deeply integrated foundation includes builder tools, data services, security, and governance, ensuring every agent operates safely and with trust. It allows agents to inherit the capabilities of existing, proven workflows, enabling customers to safely automate complex actions without reinventing trusted processes. Check out this short video to see how the Agentforce 360 platform is driving impact for agentic enterprises. Built on a trusted architecture, Agentforce 360 platform is the trusted agentic architecture that makes it easy to bring Agentforce into every app and channel. Context layer. Agents need context. They need data. With Agentforce, a business can connect massive amounts of enterprise data without moving it, thanks to zero copy. Because better data means better answers. Trust layer. Businesses want their agents to operate with trust, with the guardrails, governance, and fine-tuned models that keep them secure and compliant. Our trust layer ensures ultra-low latency and policy enforcement, so the AI is not only fast but safe, which is critical for industries where accuracy and compliance are non-negotiable. Agent Dev Lifecycle. Businesses need tools to build, test, deploy, and version agents with confidence. This is how their teams innovate faster without losing control. Atlas Reasoning Engine. They also need to control how agents think and ultimately, egg. Our Atlas Reasoning Engine helps coordinate complex multi-step business processes that create the most value. Channels. Agents need to meet people where work happens, inside Slack, on a website, or even in a contact center through voice. This ensures AI feels like a natural part of a business, not an add-on. Open ecosystem. And finally, it all needs to be open. Agentforce supports open protocols like Model Context Protocol, MCP, and Agent-to-Agent, A2A, allowing businesses to connect with the models and systems they already use and their partner support. That means no lock-in, no walled garden, so businesses can build their AI strategy with the investments they already made. The latest Agentforce 360 platform innovations. Each new innovation in the platform is designed to give trailblazers more power and precision in how they build and govern agents. Agentforce Builder, a an all-new experience that lets Trailblazers deploy agents faster, using natural language or code to build, test, and deploy agents that are more predictable than ever. Agent Script, a new scripting layer that defines agent behavior in natural language, making tools and instructions deterministic when precision matters most, especially in regulated industries, for example. Intelligent Context converts unstructured data like PDFs, diagrams, and Slack conversations into structured, searchable context. Agents can now act with full awareness of enterprise knowledge. Agentforce Voice brings AI to the most natural channel, voice. Integrated with 20 contact center partners, Agentforce Voice enables 24/7 customer support that's totally customizable, so it's always on brand. Agentforce Vibes, a creative workspace where Trailblazers turn ideas into code instantly. Built on the Salesforce metadata model, Vibes converts natural language into flows, dashboards, or entire apps, so anyone can build with confidence. What makes Agentforce Vibes so special? It's grounded in a business context. By combining data 360 context, metadata, semantics, and enterprise data with generative intelligence from OpenAI GPT-5, Vibes transforms natural language into working apps, agents, dashboards, and workflows. Trailblazers can simply describe what they want, and Vibes builds it securely, accurately, and on brand. Now you know how the latest innovations in the Agentforce 360 platform, Builder, Script, Intelligent Context, Voice, and Vibes, give Trailblazers incredible creative and operational power. Resources: Salesforce webpage, Agentforce 360 platform. Salesforce product demos, Agentforce demos, sign up required.
Okay. To complete this review, what is the primary function of Agentforce 360? To deliver multi-channel communication for marketing campaign, to act as a foundation layer for deploying governing AI agent at scale, and to automate customer service. To offer personalized product recommendation, to deliver multi-channel communication for marketing campaign. This is right. Okay, let me see. To act as a foundation layer for deploying and governing AI agent at scale. Marketing campaign, not about marketing campaign, or customer service automation. Okay, it's those other application is primarily the goal is to provide the infrastructure and governance framework that allows organization to build, deploy, and manage govern AI agent across different use cases, ensuring they operate reliably and at scale. Okay, that's important. What is the primary purpose of agent script? To define agent behavior in natural language, making instruction deterministic, to provide a creative workspace for Trailblazer. To have integrate with 100 powerful system, the civil maintenance and display. To provide a creative workspace for Trailblazer. To define agent behavior, these are a part of it. Okay, you can check it out here. To define is more sense for the ecosystem, not agent specific. To define agent behavior in natural language, making instruction deterministic. Okay, 100%. Okay, fine. Taking the next minute. Okay, starting this. I think I can do it. Okay. You can check on the account here. coding. It's good. Great. Okay.
Turn disconnected data into trusted context. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to explain how Data 360 is the signal that powers the agentic enterprise. Describe the zero-copy architecture and the role of the metadata platform. Explain how RAG ensures trusted AI by providing context to act. What's Data 360? In the age of AI, data alone isn't enough. AI agents need context and they need understanding. That's what Data 360, the next generation of data cloud, delivers. Data 360 turns every piece of data, structured or unstructured, into a trusted signal that powers the entire agentic enterprise. By connecting every data source with zero-copy architecture, Data 360 unifies enterprise data, customer data, and now even unstructured data like PDFs, Slack messages, and Teams conversations. This creates a single, intelligent view of every customer and every operation. Agents can understand context, reason in real time, and take precise action across any workflow. And because Data 360 stores customer interactions and preferences directly from Agentforce, agents can remember every conversation, building richer, more personal relationships over time. Governance is built in too. Data 360 automatically applies privacy, compliance, and security policies across all data, structured or unstructured. That's trust at scale, and it's what makes transformation possible for every company. AI needs context to take action. AI can't act intelligently without context. Raw data tells us what happened, but metadata and semantics explain what it means. Data gives the facts. Metadata gives structure. Semantics adds meaning, or the business logic. When agents understand structure and meaning, they move from guessing to knowing. That's when AI stops reacting and starts reasoning, helping teams predict outcomes, personalize experiences, and act with confidence. This process of retrieving trusted data and grounding the model's response in metadata and semantics is known as Retrieval Augmented Generation, RAG, ensuring every agent acts with accuracy and trust. How Data 360 works. Every interaction inside Agentforce 360 begins as a signal like a chat, email, or event. Data 360.
What I can do, I will just open another Algo Master. Yeah. This is where I will do parallelly. Okay. This is very interesting course for DS. I already have dashboards. Okay. Starting from here, getting started. Patterns. Starting from here. Okay. I will study it. Okay. And we'll just take it up and then I will do it. Okay. Taking better. One by one I will complete each and everything and move forward. Taking a break and then I will come again. Hello, okay. I'm going to start it.
Data 360 acts as the connective engine that transforms that signal into understanding. Here's how. Connects data everywhere it lives. Data 360 unifies Salesforce data with external systems like SAP, Workday, Snowflake, and AWS without moving the data using zero copy. Enriches it with metadata and context. Structured, unstructured, and behavioral data are harmonized, giving every agent and app a complete view of the business. Activates that data across the enterprise. Agents can access this context in real time through the metadata platform and act directly within Agentforce 360 apps or anywhere across the enterprise, from HR to IT to commerce. Ensures governance and trust. Built-in policies ensure every action remains secure, compliant, and explainable. This is critical for enterprise-scale AI. With Data 360, context and trust come together to make every app and agent smarter, faster.
Okay, you can see. Okay, everything is working perfectly. Okay, I'm going to run it.
Faster and more reliable. It's how Agentforce transforms data into intelligence that can be used instantly. Data 360 brings it all together. Every piece of data is a signal. Data 360 activates those signals across the entire enterprise. Structured, unstructured, semantic, and behavioral data all come together to form a single living foundation of truth. For Agentforce, that means every agent acts with deeper understanding and precision. For teams, it means every decision is faster, smarter, and more trusted. And for customers, it means every interaction is more personal and meaningful. Data 360 transforms data into understanding, and understanding into action, powering the next generation of the agentic enterprise. Resources. Salesforce.
So we are going to practice the question now.
Web page, Data 360, activate trusted data everywhere. Salesforce web page, how does Data 360 work?
Regression perspective grounding the model source process semantics. Retrieval augmented generation RAG. Okay, fine. Well, we're going to share it on LinkedIn. That is my LinkedIn page. Here, my LinkedIn page. I will share here. The base that I on, I will share it because it will give motivation. Okay, going to share it. Fine. I will post everything here. Okay, I will continue. Now I will continue to this one. I have completed this one. You can refresh it. Okay, you can see my progress by going to my account, Salesforce Trailhead account, and you can see my whole progress there. You see my progress here? And suppose I put up the 6 one. This one. I'm going to read it now.
Learn how Salesforce values drive a platform for change. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to explain how Salesforce CRM products provide top-notch customer experiences. Find more information about Salesforce products. Name and describe the 5 core Salesforce values. Explain the value of business as a platform for change. The customer experience. Salesforce brings companies and customers together. We provide customer relationship management, CRM, tools to engage with customers during every interaction they have with your company, whether you're a small business or a large one. Customer expectations have increased dramatically in recent years, and Salesforce products allow you to create the best possible experience for your customers. Customers want to take a unified journey with your company, and you can give them what they need, exactly when they need it, with Salesforce products. This means seeing the right ads at the right time, connecting with knowledgeable salespeople, and receiving personalized support and service throughout their journey. With Salesforce, you can provide all of these things at scale with our solutions for marketing, sales, service, and commerce. Salesforce also enables you to train your workforce, quickly build apps that make your employees more efficient, and use artificial intelligence and analytics to give you an all-inclusive understanding of your customers. And we recognize that no two businesses have the same needs. You can tailor Salesforce for your business and industry with the help of a rich ecosystem of documentation, experts, and services. Take a deeper dive into the Salesforce product offerings by looking at our CRM solutions. Salesforce values. At Salesforce, we put our values into everything we do. Salesforce has 5 core values. Trust. Trust is our number 1 value. Nothing is more important than the trust of our customers and all stakeholders. We deliver trusted infrastructure and communicate openly. Customer success. We know that we succeed when our customers succeed. So since day 1, we've built a company around delivering customer success. Innovation. We empower trailblazers with technology to succeed in the 4th Industrial Revolution, and we incorporate the latest innovations into our products 3 times a year so that our customers can stay ahead in their industries. Equality. We believe that equality and diversity make us a better company and community. We respect and value employees from every background. Sustainability. We lead boldly to address the climate emergency, bringing the full power of Salesforce to accelerate the world's journey to net zero. We believe that values create value. Values connect and inspire us, and they are the foundation of our culture at Salesforce. Being a trailblazer begins with wanting to make a difference in the world, and the belief that we can enable our customers and partners to do just that. Business as a platform for change. We're committed to making a positive impact in all of the communities that we work and live in. Every business can be a platform for change, and Salesforce embraces our responsibility to do well and do good. We show our commitment to business as a platform for change with a 1-to-1-1 model. Salesforce commits 1% of our employees' time, 1% of our equity, and 1% of our product to nonprofits. Since Salesforce's founding in 1999, we've given back millions of volunteer hours and millions of dollars in grants, and tens of thousands of nonprofits and education institutions have received our products. And the 1-to-1-1 model doesn't end with Salesforce. We've inspired thousands of companies across more than 100 countries to pledge 1% and join us on this journey. Learn more about our values and how they inform our culture by earning the Salesforce Culture and Values Badge. Resources.
Okay, I'm going to unmute. How have customer expectations have been in the past few years? Customers really have customer expectations. We're going to publish it here. Yes, customer success innovation equally. Yeah, possible. Line model. Nice. We're gonna rank. Yeah. I think it's compared 6%. That's very cool. Okay. The guide to the end. Navigate
Trailhead. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to find your way around Trailhead. Start earning Trailhead badges. Every journey starts with a single step, and so does every trail. You've already taken the first step of your Trailblazer journey by joining us here on Trailhead. Now it's time to learn how to navigate Trailhead on desktop, your phone, or even in Slack. Sum it up. To recap, there are a variety of ways to start your learning.
Trailhead is the front door to the Salesforce ecosystem. It makes learning today's most in-demand skills accessible for everyone. Now that you have an account, you're ready to start your journey. Trailhead is the fun way to learn because it's gamified. As you learn new skills, you're rewarded with points and badges that go towards your Trailblazer rank. Your rank shows where you are on your learning journey. The Today page brings together Trailhead and the Trailblazer community in one place. This is your launchpad, and where you can not only see your Trailblazer rank, but also recommended content, in-progress learning, Trailblazer community feed, and more. Now it's time to explore. Let's start in the Learn tab on the navigation bar, where you find two types of badges, modules and projects, along with collections of badges called trails and trail mixes. Modules are bite-sized units that guide you through specific topics. Each unit tests your knowledge with a quiz or hands-on challenge. Quizzes are multiple choice or true-false questions that test you on important concepts. Successfully ace the quiz and celebrate by earning a badge. Hands-on challenges let you get hands-on with Salesforce for free. What you have to do depends on the learning topic, and since hands-on challenges are more involved than a quiz, they earn you more points. Next up, projects. Projects help you gain new skills with hands-on practice through the Trailhead Playground, your own developer environment, giving you step-by-step instructions as you work. Each unit tests your knowledge with a hands-on challenge. Next, let's check out Trails. Trails are guided learning paths made up of modules and projects that help you explore topics, gain relevant skills, and get hands-on with Salesforce products. Find trails and topics easily with a variety of filters. And finally, trail mixes. Trail mixes are custom learning paths created by you. Add your favorite trails, modules, projects, and more to your trail mix. Then share it with fellow Trailblazers. The Credentials tab serves as resume-worthy credentials, including super badges and certifications. Super badges enable you to take new skills you've learned and apply them to real-world business problems. Salesforce certifications prove your expertise and hands-on experience with Salesforce products. They help to grow your resume and validate your skills. And you don't have to navigate your learning journey alone. Head over to the Trailblazer community, where you can connect with Trailblazers from around the world for support and guidance. Just click on the Community tab. Once you're in the Trailblazer community, your feed shows you posts from Trailblazers and topics you're following, plus your activity and the latest questions and answers. Join groups to start conversations and collaborate with Trailblazers on a variety of subjects, while topics foster discussion with Trailblazers about a specific subject. Group meetings empower you to connect with local community groups in person or virtually, and are organized by Salesforce or community members like you. And you can showcase all of your learning and connection on your Trailblazer.me profile, the trusted Salesforce resume. Access your profile by clicking your image in the right-hand corner, and enable the Hire Me button on your profile to connect with employers when you're ready for new work opportunities. Now that you've seen a quick overview about the power of Trailhead, you're ready to blaze your trail.
Okay, that's cool.
Learning journey on Trailhead. Here are some of the areas you can explore today. Modules are bite-sized units that guide you through specific topics. Projects help you gain new skills with hands-on practice through the Trailhead Playground, your own developer environment, giving step-by-step instructions as you work. Trails are guided learning paths made up of modules and projects that help you explore topics, gain relevant skills, and get hands-on with Salesforce products. Trail mixes are custom learning paths created by you. Add your favorite trails, modules, projects, and more to your trail mix, then share it with fellow trailblazers. Super badges enable you to take new skills you've learned and apply them to real-world business problems. Salesforce certifications prove your expertise and hands-on experience with Salesforce products. They help to grow your resume and validate your skills. And you don't have to navigate your learning journey alone. Head over to the Trailblazer community where you can connect with trailblazers from around the world for support and guidance. Resources: Apple App Store, Trailhead Go; Google Play Store, Trailhead Go; Slack App Directory, Trailhead App; Trailhead, Trailhead language.
Let's check it out.
Navigate Trailhead.
Fine. Still fast, very fast. Not as much level from okay, fine. How does the benefit of running a Salesforce certification? Just copy it, pause it. I want to choose that. I'm choose that. That's very good. That everybody saying that everything. Even see LinkedIn. So good. You can follow me also. I am posting everything that I'm learning. That's great way to
Unlock business success with Salesforce Data Platform. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to define the Salesforce platform, Describe the Dreamhouse scenario. Create a Trailhead playground. Explain the difference between no-code, declarative, and programmatic development. Accessibility. This unit requires some additional instructions for screen reader users. To access a detailed screen reader version of this unit, click the link below. Open Trailhead screen reader instructions. A quick introduction to Salesforce. If you're new to the Salesforce platform, this Trailhead module is a great place to learn some basics. You'll explore some of the fundamental terms, concepts, and capabilities of the Salesforce platform, and even get hands-on practice with it. Let's go! You might think that Salesforce is just CRM software. It stores your customer data, gives you processes to nurture prospective customers, and provides ways to collaborate with people you work with. And it does all those things. But Salesforce is not just a CRM solution. There's a lot more to it than that. Salesforce comes with a lot of standard functionality that you can use to run your business. Here are some common things businesses want to do with Salesforce and the features we give you that support those activities. You can learn about many more Salesforce products and features in the Platform Development Basics module. You need to. So we give you sell to prospects and customers, leads and opportunities to manage sales, help customers after the sale, cases and communities for customer engagement, work on the go, the customizable Salesforce mobile app, collaborate with coworkers, partners, and customers, Slack and communities to connect your company, market to your audience, marketing cloud engagement to manage your customer journeys, automate common business functions, Flow Builder, leverage current and legacy data from many sources, Data 360 to bring in your data, normalize it, and surface insights for all your customer engagements. Work smarter and improve productivity. Salesforce Einstein for predictive and generative AI tools.
Nice.
Depending on what your company purchases, you can get these features and more without lifting a finger. But you can almost think of these features as a model house that a real estate agent shows off. You could certainly live there, but it wouldn't have your art on the wall or any other of the unique things that make your house your home. That's where the Salesforce platform comes in. With the platform, you can customize and build whatever it is that makes your company unique. And when you have a business application that's unique to you, everyone is more successful. Stories of Salesforce. Throughout Trailhead, we introduce you to some fictional companies that use Salesforce in different ways. Let's meet one. Dreamhouse Realty is known for its fresh approach to real estate. Dreamhouse uses Salesforce to connect its employees and improve the efficiency of home sales. Michelle is the lead real estate broker at Dreamhouse. She finds many potential home buyers through Dreamhouse's web and mobile apps. With the apps, customers can set filters to see properties that they're interested in. They can also reach out to Michelle or other brokers directly to set up showings. D'Angelo is Dreamhouse's Salesforce administrator. Using the Salesforce platform, he's building a suite of custom functionality to support Michelle and her team. Michelle can use this custom functionality to edit and view information about the properties she's selling, as well as keep track of her potential buyers. Remember, Salesforce comes with standard functionality for tracking common sales objects like accounts, contacts, and leads. But Dreamhouse is a realty firm, so it has needs specific to its industry and business model. Throughout this module, you'll see how D'Angelo works with the Salesforce platform to meet those needs. Get to know our terms. Perhaps you noticed a strange word in that last paragraph, objects. Object is one of many important terms you'll learn as you get to know Salesforce. First, it's important to understand what a database is in the context of Salesforce. When we talk about the database, think of a giant spreadsheet. When you put information into Salesforce, it gets stored in the database so you can access it again later. It's stored in a very specific way, so you're always accessing the information you need. Let's take a look at a page from the Dreamhouse app to define some of its important elements and how they relate to the database. An app in Salesforce is a set of objects, fields, and other functionality that supports a business process. You can see which app you're using and switch between apps using the app launcher. Objects are tables in the Salesforce database that store a particular kind of information. There are standard objects like accounts and contacts and custom objects like the property object you see in the graphic. Records are rows in object database tables. Records are the actual data associated with an object. Here, the contemporary city living property is a record. Fields are columns in object database tables. Both standard and custom objects have fields. On our property object, we have fields like address and price. Another important term that's hard to capture in a picture is org. Org is short for organization, and it refers to a specific instance of Salesforce. The image here is taken from Dreamhouse's org. Your company can have one or multiple orgs. That's a lot of new stuff to tackle. If you don't get it all right away, don't worry. As you continue to learn about Salesforce, the terminology will start to come naturally. Get hands-on with the Trailhead Playground. If you're new to Trailhead, let's get you oriented with our special hands-on environment. A Trailhead Playground is a safe environment where you can practice the skills you're learning before you take them to your real work. All playgrounds come with all the standard app building and customization tools required to test your app development chops. If you've ever heard of a Developer Edition DE org, a playground is in fact a special type of Developer Edition org. When you sign up for Trailhead, we automatically create a Trailhead Playground for you. So if you haven't signed up yet, now is a great time to do so. For this module, you will need a brand new playground. So if you already have an older playground or an expired playground, follow these steps to create and launch a new playground. Playgrounds are free, and you can have up to 10 of them at a time. To create a new one, scroll to the bottom of this page and click the 3 dots next to launch, then click plus create playground. If you hit your max or want to manage your playgrounds, you can view and delete them from your Trailhead profile. If you ever need your playground's username and password, you can access them using the instructions here. Install the Dreamhouse app. To follow along and practice the steps in this module, you need to install the Dreamhouse app via a package in your Trailhead playground. You also use this package in Playground when it's time to complete the hands-on challenge. Follow the steps below to launch your playground and install the package. Launch your Trailhead playground by scrolling to the bottom of this page and clicking Launch. If your
Okay, let me do. What instruction I will follow? Okay. Where is the clicking launch? Where is launch? Where is the launch option? I'm not able to see the launch option anywhere here. Where is communication? None of your hospitals see the time. Okay. Saying a lot of time. I don't know why, but it's taken. Okay, fine.
Trailhead Playground is brand new. You should see Playground Starter at the top. If you don't, from the app launcher, find and select Playground Starter.
Okay, stop here. I will do all this thing when it is launched. Otherwise, no need to read. Because I have to do parallelly what is here. Otherwise, what they use is just reading. Okay, just reading it will not give me. I have to get launched. Now, parallelly, I will read it. Fine.
Click the Get Your Login Credentials tab and follow the instructions. Launch your Trailhead Playground by scrolling to the bottom of this page and clicking Launch. If your Trailhead Playground is brand new, you should see Playground Starter at the top. If you don't, from the app launcher, find and select Playground Starter. Click the Get Your Login Credentials tab.
Okay, I already done.
Credentials tab and follow the instructions to reset your password. In the Playground Starter app, click the Install a Package tab. tab. Paste 04TK.
Copy it and it's paste here.
04TK Y000000 LOV 6 YAGCOPIED into the package ID field and click Install. Select Install for all users, then click Install. When it prompts you to approve third-party access, click Yes and click Continue. This provides updated information to the map in the Dreamhouse app. When the installation completes, click Done. Now, return to the app launcher and search for and select.
Okay. I'm going to take a break. It's already late. Okay. Installing, granting access to all users, and it will take some time. And for that, I will take a break. And I will continue where I stopped. Okay. Instruction number the 6 I have done. Okay. I continue to here. Okay. Going to stop it. Going to start it now. Okay, fine. Starting here where I stopped. Download is complete here. Done. Click on done. Okay. Now next step is that. Now return to app launcher. Okay, and search for select Dream House. Okay, I can search Dream House. No, nothing is found. Over here, Dream House. Okay, fine.
Select the Dreamhouse app. Click the Settings tab, then click.
Let it open. Then I will click on Setting tab. This is setting already. Is set up, not set up now. Just cut it. More settings. Okay, fine. And click on Import Data button.
Then click the Import Data button. This populates the app with sample data, including properties, contacts, and brokers. We go through some of the pieces of this app throughout the module, but feel free to return to the Dreamhouse app to take a look around before you move on. You may need to refresh your browser if you don't see images of the properties or maps of their locations. Customize the Salesforce platform. You already know that you can use the Salesforce platform to develop custom objects and functionality specific to your business. What you might not know is that you can do most of this development without ever writing a line of code. Developing without code is known as no-code or declarative development. With no-code development, you use forms and drag-and-drop tools to perform powerful customization tasks. The platform also offers programmatic development, which uses things like Lightning components. But if you're not a programmer, you can still build some amazing things on the platform. Let's start small. Michelle wants a way to quickly indicate whether a potential home buyer is pre-qualified for a home loan. To make this change, D'Angelo wants to create a pre-qualified checkbox on the contact object. In Salesforce speak, we're adding a custom field to a standard object. Let's see how he does it. Click, then click Setup to launch the setup page. We use
it there. Then setup. Evolve the page. Launching. Okay, yeah. Object manager. And click contact. Where is the contact? First out.
Use setup a lot, so remember this step. Click the object manager.
But the sound gone. The sound is gone.
Tab, click Contact, click, then click Setup to launch the setup page. We use setup a lot, so remember this step. Click the Object Manager tab, click Contact. In the Details panel.
Object Manager, click Contact. Where is the contact? I don't know. And now we contact, a lot of contact. Contract or contact. Contact. Okay, this is the contact. Click fill and this is and then click new.
Panel, click Fields and Relationships, and then click New. A data type indicates what kind of information your field holds. For this field, pick checkbox and click Next. The
Okay, fine.
field label is
Same box in here. Oh, this one. So this will checkbox, big checkbox. Check off of it. Complete next. Next of it.
is what you see on the contact page. Type pre-qualified.
Pre-qualified, fine.
Pre-qualified? Press the tab key and you'll see the field name automatically populate. Click Next. Click Next again to accept the default field level security. Check the checkboxes to add the new field to all the contact page layouts. The checkboxes may already be checked, and then click Save. You just customized your first object. Great job. Let's take a look at what you just did. From the App Launcher, find and select Dreamhouse. In the Dreamhouse app, click the Contacts tab, then click a contact name. Under the Details tab, you can see your new field. Sometimes this takes a few minutes. Now it's easier for Michelle and the other brokers to log and retrieve this important piece of client information. You added that field pretty quickly. But it turns out that you did more than just add a field. At the same time, the platform did a lot of work under the hood. Obviously, the new field was added to the user interface. You can also run reports and create dashboards that reference your new field. The field is even ready to go in the Salesforce mobile app. And you didn't have to do anything except click Next. That's the power of the Salesforce platform. In the next unit, discover some of the ways you can harness the platform for your business. Resources, Salesforce Help, Salesforce Term, Glossary. Ready for the challenge? If you are following along in the unit, you've successfully completed a pre-qualified checkbox. Now, test out what you learned by making a completely new field. This time around, you'll make a currency field rather than a checkbox. Complete the new challenge below to try out what you learned. Hands-on challenge. Get ready. You'll be completing this unit in your own hands-on org. Click Launch to get started, or click the name of your org to choose a different one. Your challenge? Add a custom field to the contact object. Many home buyers who work with Dreamhouse Realty are pre-qualified for a home loan. Brokers need to know how much money their clients can borrow so they can show properties in the right price range. Add a loan amount field to the contact object so brokers can record and see this information. Note: to pass this challenge, you will create a new custom field, in addition to the one you made earlier in this unit if you were following along.
Okay, I'm going to create topic. First, I will contact. When contact object, we'll type currency.
Yeah. What
do you have? Chalasa padai, chalasa bolda. Currency. For the new, no, don't go to new. Can I see? Okay. Good, next. Long mark. First type long here. Next. Now. Save. Now check settings to 500. Now we'll check the submission, and if I have the correct submission, then I will earn the points, 500 points, the 8 points. Let's see. Parallel, what I can do a parallel course, so I will not waste time. Okay, 500 points I earn. That's a great thing that I earn today. Okay, assignment completed, 500 points, 1000 points. Now next. Okay, this is 900 points. So this is total 500 points I earn, and 400 points are remaining. So I think remaining points are here. I can go here by function and function. Okay. I can see here 100 points. Okay. Fine. Going to start here. What I can do, parallelly, I will do something here. So I will not waste time. Okay. I will put all these here. Okay. Okay, fine. Let's do it. Okay. Wait.
Discover use cases for the platform. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to describe sample use cases for the platform. Discover reasons for using the platform across multiple departments. High impact, low effort. The Salesforce platform helps you move fast. Part of that speed comes from replacing tasks you're used to doing by hand with more streamlined or automated processes. So let's pause for a moment to talk about some ways the Salesforce platform can accelerate your business. When you're learning to build on the platform, the first things you want to tackle are projects that have a big impact but are easy to implement. While that sounds idealistic, the platform gives you lots of opportunities to make big changes with minimal effort. Consider an example from Dreamhouse. Currently, Michelle and her fellow brokers add new properties to their inventory in a variety of ways. Sometimes they import data from outside data sources, and sometimes they manually create new property listing records. This leads to inconsistencies in how data is entered, such as the formatting of details like price or square footage, and it often leads to a lot of missing information. These inconsistencies make it difficult for Michelle and her brokers to accurately describe a property to a client. So, how does the Salesforce platform help? Here, D'Angelo has already created a custom property object that contains fields for the details of each property. He wants to create a workflow for new property listings that captures all the details in a way that minimizes missing information, standardizes formatting, and makes it much easier for Michelle and her brokers to discuss properties among themselves and share them with their potential buyers. To do this, he uses a tool called Flow Builder and creates a screen flow that Dreamhouse brokers can use to create new listings that contain all the right details. Then, D'Angelo takes this one step further with a tool called Prompt Builder. Prompt Builder is a low-code AI builder that's part of the Salesforce suite of generative AI tools. With Prompt Builder, D'Angelo can create custom AI prompts grounded in Dreamhouse and customer data that communicate with large language models, LLMs, to generate things like personalized emails or customer service replies. He creates a prompt template that generates customized emails about these new properties for potential buyers, based on the specific property preferences they've discussed with their Dreamhouse broker. Many Salesforce generative AI products and features are not enabled in regular Trailhead playgrounds. Check out the Quick Start Prompt Builder Trailhead module to get hands-on with Prompt Builder. By creating a single custom object and using low-code and generative AI tools, you can totally change how your organization collaborates. High impact, low effort. As you start building with the platform, keep your eye out for processes with heavy email collaboration, reliance on spreadsheets, shared local documents, time-intensive, repetitive manual steps. Impact on only a few departments. You want to minimize the number of stakeholders while you're still learning. Processes with these traits are great candidates for early projects on the Salesforce platform. Other uses for the platform. Dreamhouse Realty uses Salesforce to help real estate agents sell houses better, but you can customize the platform to aid in a lot of other business tasks, and not just for the sales department. Let's take a look at a couple of other ways Dreamhouse uses Salesforce. HR can use the platform. Julian, who works in the Dreamhouse HR department, is in crisis. He has hundreds of applications coming in for dozens of job openings. Once applicants are hired, Julian has to set up training and submit hardware requests. All this activity creates a lot of data, and Julian is struggling to manage it all. D'Angelo to the rescue. Using the Salesforce platform, D'Angelo can create a custom app that helps Dreamhouse's HR employees streamline and automate the hiring and onboarding process. Here are some things the custom app can do. List job openings. Store applicants for each job opening. Send automated reminders to hiring managers. Store orientation and training plans. Manage equipment orders. Track employee time off. Like any app built on the platform, the HR app D'Angelo creates is available for the Salesforce mobile app. That way, HR reps can manage applicants and new hires, whether reps are in the office or at the recruiting fair. And much like the property creation workflow you looked at earlier, every app on the platform can use tools like Flow Builder and Salesforce Generative AI. D'Angelo can use Prompt Builder to summarize candidate information, generate activities for prospective hires, and create AI-generated outreach emails, all driving greater productivity. Cool. IT can use the platform. Over in IT, Regina is also feeling the burn. She's saying 1 million IT tickets coming in every minute, and everyone's problems seem to be urgent. Who could she possibly ask for help with the storm tickets? You guessed it. Her friendly neighborhood Salesforce admin, D'Angelo. When you build your IT ticketing system in the same place as your CRM, you get a lot of benefits. All users and their information are already there. You can track cases per user and promote collaboration between IT and employees. Here are some other ways to streamline IT using the Salesforce platform. Create reports and dashboards to aggregate and analyze requests. Generate confirmation emails when requests are received, completed or updated. Create flows to queue incoming requests and route them to the appropriate team. Create screen flows to capture employee requests and create a knowledge base for common issues. Track employee hardware assets. With a streamlined IT process, users are happier and IT has more time to build infrastructure rather than maintain a separate system. You can use the platform. By now, you're probably getting some ideas for projects of your own. Here are a few more use cases for different departments. For employees who work in, customize the platform for finance, budget management, contract management, pricing, product, warranty management, pre-production testing, product ideas and innovation, supply chain, procurement, vendor management, logistics, ops, asset and facilities management, merger and acquisition enablement, business agility. If you're looking for more inspiration, check out Customer Showcase in Resources. Salesforce Customer Stories, Salesforce Platform Customer Showcase, Trailhead, Flow Basics, Trailhead, Screen Flows, Trailhead, Prompt Builder Basics, Salesforce Help, Einstein Generative AI, Glossary terms.
It's this second-hand identified process to bring itself to what something good. Many processes member state government share on local directories. Teams, specific run the business. All things you have to search. All things you have to search. Fine. Concurrency ABC, manual process with numerous steps. These are prone to errors and inefficiency. Automating them in Salesforce streaming program. Manual process and documents on local directives. Local storage make collaboration difficult. Salesforce centralize access and improve visibility. Teams relying on spreadsheet to run the business. Spreadsheet can be get messy and like real-time updates. Salesforce provides structure, scalable data management. So whenever you see manual, Celoid or spreadsheet, every process that's a strong signal that's ready to migrate it into Salesforce for data automation and collaboration. So that's the good thing. Now the three use case for finance on the Salesforce platform. So the three use cases are help desk, pricing, facility management, vendor management, transportation, contract management, budget management, pricing, contract management, identity management, billing management, budget management. Vendor management, transportation, budget management, pricing, contract. C option, budget management, pricing, and contract management. Check it out. Is it correct or not? C option. I'm going to check it out. Yes, right. For the finance, the C option is correct. Budget management, pricing, contract management, budget management, finance teams can track forecast and manage budget tracking to Salesforce. And Salesforce ensuring alignment with business goals. Pricing, Salesforce allows finance to collaborate with Style from pricing category, approval, fine, discount structures. Contact manager managing vendor, customer contacts in Salesforce, ensure compliance, agility, and streamlined renewals. The order option might for sure. Okay, fine. Section is correct. Now going to on. Okay. 100 points and on, 40% of it complete. We're going to read it.
Understand the Salesforce architecture. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to define key terms related to the Salesforce architecture. Find information related to trust. Explain at least one use case for Salesforce APIs. What is the Salesforce architecture? By now, you know that you can use Salesforce to deliver a highly customized experience to your customers, employees, and partners. You can do it without writing much or any code, and you can do it fast. What's so special about Salesforce? It all starts with our architecture. When you think about the Salesforce architecture, imagine a series of layers that sit on top of each other. Sometimes it helps to think of it as a many-layered cake because cake is delicious, and it makes everything better. But however you get there, understanding the Salesforce architecture makes working with the platform a whole lot easier. There's a lot to unpack here, but let's focus on the most important points. You'll learn more about each point in this unit. Salesforce.
Okay, stop because of sound issue, network issue. Okay, so to stop it. Again, I will continue.
Salesforce is a cloud company. Everything we offer resides in the trusted multi-tenant cloud. The Salesforce platform is the foundation of our services. It's powered by metadata and made up of different parts, like low-code tools, workflow automation, artificial intelligence, AI, and robust APIs for development. These are all connected to Data 360. Salesforce is a cloud company. Everything we offer resides in the trusted multi-tenant cloud. The Salesforce platform is the foundation of our services. It's powered by metadata and made up of different parts, like low-code tools, workflow automation, artificial intelligence, AI, and robust APIs for development. These are all connected to Data 360, a data engine designed for massive scale that is built into the platform and is part of that metadata framework, so you can easily connect data and take action on it. All our apps sit on top of the platform. Our pre-built offerings, like Sales Cloud and Marketing Cloud Engagement, along with apps you build using the platform, have consistent, powerful functionality. Everything is integrated. Our platform technologies like predictive and generative AI and the development framework are built into everything we offer and everything you build, and can be used with conversational AI like Salesforce agents and in Slack. There are a few terms in here that are extra important for you to understand: trust, multi-tenancy, data, metadata, and the API. Why trust the cloud? At Salesforce, trust is our top priority. Not only are you keeping your sensitive data in your org, you're also building functionality vital to your company's success on our platform. Our responsibility to keep your data and functionality safe is not something we take lightly, which is why we're always transparent about our services. Our trust site, trust.salesforce.com, is a vital resource. You can use it to view performance data and get more information about how we secure your data. It also shows you any planned maintenance we'll be performing that might impact your access to Salesforce. And as the world races to embed generative AI into every workflow, our first focus is on AI safety, which is why we've built the Einstein Trust Layer. The Einstein Trust Layer adds security guardrails so you can use generative AI with your company and customer data without compromising data privacy or governance. Sharing is caring in the multi-tenant cloud. So far, we've been talking a lot about houses, but really, Salesforce is set up more like an apartment building. Your company has its own space in the cloud, but you have all kinds of neighbors, from mom and pop shops to multinational corporations. This idea is multi-tenancy. Multi-tenancy is a great word for making you sound smart at dinner parties, but really all it means is that you're sharing resources. Salesforce provides a core set of services to all our customers in the multi-tenant cloud. No matter the size of your business, you get access to the same computing power, data storage, and core features. Trust and multi-tenancy go hand in hand. Despite the fact that you're sharing space with other companies, you can trust Salesforce to keep your data secure. You can also trust that you're getting the latest and greatest features with automatic, seamless upgrades throughout the year. Since Salesforce is a cloud service, you never have to install new features or worry about your hardware. All this is possible because of multi-tenancy. The Data 360 difference. For Dreamhouse Realty to be the real estate powerhouse it is, it needs data, lots of it. But D'Angelo is quickly finding that much of the data Dreamhouse has collected over time and has purchased from different sources comes in a variety of formats, is located in many different places, and is delivered at massive volumes. How can he sift through all of this data and turn it into business value that Michelle and her brokers can use? D'Angelo looks to Data 360 for help. Data 360 is a hyperscale data engine that is natively built into the Salesforce platform and can be used all across it. It's not a traditional database, but rather a data lakehouse. A lakehouse sounds wonderful, doesn't it? But in this case, a data lakehouse isn't a relaxing property Michelle is helping a client buy, but rather an architecture that handles both structured and unstructured data and harmonizes it, so it's easily usable by all of the tools the platform has to offer. Data 360 does three main things. Data 360 connects and surfaces data to make every Salesforce cloud better, so companies like Dreamhouse can connect with prospective clients in new ways by using data that lives inside and outside of Salesforce. Data 360 enables teams to unlock data trapped in other warehouses or lakes, then work with that data in Salesforce using zero-copy integrations. This means D'Angelo can connect to other systems without duplicating data. Data 360 powers trusted predictive and generative AI to deliver deeper customer relationships and improve productivity by grounding AI in your complete business context. As an example, Data 360 can make Dreamhouse brokers more effective by surfacing web interactions, like those of a potential buyer who favorites several properties, in a real-time activity feed. It can also help customer service agents be more efficient and proactive by providing broader, more accurate details of a client and their current and past support issues. And it can be fuel for new types of apps that D'Angelo builds, like the embedded AI prompts that standardize property details we talked about earlier. In short, Data 360 does these things by complementing data already in your CRM, like cases and opportunities, with data that happens instantly and at much higher volumes, making it accessible and actionable on the same platform. The magic of metadata. To put it simply, metadata is data about data. Wait, that's pretty abstract, right? When we say data about data, we're really talking about the shells that hold the content related to any information you want to collect in your Salesforce org. Let's think about an object like property. When our friends at Dreamhouse use Salesforce, they input and view data about properties. For example, a property can be located in Boston, cost $500,000, and have 3 bedrooms. Now, imagine that on this property record, you delete Boston, $500,000, and the number 3 bedrooms. What are you left with? You are left with the property object, along with all its empty fields, like the address field, the price field, and the number of bedrooms field. These fields are metadata. Now, let's think about metadata in a bigger context. Metadata is also your page layouts, security settings, and any other customizations you've made to the structure of your org that collect or use your organization's data. All of these standard and custom configurations, functionality, and code in your org are metadata. Part of the reason you can move so fast on the platform is that Salesforce knows how to store and serve you that metadata immediately after you create it, because metadata gives structure to your org. It helps you know whether to enter a price fees as a number. It can reference an address using geolocation on a map, or collect information about a contact that can be related to multiple objects. All about that API. The Application Programming Interface, API, allows different pieces of software to connect to each other and exchange information. If that sounds kind of abstract, take a quick look at the code you're working on right now. You can probably find series of ports of various shapes and sizes that support different kinds of connections. These are like the hardware version of APIs. You don't have to know how the USB-C port works. All you have to understand is that when you plug your phone into a USB-C port, it passes information to your computer. APIs are similar. Without knowing the details, you can connect your apps with other apps or software systems. The underlying technology takes care of the specifics of how information passes throughout the system. So what does this have to do with Salesforce? Earlier, we talked about the database. When you add a custom object or field, the platform automatically creates an API name, like contact.name, that serves as an access point between your org and the database. Salesforce uses that API name to retrieve the metadata and data you're looking for, in this example, the actual name of the contact. For example, you can use a contact's name field in a bunch of places, like the Salesforce mobile app, a custom page, or even an email template. That's all possible because of the API name. The core of the API's power is that all of your data and metadata is API enabled. Every time you use Salesforce, whether you're using standard functionality or building a custom app, you're interacting with the API. This might not seem like a big deal right now, but the API gives Salesforce a huge amount of flexibility. It lets you move beyond the normal idea of business software and build unique and creative solutions for your company.
Okay, going to start the quiz now. Where can you find information about how we secure the data, plan maintenance, and performance data? How we secure your data and plan maintenance. Trust.salesforce.com, data 360, the Salesforce API. Just the first Salesforce.com is calculated. Second option. Let's check it out. E. Here we have the so now this one. Metadata refers to what? Everything in your Salesforce ORG, including your customer and data. But then it's not same but not data about data. Yeah. Data about data is metadata. Okay. Data about data. Okay. Previous module. 20 points. 60% of this module I completed. Take out the next unit. Navigate setup. Okay, I'm going to navigate.
Navigate setup. Learning objectives.
I know the only problem is that there's a lot of audio problem. I know that. The issue is that audio is the issue here.
Completing this unit, navigate setup. Learn.
Okay, let me change the audio again. Now I think we can use this one.
Learning objectives. After
Again,
navigate setup.
audio is
Learning
a lot of problem here. What I can do, I just unplug this and connect earphone. That will be better. Okay, this will be good. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to start it. Writing first. Okay.
Objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to locate setup and identify its key elements. Identify important menus for customizing your org. Use Quick Find to access menu items. Accessibility. This unit requires some additional instructions for screen reader users. To access a detailed screen reader version of this unit, click the link below. Open Trailhead screen reader instructions. Setup. Your new work home. Earlier, we mentioned that you'll spend a lot of time in setup during your time as a Salesforce administrator. And we weren't kidding. Setup is your one-stop shop for customizing, configuring, and supporting your org. Since there's so much you can do in the setup area, it's important to get comfortable with navigating it. There are a few ways to approach it. As you learn what's available to you, you'll get more comfortable finding the things you need. You can get to setup from any page in your Salesforce org. From the gear menu at the top of the screen, click Setup. Let's get familiar with that area. Object Manager. Object Manager is where you can view and customize standard and custom objects in your org. Setup menu. The menu gives you quick links to a collection of pages that let you do everything from managing your users to modifying security settings. Main window, we're showing you the setup homepage, but this is where you can see whatever it is you're trying to work on. The setup menu is the trickiest piece to navigate because there are so many different pages you can access. There are two ways to get where you want to go. If you already have an idea where to look, expand the appropriate menu and select the page you want. If you aren't sure where to look, use the quick find box to search. Let's say you wanted to manage your user permission sets. If you happen to know that permission sets are in the user's menu under administration, just open that menu and click permission sets. Otherwise, type permission sets in the quick find box. Get cozy with the setup menu. There are three main categories in the setup menu: administration, platform tools, and settings. Let's take a look at what's available. Administration. The administration category is where you manage your users and data. You can do things like add users, change permissions, import and export data, and create email templates. Platform tools. You do most of your customization in platform tools. You can view and manage your data model, create apps, modify the user interface, and deploy new features to your users. If you decide to try your hand at programmatic development, platform tools is where you manage your code as well. Settings. Finally, settings is where you manage your company information and org security. You can do things like add business hours, change your locale, and view your org's history. Of course, these are only some of the pages you can access in the setup menu. To get you started on the right foot, here's a list of our top 5 setup pages to know about. Item. Why it's a must-see. 1. Company information. At a glance view of your org. Find your org ID. See your licensing information. Monitor important limits like data and file usage. 2. Users. Reset passwords. Create new users and deactivate or freeze existing users. View information about your users. 3. Profiles. Manage who can see what with user profiles. Create custom profiles. 4. View setup audit trail. See 6 months of change history in your org. Find out who made changes and when. Tool for troubleshooting org configuration issues. 5. Login history. See 6 months of login history for your org. View date, time, user, IP address, and more login data. Use for security tracking and adoption monitoring. Resources. Salesforce Help. Set up your company in Salesforce. Salesforce Help. Find object management settings in Lightning Experience. Salesforce Help. Find your way around setup in Lightning Experience.
Okay, what are the 3 main categories in the setup menu? Administration, platform tools, and setup menu. No. Setup menu, this is setup menu. Object management. No, this is administration, platform, and setup. See, there are administration covers the user management, security, all provided setting, platform, include objects, apps, data, and development tools for customer Salesforce. Settings, general preferences, content info, and environment configuration. Okay. What is an easy way to find what you're looking for in the setup menu? I think the correct option will type click the headings. Click on the main category of setup and look up the page right. Click on type the first few word letter what you're looking for. The quick find tool. This is the option. Yeah, this is the right option. %80 is completed.
Power up with App Exchange. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to develop your own App Exchange strategy. Install an app from App Exchange. What is App Exchange? You're probably comfortable with the idea of app stores. Whether you're downloading apps on your phone, tablet, computer, or other device, you have to download and install apps to make the most of your technology. Salesforce is the same way. Salesforce has a community of partners in its enterprise ecosystem that use the flexibility of the Salesforce platform to build amazing apps and other solutions that anyone can use. These offerings are available, some for free, some at a cost, for installation on App Exchange.
Okay.
Strategies for success. D'Angelo's Dreamhouse app is a raging success among the company real estate brokers. But if we're being realistic, D'Angelo is only one person. There are only so many hours in the day for him to develop new apps for his colleagues. Luckily, App Exchange is full of apps D'Angelo can download to help Dreamhouse manage everything from payroll to travel approval to integrations with other tools like Evernote and MailChimp. The possibilities App Exchange offers are exciting, but before you start downloading every app in sight, you need to develop a strategy. A solid App Exchange strategy helps ensure that you're getting the highest value apps without duplicating functionality or investing in something that you don't need. Follow these steps to develop a good App Exchange strategy. Identify departments that use or plan to use Salesforce. These are your primary stakeholders. Research what's available on App Exchange that best meets your stakeholder requirements. Discuss business cases with department heads to determine exact needs. Here are some of the questions to ask. What business problem are you trying to solve? What are your main pain points right now? How many users need this app? What's your budget? What's your timeline? These questions help you identify apps that are the best fit for each department or business case. When you find an app that you think meets your needs, download the app in test environment. Wait for your developer to generate sandbox. Ensure that the app you're installing doesn't interfere with any other apps you install for customization today. Sandboxes are copies of your organization in a separate environment. They're used for development and testing. See sandbox types and templates documentation. If you're choosing between multiple apps, take some time to evaluate what you've tested. Determine whether there are feature gaps or unwanted functionality. If necessary, invite your stakeholders to demo the apps and provide feedback. You're ready to go. You'll install and deploy your app in a production environment. Make sure you keep your users in the loop about what's changing and provide training and documentation as necessary. Install your first app. While App Exchange resembles a traditional app store like you can find on your phone or tablet, it's important to remember that your Salesforce org is a complicated environment. You can't just install an app because it has a cool logo or a convincing catchphrase. So, what's the right way to install an app? We'll show you. This is just an example. No need to follow along. Let's say you find this great app on App Exchange that lets you send SMS messages with marketing engagement automations. To install the app, you click Get It Now. This button takes you to the installation wizard that guides you through the steps. But first, here are 3 key questions you need to answer before you install the app. Are there any notes or requirements included on the app listing that you need to consider before installing this app? For example, this SMS app contains a note that says, "Note, you must own digital engagement and have messaging enabled before you install this package." So, make sure you've met all requirements before you install the app. Where do I install the app? Production or sandbox? In general, it's best practice to first install apps in a non-production environment. Try installing the sandbox for your production org or in a developer edition org. Testing the app first helps you avoid conflicts in production with things like object names. Should I give app permissions to admin only, all users, or specific profiles? That depends on who the app is for. If you want to limit access to a particular set of users, plan to modify those user profiles before you install the app. Where'd my app go? Awesome. So that's how you install an app. Now, if only you find it. Here is how you find apps after you've installed them. Apps are installed using something called a package. Remember when you installed the Dreamhouse app? To find the package. From Setup, search and select Install Packages in the Quick Find box. Click the name of the package you installed. It will be the same name from the App Exchange download page. Click View Components to see more information about the package. The package
Let's start again. Go ahead, Dreamhouse. Okay, fine. Yeah, you're good. You're good first. Go first for a bit. Dreamhouse, you're listening. Just click on for me. You can see. Okay. You can still just.
Package details page shows you all the components, including custom fields, custom objects, and Apex classes in the package. This information helps you determine whether you have any conflicts in your own customizations. Some final thoughts. As you start to explore App Exchange, be sure to check out free apps provided by Salesforce Labs. The great thing about Salesforce Labs apps, other than that they're free, is that they're open source. You can customize them as needed and peek under the hood to see how they work. It's a great way to learn more about how the platform works. Speaking of learning more, this module has given you a great foundation for diving deeper into the Salesforce platform. Check out the resources below for some potential next steps in your journey. Happy Trails, Resources, Trailhead, Platform Development Basics, Salesforce, Salesforce App Exchange, Salesforce Admin's blog, Creating an App Exchange Strategy.
when you're getting started with app extension, what is the best practice? Install app of develop a plan, including weather timing and key defined use cases. Request the top 3 apps from each department. Getting what start about interest that way, start up that way. Develop a plan, including weather timing. App extensions. No need to plan or including budget because everything is key defined use case. I don't think so. Oh, okay.
पापा को फोन आवे ने नहीं कहते थे मम्मी डिमांड किया हम किस पे
Okay.
मेरे को कहते थे ओ डिमांड किया हुए
Okay, now going to search it out. See, rather than getting budget, timing and key defined use cases. Perfect. So, as alliance with business growth, business environment. So, prices is because you have on payment of democratic particular fund is to in efficiency. As this is just some first directing life businesses. This is when you want to find an app option stuff, what should you type in the book to find option setup? Start packages. Yeah, I got the page now. It's time to set progress here. Okay, and take a screenshot so I can say it to my friends. Alright, my thoughts. Just say it. This is not clear.
ये भी फोन करे तो साइकिल एयरपोर्ट आ जाए छे ओके
Okay.
बड़ी विषय
Okay.
अंडरग्राउंड को रास्ता नहीं मिले सकते
Okay. Fine. This one. Okay. Now it's time to do the next lesson. Okay, I will not discover these things. I will follow the path of the trailhead path. This first path, I will continue it. Okay, and I completed this one. As in Salesforce 360 platform basic, I completed all that. As you can see here, I am refreshing it, and you can see it here. Okay. As in for non-profit basics, I'm going to do now. Closing it. I think how much course completed now? 10% of the course is completed yet. Okay, I'm going to start it. Non-profit basics. So what we're going to start it about 5 minutes. It will take two 5 minute each, and do something.
Meet Salesforce for Nonprofits. Learning Objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to define CRM, Salesforce, and Salesforce for nonprofits. Explain how Salesforce for Nonprofits can help nonprofits manage their missions.
Yeah.
Nonprofit Cloud is now called Agentforce Nonprofit. You may see references to Nonprofit Cloud in our application and documentation. Building relationships, building change. Amid our global challenges, people like you work every day to make the world a better place. You take on the big problems, build community, and show bold courage and compassion. Technology should make that work easier. That's why we worked with nonprofit leaders like you to create Salesforce for Nonprofits, a set of technology solutions purpose-built to help organizations like yours. In this module, we explore how Salesforce for Nonprofits helps you scale your mission, capture critical data, and decide where to focus your time and resources. Some history and vocabulary. Before we dive in, let's start with the basics. In the beginning, there was CRM software. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. Sure, that sounds for profit, but when you stop to think about it, you realize that the technology can help you track your stakeholder relationships too. CRM technology helps teams at any organization collaborate, gather insights, track important metrics, and communicate internally and externally. Salesforce has taken CRM technology and brought it to the cloud, making it web-based without any software to install. That helps businesses and organizations of all types start using the technology faster and with more ease. For decades, Salesforce has built powerful technology for various industries, including nonprofits, schools, and philanthropic organizations. With their help and guidance, we build solutions, like those you learn about in this module, to tackle the world's biggest problems. Salesforce products and features help you operate effectively, raise funds, distribute grants, manage program impact, and connect with supporters. Plus, the Power US program helps eligible nonprofits get started with Salesforce. Salesforce for Nonprofits is a complete set of nonprofit technology solutions built to connect your nonprofit with the people who care about your cause. Use it to unlock the knowledge to better track your supporters and programs, and find new, more efficient ways of working to accomplish your mission. The core product in Salesforce for Nonprofits is Agentforce Nonprofit, a built-in Salesforce solution with tools for fundraising, program management, case management, and outcome management. For organizations that distribute funds or in-kind grants, there's also Agentforce Nonprofit for grant making, which includes everything in Agentforce Nonprofit, plus tools to manage the grant making lifecycle. Alternatively, choose from a number of managed packages that can be installed into Salesforce, such as Nonprofit Success Pack, NPSP. NPSP organizes constituent fundraising and program data for nonprofits. How does this technology apply to your mission? Let's explore that now. Advancing your mission. Think about how your organization operates, especially if it doesn't use a CRM system. Can you imagine another way to track tasks, appointments, programs, services, dollars raised, events, resources, and all the other information your organization needs? Salesforce for Nonprofits can help. Here are the advantages. Manage relationships that support your mission. Building strong relationships and uniting the people behind your mission is a key task for any organization working for change. A CRM brings together the important information that otherwise exists in a jumble of sticky notes, spreadsheets, and various digital systems and services. A single source of truth makes it easier for your staff to do their best work, preserves your information for the future, and streamlines the work you do with donors and program participants. Gain insights and grow impact through secure and useful data. When all data is in one place, you can use it in better ways. For example, you can analyze fundraising against monthly goals and pull program reports regarding funders. You can find efficiencies in how you distribute work. Preparing for a board meeting gets a whole lot simpler. A single place to store all your data allows you to dive deep to find trends and insights, or train an AI tool to deliver them to you. Adapt to change with flexibility. What happens when demand for your services surges? Will your current processes scale? Can you pivot quickly to a new program area or source of revenue? The future always presents opportunities, and organizations thrive if they have integrated systems to make the most of them. Salesforce for Nonprofits gives you tools to adapt, whether you're expanding into a new program area, managing new types of donor relationships, or automating your internal processes. How does Salesforce for Nonprofits help you achieve all these goals? It includes a series of ready-made apps, tools, features, services, and technologies designed for the unique needs of nonprofits of all types, sizes, and missions. Now that you understand the basics of Salesforce and Salesforce for Nonprofits, explore the nonprofit components in the next unit. Resources, Trailhead, Salesforce, CRM, Trailhead, Salesforce, Salesforce site, nonprofit, Salesforce site. Try Agentforce Nonprofit and grant making free for 30 days.
Okay. This is for Salesforce for nonprofits. It helps track presence but not the product install on your computer. No, this is for topic. Set of product, which Hamilton described the system that helps teams and organizations track their interaction with contact, understand and collaborate. Okay, I'm going to continue it after some time. Let's continue.
Meet Salesforce for nonprofits. Learning objectives. After
I think
completing
I have completed this. Joining person. Opening up the door. Self for product services. Yeah, this is the point. You can check it here. 1 minute. Okay. Different set. This one. CR. Yeah. Hundred points, 50% discount.
Explore Salesforce for nonprofits, products, and features. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to explain how Salesforce for nonprofits, products, and features meet common nonprofit needs. Describe how to get started with Salesforce for nonprofits. Select the right tools for your nonprofit. For decades, Salesforce has helped organizations build relationships that build change. Salesforce for nonprofits connects you with your stakeholders and unlocks the knowledge to make an impact. Salesforce for nonprofits is a set of products and features built into and on top of the Salesforce platform. To help you select the right tools for your organization, in this unit, we review Salesforce for nonprofits products and features with a focus on Agentforce Nonprofit. Explore Agentforce Nonprofit. New products from Salesforce for nonprofits are part of Agentforce Nonprofit. Agentforce Nonprofit is built directly in Salesforce. It includes tools for fundraising, program management, case management, and outcome management. If your organization distributes funds or in-kind grants, consider using Agentforce Nonprofit for grant making. Agentforce Nonprofit also includes common components shared across Salesforce industries to enable any nonprofit to get started fast and accelerate time to value. This purpose-built toolkit enables you to tailor Agentforce Nonprofit to the unique requirements of your stakeholders in a fast and secure way without having to start from scratch. Let's check out solutions for different parts of your organization. Agentforce Nonprofit for fundraising. Agentforce Nonprofit includes purpose-built apps for fundraising operations, mass market fundraising, and high-touch fundraising. No matter your role in a fundraising and development office, you can nurture authentic relationships, enable data-driven fundraising, and boost efficiency. Fundraising staff get tools for gift entry and management. From gift commitments through financial reconciliation, high-touch and major gift fundraisers get tools to manage their portfolio and deeply understand their donors with donor profiles. Mass market fundraisers get tools to track their efforts through source codes and tools for segmentation. Bringing all of these roles together into one system helps unify your fundraising team, breaking down internal divisions. Agentforce Nonprofit for programs. Agentforce Nonprofit gives your program team the tools to define, plan, deliver, and track programs and benefit disbursements. It connects the dots so you can make real-time decisions about how to improve your work. It provides insights, collaboration tools, and efficiencies that increase impact. Plus, the case management tools help drive program participant outcomes by giving your team the full context for each participant. Agentforce Nonprofit for programs helps you deliver more personalized service even when your case managers work with many participants. Agentforce Nonprofit for outcome management. With all of your program and service data in one system, connect it to Agentforce Nonprofit's outcome management features to track and evaluate your impact. Outcome management gives you the tools to set your outcome strategy, then make it actionable with indicators to measure your progress. Your team can set targets and track results to stay accountable to your mission. If you collect feedback from the people or communities you serve, the built-in dynamic assessments tool streamlines the collection of outcomes data from program participants. While we recommend you use Agentforce Nonprofit, Salesforce offers an alternative series of managed packages for nonprofits. The foundational managed package is Nonprofit Success Pack, NPSP. It provides a standard data architecture and tools to drive details of donor stakeholders. Learn more on the Nonprofit Success Pack on the Managed Packages page. Discover Agentforce Nonprofit for everyone. If your organization provides funding to other organizations or individuals, you can choose grant making for Agentforce Nonprofit. It's an end-to-end grant making solution designed to drive efficiency, create positive experiences for grantees, and invest in better outcomes. Plus, it gives you all the features of Agentforce Nonprofit: fundraising, program management, and outcome management. Grant making helps you manage the entire grant making process. It extends your Salesforce instance to give you a unified view of your funding programs through the planning, delivery, and evaluation stages. What's more, a site template for Experience Cloud helps you create an online portal to better communicate and collaborate with your grantees. Bring it all together. That's many products and features. Where do you start? Sign up for a trial of Agentforce Nonprofit to explore it yourself. Then, talk with one of our Salesforce account executives or certified trusted consulting partners to help you decide what's right for you. Nonprofits can also benefit from the Power of US program, which helps eligible nonprofits get started with Salesforce and our nonprofit solutions. After your application for the program is approved, work with your Salesforce account executive and log into the Power of US portal to view your access options. Check the links in the resources section for detail. From there, the Salesforce platform is ready for you to use and customize. You can add more licenses or products as needed, including ready-built solutions for agent exchange, Salesforce Marketplace, agents, apps, and features. Now that you understand Salesforce for nonprofits and its solutions, you're ready to take your next step and learn more. Good luck on your journey. Resources: Salesforce site, nonprofit.
Which Agentforce nonprofit gives commitment to financial reconciliation.
Sorry, fella. Convergence stuff with you.
क्या पूछा? Which Agentforce nonprofit feature except includes tools to enter and manage gifts from commitment to financial reconciliation.
Okay, yeah, other bit. All of us program. Okay, fine.
Which one?
तो इसके हम पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे इसको करते 100 पॉइंट्स चेक कर देंगे हाँ फंडराइजिंग था ना ये टिक सेलेक्ट किया देखा था अभी फंडराइजिंग है तो यार तो सेम लाइन लिखिए अभी हाईलाइट किया था मैंने फंडराइज ये भी सही पावर ऑफ फर्स्ट प्रोग्राम और भी लिखा प्रोग्राम्स है मैनेज ग्रांट्स फोकस ऑन बिल्डिंग एंड टेक्निकल सर्विसेज नॉट फाइनेंशियल ग्रुप में ग्रांट मेकिंग है मैनेज ग्रांट्स अवार्ड टू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नॉट डोनर फीस ओके this fundraising feature set includes tools to manage track commitment and handle financial reconciliation.
It's designed to streamline donor management, ensure accurate
best management support service and fundraising. Powers of program. Nonprofit provide eligible nonprofit educational service free and responsible product. Okay. और उसका बेच मिल जाएगा तो बेच मिल गया उसको फिर लेन देन भी डाल सकते इसका जो अपन कंपोस्ट करके इसके बाद में देखना पड़ेगा ना।
हटा दे तो ले
कंटिन्यू कर सकता हूँ।
अरे नमक लगावे नीचे मैंने
सेंड दो दोनों
लो कटिंग दो ये प्लेट में डाल दिन तो नमक लगा 10 रुपया की प्लेट है
सीखा क्या है इनको
तो पूरा उसके जो सेल्सफोर्स के बारे में ना पूरा इसमें दिया है हर एक चीज जो जो भी यूज होती है। हाँ या यूज होता है यूज कैसे होता है वो सब पूरा डिटेल से दिया है सेल्सफोर्स के जो ये इसका ये एजेंट जो है सेल्सफोर्स का वो प्लेटफॉर्म जो
ये भी एआई का है
एआई का पूरा एआई का ये क्लाउड उसका यूज करके पूरा आप डेटा साइंस में हर जगह यूज कर सकते हैं। ये ना व्हाट डज सेल्सफोर्स लिखा है ना now क्लिक करो लोग लिखा है इसका 10 मिनट का है इसको पूरा रीड में लगा के पढ़ सकते हैं। Agentic agentic customer relationship management as business become agentic enterprises
तो जेन एआई होती है वो क्या
उसी टाइप का जेन नहीं है जेन
नहीं किया ना उसको समझ
ये जेन नहीं है जेन ये हम जो यूज कर रहे हैं ना ये कोपायलट माइक्रोसॉफ्ट कोपायलट इसका कोर्स अलग है इसका कोर्स अलग है जेनेटिव इसको भी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट
आता है होगा ये तो क्या था ना
ये तो ठीक है जो फिर क्लाउड का यूज करने के लिए वो कंपनी को चाहिए ये एजेंट बिजनेस वगैरह में काम देते हैं बिजनेस के लिए हेल्प करते हैं जो चीज है वो है
Does the ways it helps strengthen customer relationships and how the world's first agentic CRM helps businesses become agentic enterprises. Share article, key takeaways. Salesforce is the world's first agentic CRM, helping companies become agentic enterprises where humans, AI agents, and platforms work together on one platform to reach new levels of customer success. With Salesforce, companies can use AI, data, and apps to bring agentic AI into every part of their business and build better relationships with customers. Agentforce allows AI agents to work across. Salesforce is the world's first agentic CRM, helping companies become agentic enterprises where humans, AI agents, and platforms work together on one platform to reach new levels of customer success. With Salesforce, companies can use AI, data, and apps to bring agentic AI into every part of their business and build better relationships with customers. Agentforce allows AI agents to work across critical business functions to improve customer and employee experiences. Salesforce offers AI-powered apps for specific business needs, including sales, marketing, service, commerce, and more. Salesforce is the world's first agentic CRM. It helps businesses use their customer data and AI to work smarter, be more responsive, and build better relationships with their customers. Imagine having trusted AI technology with the ability to handle millions of customer interactions simultaneously, 24 hours a day, all while learning and improving every time. Now, imagine how that helps employees do better work, hit goals faster, and dream bigger. This is the agentic enterprise. It's humans, AI agents, and platforms working together to serve customers faster and more personally to reach a level of success that's never been possible before. What does this mean? Consider these scenarios. AI agents respond to customer queries 2004/7, recommending products and processing returns, and escalating tough questions to human employees. Agents autonomously nurture sales leads daily, coach every rep on every deal, and generate quotes in an instant. Employees get proactive assistance from agents that have full visibility into your customer, business, and operational data from one central interface. These are real use cases taking place at businesses worldwide right now, and Salesforce's products and services are making it possible. Table of contents.
What I can do. Saying to my father, this capability.
contents. What does Salesforce do? What is Agentforce? What is Slack? How does Salesforce work? Salesforce for customer service, Salesforce for sales, Salesforce for marketing, Salesforce for business to consumer and business to business shopping and commerce, Salesforce for IT, Salesforce for small business. See an example of Salesforce in action. What is Salesforce best known for? Humans, agents, and platforms driving customer success. What does Salesforce do? Salesforce is the world's first agentic customer relationship management (CRM) platform, which helps businesses learn more about customers and better connect with them by bringing together people, AI agents, data, and apps. This opens up new opportunities and leads to more growth for companies of any size across any industry at any stage. Here are the pieces that Salesforce brings together to make it happen. Collaboration. Work happens faster when employees can direct agents, review outputs, make decisions, and take action, all without switching between systems. Salesforce makes this possible with Slack, which brings conversations, files, and tools together in one place so that action can happen using conversational language. And with Salesforce's headless architecture, that conversational interface becomes a trusted human in the loop on any surface outside of Slack, anywhere humans and agents operate. AI, companies use Agentforce to build, deploy, and govern AI agents that take action across every department, from responding to customers and closing deals to running campaigns and generating product descriptions. Agentic AI makes it possible for agents to work alongside humans, interacting via natural conversation to get contextual answers to their questions, resolve issues, and accelerate everyday tasks in the natural flow of work. Data. Business moves faster when every employee and AI agent is working with the latest information. Salesforce's Data 360 and Informatica pull together all of your data, like customer interactions, inventory, and even images, to unify it all in one place. This gets your data ready to be used for agentic AI, giving agents the business context they need to act reliably while maintaining trust. It enables both humans, AI agents, and platforms to get a comprehensive view of your business and customers so they can make better, more informed decisions. Apps. Every business has years of business logic they've accumulated. Salesforce's suite of applications is where this business logic lives. The workflows, approvals, rules, and processes that define how businesses operate. When a deal closes, a case escalates, or a discount gets approved, all of that logic lives within Salesforce apps. And when agents act, they do so within this system. Agentforce Sales focuses on, you guessed it, the sales process, helping you close deals faster. Agentforce Service resolves issues more efficiently. Agentforce Marketing helps create two-way conversations with customers, and Agentforce Commerce boosts revenue with seamless buying experiences. Insight, data on its own isn't enough. It needs to have understanding that can be turned into action. Tableau is able to transform the rich context living across Salesforce into governed understanding that can be surfaced instantly in a place where work already happens. That means insights are available and consistent to any human or agent on any surface they work. The key is that all of the above work in harmony with humans on one deep unified platform called Agentforce 360. That deep integration makes it easier for businesses to adopt agentic AI and become more efficient while unlocking new capabilities and revenue streams. This is the agentic enterprise. Humans, AI agents.
First, I will brief you about
agents and platforms working side by side within the same workflows and tools. While agents take on more task-based work, employees can focus on creativity, relationships, and strategy. Companies of any size and industry can use this model to grow faster, smarter, and more resilient. It's not just an upgrade, it's a fundamental shift that opens limitless opportunities and defines the future of business. Back to top. What is Agentforce? Agentforce is the intelligence that powers your business across Salesforce products and anywhere else you integrate it, all within the guardrails you set. It's where you can build, test, deploy, and govern AI agents that are always on and can take action any time of day or night. Agentforce makes it possible for employees to exceed customer expectations. For example, agents can identify potential customers in your pipeline and autonomously reach out with personalized emails. Then they can follow up, answer specific questions, and schedule an intro meeting with a prepared agenda. Agents can also interact directly with customers to answer questions, resolve cases, and act as personal shoppers across e-commerce channels. Agentforce Coworker puts this intelligence directly into the Salesforce search bar so employees can ask questions in plain language, like what changed on my top accounts this week, or which deals are at risk this quarter, and get instant, actionable answers without switching tools or digging through reports. Because agents are powered by secure data, their actions are always relevant to the needs of your company and your customers. Agents adapt in real time as new information flows in while operating within your business guardrails. And with the Atlas Reasoning Engine providing step-by-step explanations, every action is transparent and accountable. Agentforce lets you build and run AI agents that can plan, act, and escalate safely. Back to top. What is Slack? Slack is Salesforce's AI-powered workspace that centralizes communication, knowledge, and work tools into a searchable hub to be used by humans, agents, and headless platforms alike. It's the agentic work operating system for collaborating side by side using conversational language with both human colleagues and AI agents. Slack integrates with Salesforce apps and other tools to centralize your team's activity, replacing scattered email chains with conversations you can organize by topic, project, department, and more. This makes it easy to keep track of current progress and find older discussions. But it's more than just a place to chat. Slack connects to all of your CRM data and workflows so that employees can direct agents, review outputs, make decisions, and take action across your business without switching between systems. Now, with headless architecture, Salesforce's conversational interface is available on any surface. Slack, Teams, Voice, or wherever humans and agents operate. In a headless architecture, it's where the conversational record lives, providing an understanding of context, history, and intent. It's also where humans stay in control, approving agent actions and redirecting work without ever leaving the flow of the conversation. It's also the home of Slackbot, your personal AI agent for work. Since it lives in Slack, there's no setup needed. Slackbot already knows each employee's role, past interactions, and projects, and can access Google Drive, Salesforce, OneDrive, and other tools your team already uses. You simply give Slackbot instructions or ask it a question, and it figures out which information and tools it needs to take action. That means every employee has an intelligent assistant to summarize past conversations, draft messages, generate meeting prep documents, automate tasks, and execute workflows. Back to top. How does Salesforce work? Salesforce.
Meet the all-new Slackbot, your personal AI agent that's always available, right where you work. This isn't just another chatbot with generic answers. Slackbot already knows you. It understands your projects, it sees your channels, and it knows all of your deadlines. You can ask it anything in natural language, and it will organize it all for you right there in Slack. Starting your day used to mean wading through dozens of updates, messages, and priorities. But now Slackbot can handle that for you. Just ask it about your day. It will show you everything you need to start your day, your calendar, the important threads to read first, and any action items for you today. It can even help you prepare for meetings by doing background research and giving you the key facts and figures and competitive intel you'll need going in. If you've got too much to read and too little time, Slackbot will read that large file for you. In seconds, you get a summary of the file and the key takeaways from each section. Then you can tell it what to focus on to get more detail. And it can help you prepare for the really big meetings by pulling together all of the intelligence and connecting every conversation to generate a POV and instantly create a canvas that sounds authentically you. Slackbot is right there in the lead up to the meeting, helping you every step of the way with all kinds of tasks. It works because it's already here, built into Slack, securely connected to Salesforce, and has access to what you have access to, so it knows your business. No need for training, no new systems, just exponential capability, instantly available. The future of work is here, and it's right there in Slack.
Nice.
Salesforce works thanks to a platform that provides everyone in your company with a single shared view of your customer and business data, which leads to deeper customer relationships, more productive employees, and smoother business operations. That's because a solid data foundation gives AI agents the context and understanding to share insights, suggest next steps, and provide useful support to employees and customers. Salesforce is built to be operated by humans, agents, and headless platforms. With Headless 360, every Salesforce capability, your data, business logic, workflows, and governance rules is accessible from any interface, even outside of Salesforce's software, no matter where or how it's accessed. All of your permissions, policies, and business rules travel with it. Building an agentic enterprise means ensuring you have the right context and information for both humans and AI agents to do better work. Data 360 connects to the places your data already lives, data lakes, warehouses, and Salesforce apps, and builds real-time unified profiles. And since you're connecting with your data directly, there's zero-copy connectivity, removing the risks involved with duplicating data. Apps are how businesses use Salesforce to get work done. It's where all of your business logic lives, so that all of your company's workflows, approvals, rules, and processes are in one place. Customer 360, what we call our collection of apps for sales, service, marketing, commerce, and platform, connects directly to unified data and agents, so humans, agents, and platforms work in the same apps and workflows. With Slack as the engagement layer, where decisions get made and action gets taken. Salesforce is more than a platform, it's an ecosystem. Customers can extend Salesforce with thousands of solutions from the Agent Exchange to connect with a global network of partners and experts. Trailhead, our free online learning platform, provides training so employees can build their skills, while Salesforce's customer success resources help organizations succeed faster. This ecosystem ensures companies of any size can grow with Salesforce and adapt as their needs change, helping every business on the path to becoming an agentic enterprise. Back to top. Get hands-on with our products. In this interactive Salesforce demo, you'll explore real AI use cases and solutions built for agentic enterprises. Salesforce for customer.
Oh, Senate.
ऊँटों की नगरी किसे कहते हैं बताओ? ऊँटों की नगरी कौन सा कुंड? ऊँट होते हैं ना कुंडे? बावड़ी. बावड़ी की नगरी तो मंदिर होता है. और कुंड की नगरी.
CPU step roles.
बुद्धि जाओ ना जब लेट जाजू मेरे घर से
Salesforce for customer service. With Agentforce service, Salesforce customers see a 33% improvement in customer satisfaction, CSAT, while decreasing their support costs by 26% on average. Our leading customer service tools help you scale service while maximizing ROI and driving efficiencies from the contact center to the field, all on a single platform. Companies are seeing 31% of cases or customer issues being solved by Salesforce AI. Autonomous agents powered by Agentforce increase productivity by providing 24/7 customer service, generating responses to customer queries. And with Agentforce Voice, customers can now have complex conversations with agents that know the full context of past interactions. When needed, these agents can hand off to a human rep, together with call notes that get reps instantly up to speed. Now, you can resolve cases faster, provide instant support, and have a complete and informed view of your customers at every interaction. Today, customers expect to interact with your business through their preferred channels. We can help you manage those critical touchpoints to provide seamless customer experiences, including self-service channels, field service, and digital interactions like chat, SMS, and social messaging apps. When your teams are working together with agents, there are endless opportunities for time and cost savings. Back to top, Salesforce for sales. Sales isn't our name. It's how we got started in the CRM business, and we've never stopped finding ways to empower sales teams. With generative AI and agents, Agentforce Sales gives sellers deal insights and provides sales coaching, helping them spend less time on busy work and more time closing deals. It even uses AI agents to autonomously engage with leads via a website or messaging channel to answer questions, capture leads, and schedule meetings with your sales team. Sales teams that started using Salesforce AI have reported that their deals close 29% faster. And better still, by connecting sales with marketing, service, and more, your opportunities increase and your customer experiences feel more seamless and engaged. On average, our customers see a 30% increase in sales revenue and a 30% increase in sales productivity after implementing Agentforce Sales. Our platform simplifies and manages the entire sales cycle, from prospecting to deal close to upsell and cross-sell. With Agentforce Sales, you've got the full sales tech stack ready to automate and scale all your manual sales processes, inspect your pipelines and forecasts with precision accuracy, and connect all customer touchpoints for the best buying experience. Back to top, Salesforce for marketing. Agentforce Marketing helps you save time, increase efficiency, and meet customers on their preferred channels. Email, web, social, mobile, ads. To turn that first interaction into a two-way conversation with an autonomous agent. And with the help of marketing analytics and AI insights, rest assured you're getting the most out of every dollar and optimizing campaign performance. Marketing teams that use Salesforce estimate a 33% average increase in customer engagement, a 32% increase in marketing ROI, and 30% average decrease in costs to acquire new customers. You can better understand your customers through unified data and engage them with relevant messaging, delivering hyper-personalized interactions everywhere. Using AI and unified data to personalize offers, campaigns, and journeys, Salesforce customers see a 33% average increase in conversions. With Agentforce, you can improve lead generation and generate dynamic, personalized content that engages customers and prospects on their preferred channel, boosting customer acquisition. Back to top, Salesforce for business to consumer and business to business shopping and commerce. Salesforce also has tools to build seamless business to consumer, B2C, and business to business, B2B, commerce experiences that help grow revenue, engage customers, and connect commerce to the rest of your business. With Agentforce Commerce, agents can replicate the same experience a shopper would have with your best sales associate, answering product questions, offering up personalized suggestions, and completing sales right from the chat. Easy to implement and adapt, our tools remove friction from the buying experience, even if a customer starts their shopping journey on one channel and completes it on another. In fact, Agentforce Commerce customers see a 29% increase in digital revenue and a 31% increase in digital conversion rates. Back to top, Salesforce for IT. Salesforce gives IT teams a trusted platform to automate and secure operations across the business, with no-code, low-code, and pro-code tools that let admins and developers build together. It's where they can design, test, and deploy agents in a single conversational workspace. Whether your team is tech-minded or not, the Agentforce 360 platform can help your entire organization automate workflows, build intelligent apps, and enforce access and compliance controls. Integration is easy because our platform is metadata-driven and AI-first. Configuration, updates, and extensions flow naturally, so new solutions can be created quickly without disrupting existing systems. With Agentforce MuleSoft and built-in APIs, Salesforce connects to legacy systems, data lakes, AI models, and services, enabling data to flow seamlessly. With Salesforce, teams build and iterate faster, reduce custom maintenance, and streamline support, which leads to organizations seeing a 30% decrease in its costs. And perhaps most important, security, governance, and compliance are built in at every layer. Back to top. What's your agentic AI strategy? Our playbook is your free guide to becoming an agentic enterprise. Learn about use cases, deployment, and AI skills, and download interactive worksheets for your team. Salesforce for Small Business. Salesforce for Small Business is a scalable CRM platform with a suite of tools tailored to small business needs, including sales, customer service automation, and real-time analytics. There are many ways that startups and small businesses can get started, including free CRM, which offers sales, service, and marketing capabilities for up to 2 users. With its flexibility and powerful automation features, Starter Suite allows small businesses to focus on what they do best, innovating and serving their customers. Plus, its seamless integration with third-party apps ensures that all business processes are aligned, making it a powerful asset for any growing enterprise. Back to top. See an example of Salesforce in action. We have many customer stories to share, but let's look at just one example of how Salesforce helps deliver success. PepsiCo's food and beverages are enjoyed more than 1 billion times a day in over 200 countries. Running a business at that scale is complex, especially when half your customers are small businesses. At the same time, AI is reshaping our business in ways that were once unimaginable, said Ramon Laguarta, chairman and CEO. To make the most of it, PepsiCo is using Agentforce 360. Using the Agentforce 360 platform, PepsiCo is building agents that replicate the level of service reps provide to large retailers, giving every small business the ability to reach out via live chat or over the phone using Agentforce Voice. Next, they'll deploy Agentforce across their global network of over 100 contact centers. The more efficient we can be with our operations, the better, said Dave Donalik, SVP, Technology Strategy and Enterprise Solutions at Pepsi Company with Agentforce for Consumer Goods. The team has a single place to manage promotion timing, pricing, and product mix for top retailers like Walmart and Target. The app also helps make every rep visit count by providing specific merchandising instructions, share of shelf metrics tracking, and more. The power...
Have you noticed? You hear something new with buttons today. People who think young say, Pepsi, please.
There has been a massive pivot within PepsiCo. We needed to take the AI vision to a very next level.
PepsiCo is really this cultural icon that weaves itself through people's lives.
Brands like Pepsi, Gatorade, Lay's, Doritos. We consider the world our consumers.
But first player advantage alone isn't enough.
Historically, the customer experience can be fragmented. To be the best in this industry, we're going to have to leverage best-in-class technology.
Market needs are very rapid, and we couldn't respond fast enough because, as a human, it takes longer to do that.
It's clear that we need to change with a be able to deliver.
People will lead out of an enterprise and that will be partners in
Agentic is really the magic behind how we solve customer issues and provide customer experience.
Imagine a world where the order is automatic. No one touches the order, which we will get better the order.
The amount of times AI customers might mention stop through Agentforce. You can predict you're running low on this, and we can automate a text message to that customer. And with the button, they're able to replace that order they didn't even know they need.
You think of the world of Agentforce is that's a massive efficiency. We have implemented Agentforce in the range of 25 to 30%.
For agent service, we can allow that salesperson more than 40 data, and all of those other issues can be pulled from our agents. It expands the realm of possibility and allows you to do things that they never possible.
Becoming an enterprise is really about having transparency through the organization. Trust that.
Because of the tools that Salesforce provides us, we're able to deliver a better and best-in-class customer experience.
The powerhouse of PepsiCo's global operations is the 360. With the help of Agentforce MuleSoft, they are able to harmonize data from across Salesforce apps, and products with internal solutions like consumer and store DNA and household panel data from spreadsheets. With a complete view of each customer and store and the ability to segment based on preference, location, or buying habits, we know where our consumers are and we know what's moving, says Donalik. Then, they can quickly use Agentforce marketing to take action on those segments and push out personalized marketing messages to consumers via SMS, WhatsApp, and email. Looking to the future, PepsiCo worked with PwC to design a 5-year roadmap with Salesforce at the center. This collaboration and co-innovation led PepsiCo to shift from standalone tools to adopting a full suite Salesforce ecosystem. The integration journey includes multiple use cases for AI-driven service, from equipment servicing to next-generation marketing analytics and personalization, that will help them continue to drive their business forward. Back to top. What is Salesforce best known for? Salesforce is best known as the first agentic CRM and is always innovating to help companies connect with customers in new and better ways. We were the first company to put business software in the cloud and continue to redefine what a CRM can do. That includes combining trusted data with autonomous agents to build deeper, more personalized customer relationships and help employees do more. As a company, we do more than build great products. Our greatest strengths are our values, trust, customer success, innovation, equality, and sustainability. We believe businesses of every size can be a platform for change, driving growth while building a better future, and we lead by example. From the beginning, Salesforce has followed the 1-to-1-1 philanthropic model, donating 1% of our equity, our product, and our employees' time to support communities around the world. To date, that commitment has resulted in more than $840 million in grants, 10 million hours of volunteer service, and product donations for over 62,000 nonprofits and educational institutions. We also believe technology should serve a broader purpose. Salesforce has created solutions to help organizations track and reduce their environmental impact, and Trailhead modules to help employees build new skills and reskill for the future. These resources span everything from AI and data literacy to business and technical skills, ensuring people can adapt as job requirements evolve. It's part of our ongoing effort to make innovation trusted, accessible, and intentional. Back to top. Humans, agents, and platforms driving customer success. Success comes when employees and AI agents work together. Employees gain more time for creativity and strategy, while agents handle tasks at scale. From resolving service requests instantly to surfacing insights in sales and marketing, the result is stronger relationships, faster innovation, and more resilient growth. The future of customer success is built on this collaboration between humans, agents, and platforms. Explore how Salesforce can help your business unlock that potential and continue your learning journey with these free resources. Agentforce, 360 Basics. Learn how Salesforce connects humans, agents, and platforms to deliver faster, smarter outcomes. Discover Agentforce and AI agents. Learn about Salesforce's AI, and our agentic AI can help you get more done. Back to top. Source: 2025 Salesforce Customer Success Metrics Global Highlights. Data is aggregated from 3,016 customers across 9 countries. Explore related content by topic. Jody Farrar is a director of product marketing at Salesforce. She's equally obsessed with all things marketing as she is with her 2 adorable kiddos. Just for you. Get the latest articles in your inbox. Copyright 2026 Salesforce Inc.
Okay, fine. It's done. It's time to summarize it. What I will do.
Absolutely. I'm Gwyneth, and I'd love to give you a thoughtful summary. So, the page explores Salesforce as the world's leading agentic CRM. It highlights how it helps businesses by combining humans, AI agents, and platforms to improve customer relationships. The page also dives into key features like AI capabilities, data integration, and apps for sales, marketing, and more. And of course, it illustrates how companies like PepsiCo use Salesforce to achieve success. Of course. Let's slow down a little. I'm here just listening. Let's take it step by step. We'll go gently together through whatever you need. You can share more whenever you're ready. That's a great question. I'd say a small business might choose Salesforce because it's highly scalable, offers a wealth of integrations, and brings powerful AI tools, all in one place. And it grows with you, adapting as you do. There's a kind of flexibility that can be really comforting for small business owners.
Okay, fine. This is complete.
Discover the Salesforce ecosystem. Learning objectives. After completing this unit, you'll be able to define the Salesforce ecosystem. Describe the role partners play in the Salesforce ecosystem. An impactful team.
Okay.
To make big things happen, you need an awesome team. And the best teams have players with different strengths that complement each other. That's the purpose of the Salesforce ecosystem. It's the team that makes Salesforce the first customer relationship management (CRM) platform. The Salesforce ecosystem is made up of Salesforce, that's us, customers, companies of all sizes that use our products, partners, Salesforce, certified experts who work with customers across products and industries. Throughout the Salesforce ecosystem, you'll find trailblazers, the pioneers, innovators, and lifelong learners who innovate with Salesforce and use our platform to transform their organizations. The Salesforce economy. The Salesforce ecosystem drives the revenues and jobs created by Salesforce, known as the Salesforce economy. This economy creates millions of jobs around the world, and we mean millions. A new study from IDC finds that the Salesforce ecosystem will create 9.3 million new jobs and $1.6 trillion USD in new business revenues worldwide by 2026. These figures show that most business growth isn't at Salesforce, the company. It's in the ecosystem. The need for Salesforce talent. With over 150,000 companies using Salesforce today, there's a growing demand for jobs that help organizations get the most out of the platform. Salesforce customers need professionals at their organization to manage and continually improve their Salesforce instance, like Salesforce administrators and developers. And more than 85% of customers work with partners who power the customer's ability to transform and thrive, whether it's through ready-to-install apps or hands-on assistance across products and industries. Partners do this by hiring talented business analysts, consultants, architects, and many other Salesforce professionals. Salesforce partners help customers get the most out of Salesforce. Tailor Salesforce to their business needs, grow into new opportunities and industries. Our powerful partners and customers have helped grow the Salesforce ecosystem beyond our wildest dreams. In 2019, the ecosystem was more than 4 times larger than Salesforce itself, and will grow to almost 6 times larger by 2026. Now that you've learned about the Salesforce ecosystem and its impact on the Salesforce economy, take our career development planning module in Trailhead to become a part of it. Resources: Salesforce site, customer success stories, Salesforce site partners, blog post, what is a trailblazer, PDF.
Okay, fine. No, then we'll do this. Okay. Okay, fine. Take a screenshot of it, paste here. Then go here, paste here, and go here, copy this. Okay, like it. Refresh it. This is like that. This is done. Last time for this one. Lot of heat here. I think I should direct. Okay. Okay, we're going to start my study now. Okay, fine. Starting from this book. Okay. Where I stopped yesterday. Starting from chapter number 4, training models.
Chapter 4, training models.
Yeah.
So far, we have treated machine.
So please attentively listen it. Okay. Now I'm going to open that code file also yeah. So far we have
treated machine learning models and their training algorithms mostly like black boxes. If you went through some of the exercises in the previous chapters, you may have been surprised by how much you can get done without knowing anything about what's under the hood. You optimized a regression system, you improved a digit image classifier, and you even built a spam classifier from scratch, all without knowing how they actually work. Indeed, in many situations, you don't really need to know the implementation details. However, having a good understanding of how things work can help you quickly home in on the appropriate model, the right training algorithm to use, and a good set of hyperparameters for your task. Understanding what's under the hood will also help you debug issues and perform error analysis more efficiently. Lastly, most of the topics discussed in this chapter will be essential in understanding, building, and training neural networks. In this chapter, we will start by looking at the linear regression model, one of the simplest models there is. We will discuss 2 very different ways to train it. Using a closed-form equation that directly computes the model parameters that best fit the model to the training set. Using an iterative optimization approach called gradient descent that gradually tweaks the model parameters to minimize the cost function over the training set, eventually converging to the same set of parameters as the first method. We will look at a few variants of gradient descent that we will use again. And 1. A closed-form equation is only composed of a finite number of constants, variables, and standard operations, for example, a equal to sin. No infinite sums, no limits, no integrals, etc. Again, when we study neural networks in Part 2, batch GD, mini-batch GD, and stochastic GD. Next, we will look at polynomial regression, a more complex model that can fit non-linear datasets. Since this model has more parameters than linear regression, it is more prone to overfitting the training data. We will explore how to detect whether or not this is the case using learning curves, and then we will look at several regularization techniques that can reduce the risk of overfitting the training set. Finally, we will examine 2 more models that are commonly used for classification tasks, logistic regression and softmax regression. There will be quite a few math equations in this chapter, using basic notions of linear algebra and calculus. To understand these equations, you will need to know what vectors and matrices are, how to transpose them, multiply them, and inverse them, and what partial derivatives are. If you are unfamiliar with these concepts, please go through the linear algebra and calculus introductory tutorials, available as Jupyter notebooks in the online supplemental material.
Okay, let me check it out. Okay.
For those who are truly allergic to mathematics, you should still go through this chapter and simply skip the equations. Hopefully, the text will be sufficient to help you understand most of the concepts. Linear regression. In Chapter 1, we looked at a simple regression model of life satisfaction. Life satisfaction equal to theta 0 plus theta 1 times GDP per capita. This model is just a linear function of the input feature GDP per capita. Theta 0 and theta 1 are the model's parameters. More generally, a linear model makes a prediction by simply computing a weighted sum of the input features, plus a constant called the bias term, as shown in equation 4:1. Equation 4:1. Linear regression model prediction. Y equal to theta 0 plus theta 1 times plus theta 2 times plus theta nxn. In this equation, y is the predicted value. N is the number of features. Xi is the ith feature value. Theta j is the jth model parameter, including the bias term theta 0 and the feature weights theta 1, theta 2, theta n. This can be written much more concisely using a vectorized form, as shown in equation 4:2. Equation 4:2, linear regression model prediction, y equal to theta x equal to theta ux. In this equation, theta is the hypothesis function using the model parameters theta. Theta is the model's parameter vector containing the bias term theta 0, and the feature weights theta 1 to theta n. X is the instance's feature vector containing x to xn with x always equal to 1. Theta dot which x is the dot product of the vectors theta and x, which is equal to theta 0 times plus theta 1 times plus theta 2 times plus theta nxn. In machine learning, vectors are often represented as column vectors, which are 2D arrays with a single column. If theta and x are column vectors, then the prediction is y equal to thetax, where theta is the transpose of theta and thetax is the matrix multiplication of theta and x. It is, of course, the same prediction, except that it is now represented as a single-cell matrix rather than a scalar value. In this book, I will use this notation to avoid switching between dot products and matrix multiplications. Okay, that's the linear regression model, but how do we train it? Well, recall that training a model means setting its parameters so that the model best fits the training set. For this purpose, we first need a measure of how well the model fits the training data. In Chapter 2, we saw that the most common performance measure of a regression model is the root mean square error. Therefore, to train a linear regression model, we need to find the value of theta that minimizes the RMSE. In practice, it is simpler to minimize the mean squared error than the RMSE, and it leads to the same result. Learning algorithms will often optimize a different loss function during training than the performance measure used to evaluate the final model. This is generally because the function is easier to optimize and/or because it has extra terms needed during training only. A good performance metric is as close as possible to the final business objective. A good training loss is easy to optimize and strongly correlated with the metric. For example, classifiers are often trained using a cost function such as the log loss, but evaluated using precision recall. The log loss is easy to minimize, and doing so will usually improve precision recall. The MSE of a linear regression hypothesis theta on a training set X is calculated using equation 4 to 3. Equation 4 to 3. MSE cost function for a linear regression model. MSEX theta equal to M1, I equal to 1 meter theta xi, y I2. Most of these notations were presented in Chapter 2. The only difference is that we write h instead of just h to make it clear that the model is parametrized by the vector theta. To simplify notations, we will just write MSE instead of MSE. The normal equation. To find the value of theta that minimizes the MSE, there exists a closed-form solution, in other words, a mathematical equation that gives the result directly. This is called the normal equation. Equation 4 to 4, normal equation, theta equal to xxxy. In this equation, theta is the value of theta that minimizes the cost function. Y is the vector of target values containing y to y. Let's generate some linear-looking data to test this equation on. Import numpy as np. np.random seed. Hashtag to make this code example reproducible m equal to 100, hashtag number of instances, x equal to 2, np.random.rand m. 1. Hashtag column vector y equal to 4 plus 3, x plus np.random.random m. 1. Hashtag column vector. Figure 4-1. A randomly generated linear dataset. Now let's compute theta using the normal equation. We will use the inv function from numpy's linear algebra module to compute the inverse of a matrix, and the dot method for matrix multiplication. From Scikit-Learn.preprocessing, import add dummy feature. xleb equal to add dummy feature. Hashtag add x equal to 1 to each instance theta. Best equal to np.linelg.nv. xwbt at xlbb at xlebt at y. The AT operator performs matrix multiplication. If A and B are numpy arrays, then A at B is equivalent to np.matmul A, B. Many other libraries like TensorFlow, PyTorch, and JAX support the AT operator as well. However, you cannot use that on pure Python arrays. The function that we use to generate the data is y equal to...
Okay, I understood. Let me check out one thing. The normal equation I am doing, Okay, I will do linear regression today. Training decision I will do tomorrow, okay. Then 166 I will complete the chapter, okay, chapter number 4, training models, okay.
To 4 plus 3 times plus Gaussian noise. Let's see what the equation found. Out the theta best array. We would have hoped for th0 equal to 4 and theta 1 equal to 3 instead of theta 0 equal to 4.215 and theta 1 equal to 2.770. Close enough, but the noise made it impossible to recover the exact parameters of the original function. The smaller and noisier the dataset, the harder it gets. Now we can make predictions using theta. Xashinu equal to np.array. Xanuvp equal to add dummy feature. Hashtag add x equal to 1 to each instance. EAY predict equal to xanuvy pre at theta best. AEY predict array. Let's plot this model's predictions. Import matplotlib.pyplot as plt, plt.plot, xtnew, y predict, label equal to predictions, plt.plot, x, y, axis grid, and legend plt.show, figure 4-2, linear regression model predictions. Performing linear regression using Scikit-Learn is relatively straightforward. Va from Scikit-Learn.linear model, import linear regression. Te lin reg equal to linear regression, te lin reg.fit, x, y, t lin reg.interceptor, lin reg.cofa, array, te lin reg.predict. Array. Notice that Scikit-Learn separates the bias term from the feature weights. The linear regression class is based on the scipy.linealg.lstsq function, which you could call directly. De theta best svd, residuals, rank, s equal to np.linealg.lstu xtuab, y, rockon equal tune times 10 to the power of minus 6, e theta best svd array. This function computes theta equal to x plus y, where x plus is the pseudo-inverse of x. You can use np.linealg.pnv to compute the pseudo-inverse directly. denp.linealg.pinv. At y-array, the pseudoinverse itself is computed using a standard matrix factorization technique called singular value decomposition that can decompose the training set matrix. Then it replaces all the non-zero values with the inverse, and finally, it transposes the resulting matrix. This approach is more efficient than computing the normal equation. Plus, it handles edge cases nicely. Indeed, the normal equation may not work if the matrix XX is not invertible, such as if Mn or if some features are redundant, but the pseudo-inverse is always defined. Computational complexity. The normal equation computes the inverse of XX, which is in times matrix. The computational complexity of inverting such a matrix is typically about O to O, depending on the implementation. In other words, if you double the number of features, you multiply the computation time by roughly 22.4% equal to 5.3 to 23 equal to 8. The SVD approach used by Scikit-Learn's linear regression class is about O. If you double the number of features, you multiply the computation time by roughly 4%. Both the normal equation and the SVD approach get very slow when the number of features grows large. On the positive side, both are linear with regard to the number of instances in the training set, so they handle large training sets efficiently, provided they can fit in memory. Also, once you have trained your linear regression model, predictions are very fast. The computational complexity is linear with regard to both the number of instances you want to make predictions on and the number of features. In other words, making predictions on twice as many instances will take roughly twice as much time. Now we will look at a very different way to train a linear regression model, which is better suited for cases where there are a large number of features or too many training instances to fit in memory. Gradient descent.
Okay, from this I will continue tomorrow. It's enough for today. What I will do, I will revise it. I will summarize this. Are we going here? 165 is okay. Summarizing the chapter. Deep dive. Bullet point. I'm going to select chapter now. Chapter number 2. Okay. Fine. Not very more. Okay, I will continue it after some time. Okay. And now starting with the summary of this chapter that I studied today.
A linear regression.
Fundamentals
of linear regression. Defining linear models, a linear regression model serves as a foundation for predictive analytics, operating on the principle that the output variable is a weighted sum of input features combined with a bias term. Mathematically, the prediction is expressed as the dot product of a parameter vector and a feature vector, where the latter includes an initial value of 1 to account for the intercept. The model aims to find the optimal parameter values that minimize a cost function, typically the mean squared error. This function quantifies the discrepancy between the hypothesis output and the actual observed values across the training dataset. The closed-form solution, the normal equation, provides a direct mathematical method to calculate the parameters that minimize the cost function without requiring iterative optimization. By solving this equation, one can derive the exact vector of coefficients that aligns the model most closely with the training data. This approach is highly effective for datasets with a manageable number of features, although it relies on the matrix of features being invertible. When this condition is not met, the equation may fail, necessitating alternative strategies that ensure stability and numerical robustness during the training process. Computational approaches and optimization. Scikit-Learn implementation. The linear regression class simplifies the training process by leveraging the singular value decomposition method rather than directly inverting the matrix. This technique computes the Moore-Penrose pseudo-inverse, which provides a reliable solution even when the matrix is singular or contains redundant features. By decomposing the dataset matrix into 3 constituent matrices, the algorithm can effectively handle diverse and potentially problematic data structures. This methodology is preferred in practical applications for its efficiency and superior performance on datasets that might otherwise present challenges to a basic normal equation implementation. Scaling and complexity. The performance of training algorithms is heavily influenced by the size of the feature space. The normal equation exhibits a computational complexity ranging from O to O and n bar E3, where n represents the number of features. Consequently, doubling the feature count results in a significantly non-linear increase in processing time. Conversely, the SVD-based approach implemented by Scikit-Learn scales more efficiently at O and DWell2. While both methods are highly efficient regarding the number of instances, scaling linearly, they become prohibitive when working with extremely high-dimensional datasets. Once a model is successfully trained, however, generating predictions remains an exceptionally fast, linear process. Introduction to Gradient Descent. Iterative Optimization Strategies. Gradient Descent represents a versatile iterative optimization framework designed to minimize cost functions by systematically adjusting parameter values. The intuition behind this process is akin to navigating through mountainous terrain under dense fog. By continuously assessing the local gradient of the error function and moving in the direction of the steepest descent, the algorithm progresses toward a global or local minimum. This approach is particularly advantageous when dealing with high-dimensional spaces or massive datasets, where direct analytical solutions, such as the normal equation, become computationally expensive or mathematically impossible due to memory constraints or matrix singularity issues. The convergence process, training via gradient descent, begins with random initialization of the model parameters. The algorithm then refines these parameters through successive incremental updates, effectively minimizing the MSE at every step. As the algorithm iterates, the model gradually approaches the valley of the cost function, eventually achieving convergence. This iterative nature makes it a cornerstone of machine learning, serving as the basis for more advanced training techniques. Future discussions will explore how this methodology is further adapted for complex neural networks through variants like batch, mini-batch, and stochastic gradient descent, as well as how regularization techniques help prevent the overfitting commonly associated with high-complexity models like polynomial regression. Balancing metrics and loss. Practitioners must carefully distinguish between the performance metrics used for final evaluation and the cost functions utilized during training. While a loss function, such as the log loss or MSE, is selected for its ease of optimization and mathematical compatibility with the model architecture, the ultimate goal remains the alignment with real-world objectives, such as precision or recall. By optimizing a well-chosen training loss, developers can consistently improve the final performance of the model. This strategic alignment between computational loss and business-centric evaluation is critical for developing robust and effective predictive systems in diverse professional and academic applications. This summary outlines the foundational mechanics of linear regression, emphasizing the transition from closed-form analytical solutions to iterative optimization algorithms. It details the mathematical derivation of the linear model, explores the computational costs associated with different solver implementations, and introduces the conceptual framework of gradient descent as an essential tool for training scalable, modern machine learning models.
Okay, going to start this gradient descent now.
Gradient descent. Gradient descent is a generic optimization algorithm capable of finding optimal solutions to a wide range of problems. The general idea of gradient descent is to tweak parameters iteratively in order to minimize a cost function. Suppose you are lost in the mountains in a dense fog, and you can only feel the slope of the ground below your feet. A good strategy to get to the bottom of the valley quickly is to go downhill in the direction of the steepest slope. This is exactly what gradient descent does. It measures the local gradient of the error function with regard to the parameter vector theta, and it goes in the direction of descending gradient. Once the gradient is 0, you have reached a minimum. In practice, you start by filling theta with random values. Then you improve it gradually, taking one baby step at a time, each step attempting to decrease the cost function until the algorithm converges to a minimum. Figure 4-3. In this depiction of gradient descent, the model parameters are initialized randomly and get tweaked repeatedly to minimize the cost function. The learning step size is proportional to the slope of the cost function, so the steps gradually get smaller as the cost approaches the minimum. An important parameter in gradient descent is the size of the steps, determined by the learning rate hyperparameter. If the learning rate is too small, then the algorithm will have to go through many iterations to converge, which will take a long time. Figure 4-4. Learning rate too small. On the other hand, if the learning rate is too high, you might jump across the valley and end up on the other side, possibly even higher up than you were before. This might make the algorithm diverge, with larger and larger values failing to find a good solution. Additionally, not all cost functions look like nice regular bowls. There may be holes, ridges, plateaus, and all sorts of irregular terrain, making convergence to the minimum difficult. Figure 4-6 shows the two main challenges with gradient descent. If the random initialization starts the algorithm on the left, then it will converge to a local minimum, which is not as good as the global minimum. If it starts on the right, then it will take a very long time to cross the plateau. And if you stop too early, you will never reach the global minimum. Figure 4-6. Gradient descent pitfalls. Fortunately, the MSE cost function for a linear regression model happens to be a convex function, which means that if you pick any 2 points on the curve, the line segment joining them is never below the curve. This implies that there are no local minima, just one global minimum. It is also a continuous function with a slope that never changes abruptly. These two facts have a great consequence. Gradient descent is guaranteed to approach arbitrarily closely the global minimum. While the cost function has the shape of a bowl, it can be an elongated bowl if the features have very different scales. Figure 4-7 shows gradient descent on a training set where features 1 and 2 have the same scale, and on a training set where feature 1 has much smaller values than feature 2. Figure 4-7. Gradient descent with and without feature scaling. As you can see...
Okay. I think it's enough for today. Basic gradient descent is also good, and you can see the basic gradient descent plot, Johnson, left. Everything is good here. Okay, fine. Okay, now entering the retreat from tomorrow. Creating a good quiz. Maybe some questions like pages, not pages, chapters. Okay. And selecting chapter number 3. Okay. This chapter is selected. Okay, fine. The questions are generating. I will do the questions and then I will come to the study. Question number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You can see here the code of linear regression.
Which of the following describes the purpose of the bias term in a linear regression model?
That is constant.
What does the normal equation directly minimize? What is the computational complexity of inverting a matrix of size x? Why is the SVD approach sometimes preferred over the normal equation?
Small letter filter.
What does the at operator perform in NumPy? How does the training time change when doubling the number of features in the normal equation?
Okay.
What is the main strategy of gradient descent? In the context,
I will revise it and then I will do it. Okay.
Allow you to do.
We're going to start it again. The practice that I will do earlier. Look at this one.
What does the normal equation directly minimize? When might the normal equation fail?
Alright.
What is the value of x in the feature vector?
1.
In the context of the linear regression class, what is COFA? Which of the following describes the purpose of the bias term in a linear regression model? How does the training time change when... What is the computational complexity of... What is the main strategy of gradient descent? Which of the following describes the behavior of gradient descent in high-dimensional settings? Why might a loss function used in training differ from the evaluation metric? How does the SVD approach affect prediction speed? What does the at operator perform in NumPy?
Okay. Moving back to the plot questions by using this. Okay. Now I'm going to start my study now. My study is that fine. This was also fine. This is my cost that I did to report this was. And I'm happen here. Okay, fine. I will be done with it. Okay. I'll go open it. Okay. Yes. Once. I'll open it. Extract it. Extract all. Okay. Open it. Okay, fine. PowerPoint is opening the Salesforce product examination. The request everything is given there. Okay, fine. Okay, going to start it.
Of AI. So first thing is, as you all know, all of us are good in certain things, but we're not good in certain other things. For example, I have a passion to teach. I love to teach, but I'm not good in writing the same things. I'm not a good writer, but there are other people who are good in writing, but they're not somebody who like to speak in front of the camera. So everybody have their strengths and everybody has their weaknesses. And the same way, AI is also of different types. Certain AIs are good in predicting certain things. Some AIs are good in understanding natural human language. Some AIs are good in classification. Figure out what that is. So there are different types of AI where their own capabilities and they can do certain things. But there's no concept like general AI, which is pretty much does each and everything a little bit. We don't have that yet. So just like we humans, we have different capabilities. The AI is also different types that they do a particular job very well. So let's understand the different types of AIs that we have. So the main types of AI capabilities. So there is no singular AI that is good at everything. So as we've talked about it, there's not a particular concept of general AI where just particular AI does everything. And instead, over the years, what scientists have developed is they've developed AI that are capable of doing one job very well. And that's why there's different types of AIs. So numeric predictions, classification, robotic navigations, and language processing. These are the 4 different types of AIs that is available. So let's understand what AI means of numeric predictions. It can predict the price of a particular airline ticket at a given time. Okay, so it is good in predicting prices. It is good in predicting how the weather is going to be. Is it going to be rainy? They can calculate the time you need to take to travel. So these are good in predicting certain things. Or numeric predictions, they are good in predicting the price of a product at a given time of the year. So for example, if let's assume during the Thanksgiving season, the airfare is a little bit on the higher side because it has more demand, more people are traveling, and because of that, the prices of the tickets are going to be high at that particular season. Similarly, during June and July time, people have summer vacations. At that time also, the prices of the airfare is going to be high because people are traveling, kids are off from school. So that is what a numeric predictions is. So this particular AI is good in predicting something numerically, like or how much time you're going to take to travel to a particular destination. So all of this comes under numeric predictions. Then the second type of the AI that is classifications. It can classify. It can tell you what that particular thing is what kind of plant is it. Because if, for example, if you use something called as Google Lens and you take that your camera next to the plant, it will tell you what type of plant it is. Is it a poisonous plant or is it not a poisonous plant? It can classify. If you take that AI to next to a spoon picture, it is going to tell you that it's a spoon. It is used to eat food, etc. So it can classify certain things. It can tell you that this is what it is. Okay, it can help you understand. If you don't know something, you look at something and you don't know what it is, you can use this AI and it will tell you based on the data it has, based on the pictures it has, based on all the information it has, it can tell you what that particular thing is. The third type is robotic navigations. They can navigate and they can adapt to the changing situations. And one of the good example of robotic navigation is your Teslas, or we can say these automatic driven cars, because they can drive, right? They can easily change the lanes. They can get slower and faster depending on how the traffic is. If there is a stop sign, they will stop at it. If there's a red light, they'll stop at it. They can easily change lanes, so they can navigate. Similarly, the Roomba that you have, which is basically another robotic navigation, it can clean your house. It can go through the tables and then the chairs, etc. It can navigate properly. It can figure out, okay, there's a obstacle at this time, I have to go and turn around or find a way across it. So that is another example of robotic navigation. So there are different types of AIs which are good in certain things. The fourth one that we have is language processing. This particular AI understands the human language. It can easily interpret not only what they're trying to say, but also the emotion behind it, right? Because we humans have different ways of saying the same thing, but has a different meaning, right? And one of the great examples of the language processing is we have Alexa, right? And we can talk to Alexa. Alexa, we can ask, hey, what time of the day it is, how the weather is going to be tomorrow. And I don't have to talk in a machine language with Alexa, right? I can easily talk in my language that I'm talking to my friend, and she can understand. Alexa can understand very well what I'm asking, and she can give me the results. So that is called as language processing, because we have fed how humans are talking. What we have fed all that information, and now that AI can easily understand a human language, right? It is like talking to a friend. So there are different types of AI that are available, and each type of AI is good in a particular thing. And in the next few lectures, we are also going to go deeper into these 4 categories of the AI. So this was just giving you a quick overview of the different types of AI or the capabilities of AI. I'm going to see you in the next video, and until then, thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye-bye. Take care. Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialrack.com. Now, in the previous tutorial, we understood that there are 4 different capabilities of AI. We can classify them. Some AI are good in doing certain things, some AI are good in doing something else. So we have categorized them into 4 main categories. The number one was numeric prediction. The second one we had was robotic navigation. Then the third one was classification. And the fourth one we had was the natural language processing. So let's go ahead and dig deeper into these categories. So what comes under numeric prediction? So if you have to understand that okay, this customer is going to renew its subscription, then the other thing that can come under is what is going to be
Okay, this you can see here. Fine.
From mytutorialrack.com. Now, in the previous tutorial, we understood that there are 4 different capabilities of AI. We can classify them. Some AI are good in doing certain things, some AI are good in doing something else. So we have categorized them into 4 main categories. The number one was numeric prediction. The second one we had was robotic navigation. Then the third one was classification. And the fourth one we had was the natural language processing. So let's go ahead and dig deeper into these categories. So what comes under numeric prediction? So if you have to understand that, okay, if this customer is going to renew its subscription or not, then the other thing that can come under is what is going to be the price of this product. Is this pricing is good with the people? Is people are going to be comfortable buying the product at a particular price? Will there be a high demand on the power grid this evening? Is there a risk for medical condition? And if you want to figure out what is going to be your next sales, all these comes under numeric prediction. If you want to see the price of an airline ticket or the price of the hotel during the season of summer, during your Christmas time, your Thanksgiving, that's going to be a little bit on the higher. So it can predict the prices. It can predict your sales based on what sales you are having in the previous years. You feed that kind of data and it can predict your next year's sales depending on where you are currently, right? So those things come under numeric prediction. Now, the next thing that we have is classification. If you want to know what particular object it is, right? That is called as classification. Is this plant edible or poisonous? So another thing it can figure out is the email that is coming is legitimate or phishing, because you feed all these different types of emails kind of data to that, and it can figure out the kind of words a phishing email will contain, and a normal email will not have those words. So it can easily predict if it's a phishing email or if it's a fraud activity. If you want to understand that, okay, is a particular transaction is a fraud transaction, these are the capabilities of this AI. If you want to diagnose a particular problem, you can give it the symptoms of that problem and you can figure out what the patient is feeling, and based on that it can give you a diagnosis as well. If you want to highlight all the negative comments that are available on the social media, it can figure out based on what a negative comment looks like, right? If the negative comment is going to have an abusive language or a violent kind of message would be there, so it can easily figure out, it can scan through those comments and it can easily highlight the ones that are bad comments or the toxic comments. So this particular AI is capable of identifying certain things. Okay, the next one we have is robotic navigation. So now, as I mentioned to you, it can easily adapt to its surroundings. Okay, or AI that can adapt to a changing environmental conditions have all sorts of real world applications. You know that any AI that can easily adapt. So let's say when we had this Roomba vacuum cleaner, right? What it does, it just scans through your whole house and it cleans through your whole house. And anytime it figures out an obstacle in the path, let's say you have a chair or you have a table, it will easily change its directions and go to a different area where it can clean, right? So that is an example of adaptive AI. Similarly, when you are driving the car in an auto drove mode, what happens is it is going to change the directions, it's going to increase the speed, decrease the speed based upon how the traffic looks like. It is going to apply brake if there's a car next to it, it's going to change the lanes. So all of that, it can adapt to what the situation is. AI powered cars are already quite capable of keeping centered in a lane and following at a safe distance on the highway. So if you are driving a car like Tesla and you have driven it in the auto mode, then in that mode you pretty much don't have to do much. All you have to do is tell the destination and then it can drive itself. It will change the lane itself. It will basically, if you have to take an exit, it will take that exit. So all of this can be done itself by this AI powered covered cards. And similarly, you can have an AI robot in your demand supply chain. Like for example, in your assembly line, you have these kind of robots that basically based on how fast your systems are, basically be more efficient. Okay, so the third one is assembly lines are being fitted with robots that become faster and more efficient over time. So you can put them in your assembly lines that can help you to be more efficient. Then you have rescue robots, right? So let's say we have a calamity happen, like earthquake, and these kind of robots can literally can grab people who are stuck underneath and very small hole, they can make people out, right? So rescue robots can traverse these disaster areas such as collapsed building. Then you have the robot capital, kind of machine that can squeeze through tiny cracks and deliver aid to those trapped inside. So that's one example of the robotic navigation AI is. Now the fourth one that we have is the natural language processing, and one of the great examples is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is one of the most stable AIs built to interpret language and can act on it in some meaningful way. You can go to ChatGPT and say, like me email to send it to my student and wishing them, let's say, happy Thanksgiving, and I can type that, and then ChatGPT will understand this language. I'm talking in a simple English language, and ChatGPT can understand it and will give me a very professional looking email that I can send it. Otherwise, I have to write it myself, and I have to check the grammars and all that. Whereas ChatGPT, all you are going to give is, hey, write me an email that I can send to my students wishing them a happy new year. So it can give me those results, and it increases the efficiency as well as your productivity, and it understands my language. Alexa is another example where you can talk to Alexa, you can ask, hey, what time is it? Or how the weather looks like today in the area, or play me some music. So all it can do, Alexa is another AI which understands the human language and give you the answer accordingly. Now, the natural language processing relies on an understanding of how words are used together, and that lets AI extract the intention behind the words. Sometimes the tone in which you are saying also matters. Even if you are saying the same thing, you are going to have a different tone, and based on the tone will have a different emotion. And that tone is also understandable by this natural language processing AIs. Okay, so these are the four main categories of the AI based on their capabilities, how good they are in doing something. And the four categories were natural language processing, robotic navigation, then we have is prediction, numeric prediction, and the fourth one we have is classification. So I hope this tutorial was good. We are going to continue the theory for some more time, and then we will jump into practical approaches. I'll see you in the next video, and thank you very much, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Welcome. We're going to start next video. What are neural networks? Okay, important.
Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialrack.com, and in this tutorial we are going to see how it's all done, what is the trick behind this whole magic of AI, right? Doesn't AI feels like magic? Because what AI can do is kind of blows my mind, right? You can use tools like Midjourney to create images. You can use a car in a driverless mode where it can take you from one destination to other. It will change the lanes. It will do everything for you, right? You can use ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT to write an email to send it to your students and wishing them a happy new year or happy Thanksgiving, right? So all these things, it looks so magical. So what is the trick behind this magic? How is this magic done, right? So if I have to explain to you in a very layman's term, it is nothing but the kind of data we have fed over a period of time, and based on this data, now it's able to predict a lot of things because it has that kind of information, right? So now what AI can do may seem like magic, and like magic, it is natural that we want to see what's going behind this magic, right? And what you will find is that the computer scientists and researchers are using lots of data. They are doing some kind of math on it, and then the processing power. This is all it is to get you this magic. Okay, so they're not using mirrors or misdirections like the magicians use. What they do use is they're using lots of data, they're doing some kind of math on it, and you are doing a processing power. All these things makes AI magical. A lot of programmers for decades have done, right? Programmers have written code that takes an input, processes it, and uses rules and returns an output. Correct? Now this is how the programmers input, right? Programmers, what they've done is they write this instruction, they give it to the computer, and then we feed input to this instruction, then it generates output. For example, if I have to calculate an average of your numbers, what I do is I do first add those numbers and then divide it by total numbers that I get. If there are 4 numbers, I divide by 4. If there are 3 numbers, I divide it by 3, right? So those instructions, like how to calculate an average of a number, those instructions you have written in your language, and then you feed input, and then the input acts on that instructions and generates you an output, right? Now those instructions are also called as algorithms, correct? What is an algorithm? Algorithm is nothing but the simple set of rules for turning an input into an output is an example of algorithm. Let's say I have to calculate an average. What do I need to do? I need to add the numbers first, and then I need to divide by the total number of numbers out there, right? So that's what I have to do. Now algorithms have been written to perform some pretty sophisticated tasks, but let's say if there are a lot of rules and a lot of exceptions, you cannot write an algorithm to get you those answers because there are so many different use cases or different scenarios in order to get you an output, right? For example, if you estimate how much time it takes me to go from point A to point B, how many factors it plays, right? The rain plays an important factor, the traffic conditions play an important factor, the road conditions play an important factor, is there an accident on the road plays an important factor, what time of the day it is it a school zone, is it during school zone timing, or is it raining outside, is there an accident on the road? A lot of things play an important factor. You cannot create this algorithm to give you those kind of answers, right? But math has so many rules and exceptions, it's impossible to capture them all in a handcrafted algorithm. So, and some things are learned by experience, and that's where the AI works. It is based on the experience. Now, for example, let me give you an example here. For example, let's say you have to grab a milk from Walmart. So this is your home, and let's say you're going to the Walmart and want to grab milk, right? And let's say you want to capture how much time is total taken from point A to point B and then back to point A, right? Now, let's say this is what you have to calculate, and it depends on several factors. It depends on is it vegan, okay? And what time of the day is it? What is the distance to and this is what you want to calculate, right? It's a task task that you have to calculate. Now let's say you start with Excel sheet, and in that Excel sheet, what you did was you decided what day it is, okay, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then what time of the day it is, okay, is it raining or not, and then based on these factors, you're calculating total time. Okay, this is what you're doing. Maybe on a given day, if the Monday went at 9 o'clock, okay, now you know every day is not where people actually go for groceries. People prefer going on groceries. Majority of people go on groceries on weekends, right? And it was not raining that day, and it took you about 30 minutes in and out, coming back to the house, about 30 minutes to grab email, okay? Now similarly, let's say you went on Monday again, at say 9 o'clock, but at that time there was rain and roads were kind of messy. There was accident on the road, and this time it took you about 45 minutes. And based on that, you started preparing this Excel sheet, right? Now the same Excel sheet, if you see, and there are a lot of scenarios, okay? And sometimes rain will play a major role, sometimes the weekend will play a major role. So let's say on a weekend, okay, it was a Saturday, you went early morning. Time also plays a very important early morning. People usually don't go for groceries. People go around between times of 1 and 5. People have to do the groceries, right? So let's say it was a Saturday, you went at 9 o'clock because it was not raining, let's say. And this time it took you about only 30 minutes, right? So you have 30 minutes to grab your milk and come back. Weekend, because it was early in the morning, to less. Now, I went again. It was raining, but it was a Saturday. Again, it was not much, not many people, and it took you about 35 minutes, right? So there's so many different scenarios. You kept feeling it, and based on that, you write a weightage, right? Each input has a certain weight. The weekend is more powerful than if it's raining or not raining. Right? Weekend generally is going to be more busier. People usually go. Now at the same one weekend, you went around 2 o'clock, it's going to take you about 60 minutes to do. So weekend is much maybe bigger. So you started giving weightage to that input, and this input affects more than this input. Now several tips of conditional effect normally, like maybe it's it also means people are chopping, you make connections between these, and then you come to a conclusion, and that's what you tell you this is estimate, right? So how the same thing we're doing with AI also. What we're doing is we're feeding this information and we are weighting. We're providing a weightage for every input. Before start with the same weightage for all the inputs. For example, weekend, what time of day, how much rain it is. All of these are given equal weightage in the beginning. This is how we're calculating the total time. Now let's say we realized that based on this, we gave an equal weightage. Our estimated time was not up to mark. It was too off from the real time. So then we decided that but the weekend plays a very important role. So let's give the weight a higher number, and then rain also plays another factor. So it's also going to get some more weight. And the time is also important, but not that effective. Okay, so now here the weekend plays a big role. So you give it weightage. Now let's say this kind of gave you closer to the estimated time than you were in the projection. Now let's look far from the total time. And it's okay. The rain plays a similar role, then you increase this one also. Okay? Time doesn't actually. Now your estimation is much closer to the actual time. So that's how you plan. You changing it, weightage, and you keep coming to the solution. And if you see the solution actually matches to your estimate, that's how you will learn and you provide these weightages. So you're getting n number of scenarios, or we call it as n number of nodes. Okay? So how AI works. The first step is just like we were trying to calculate how much time it's going to take us to go from our house to the Walmart and bring a milk. Okay? So assign all your inputs a weight. I've already explained to you. Let's start with theory. Assign all your inputs a weight. This is a number that represents how strongly an input should affect your output. It's okay to start with the same weight because in the beginning we started with the same weight and realized that giving same weight to everything is not giving you the correct estimate. Now use the weights with your existing data and to estimate the minutes milk run. Compare the estimate with this data, delay off. Now let the computer guess a new weight for each input, making some little more adjustment, right? You say some inputs play a much bigger role. So you increase the weight of some other inputs, you decrease the weight of some inputs, and you see how much time it is being now. And if it matches, we're good. Otherwise, you redo this calculation until you reaches a particular output which matches your exact output. Okay. So what it is, these are nothing but we increase the weightage now, rerun the calculation, check the new weight result in the estimate. And if so, it means it's either fit and changing in the right direction. Now you keep repeating this 3 and 4 steps and letting the computer tweak the weights until the estimates aren't getting better. And you keep doing it. At this point, computer has settled on weights for each input. It knows what matters most. If you think of the weight and how strongly input is connected to output, you may diagram into this line side. Okay. So going from point A, grab milk is just one scenario. There's so many factors involved. There are so many exceptions. So you can see here, for example, the weekend afternoon, it's a shiny day, there's no rain, will take much longer. So let's give an adjustment of +5. When we do the math to calculate an estimate results in a larger number, now we know that by that, let's give the weekday morning rain scenario an adjustment of -4 since we know milk is the shortest at that time. So based on that, you're calculating your feed, you're seeing is this correct? No, it's not. You rerun those calculations with different weights, and you come up with these different scenarios, and you do some math around it, and that's when you get your outputs. Now, what we are calling as, this is called as the neural network that we are forming. You can train a model by letting it guess and check the importance of weight of each input. Okay, so what is the each input? Is this input is for +, -4? How much weight that input takes? So that is what we have formed. Okay, so now here the next thing is the web of functions guided by the weight and biases in example of a neural network. So we are forming these different nodes, right? Nodes are nothing but scenarios, right? The web of these connections guided by weights and biases is example of neural network. Each of the scenario that we discussed is called a node. What is a node? Scenarios that we discussed. What day of week it is? Is it raining? Is it weekend? Is it how much time it's going to take? If it's a weekend, what's the time you're waiting for the milk run, right? If it's raining at that time, how's the traffic condition? Is there an accident? So these are different scenarios. To summarize, neural networks are a mix of nodes, layers, weights, and biases. Weights is nothing but biases, and it forms your neural network. Neural network is a mix of your nodes, the layers, the connection between nodes, the weights, biases, and a bunch of them. Together they make our own dynamic neural network. Each neural network is carefully tuned for a specific task. Okay, so each neural network that we have, it can only do a specific task. Okay? Let's say, for example, if you want to predict the weather, then that is a neural network you'll form for it. If you want to drive in the driver's car, you have to form different neural network, and that is different tasks that it has to do. It is great at predicting, maybe characterize the plants very well, or maybe keeps your car centered in the lane highway, depending upon what task it's going to have its own neural network. And based on what neural network it has, that is what it is going to predict better. Whatever task, neural networks are a big part what makes AI seem magical. Okay, so that is what we have is the neural network. In this video, I gave you an explanation of the magic behind the AI. Okay, and magic lies in the data, in the math, and also the computational power. So this tutorial was so clear. I'm going to see you in the next video, and stay tuned. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Nice.
Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialart.com, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the different types of data that we feed to our AI model. So before we get into that, let's understand the definition of machine learning. What is machine learning? Machine learning is the process of using large amounts of data to train a model to make predictions instead of handcrafting an algorithm. Now we saw what algorithm is basically a set of instructions that we give to the computer, and based on the input, they then put back on those set of instructions and give you a desired outcome. That's what an algorithm is. Whereas machine learning is the process of feeding large amount of data to train a particular AI machine instead of writing an algorithm. Now why we cannot write an algorithm? Because the thing that we are trying to predict, or the task that we are trying to achieve has a lot of rules and we have a lot of exceptions. So in order to create an algorithm with those many rules and with those many expectations is next to impossible. So what we do is we train the model by feeding large amounts of data. Now the data that we feed to the AI model can be categorized into two types. One is called as the structured data and the other type is called as unstructured data. Now what is the difference between a structured data and an unstructured data? Structured data is well organized with labels on every column, so you know the significance of every cell. Okay, what is a structured data? It is a well organized data and you put every label on each of the columns and you know what is the significance of every cell. That is called as structured data, and the example of structured data is using like what we call as an Excel sheet. Okay, so in the previous example what we talked about when we said we are trying to predict how much time it takes to go from our house to Walmart and grab a gallon of milk and come back, right? In order to do and get that estimate, what we did was we created an Excel sheet, and in that Excel sheet we wrote things like day of the week it is it what time of the day it is, and also is it raining or it is not raining. When we had every input had a weightage to it, and then that's how we got our output, which is the number of minutes. Okay, so this is nothing but is a structured form of data where each data has its own significance and also you know what that data is telling you. Whereas unstructured data would be something like a news article. What to find in that news article, what to look for in news article, you have to go through this bunch of news article to make some sense out of it, right? Or an unlabeled image, you fed an image of let's say plant, but you never told it what kind of plant it is, or is it a plant, is it an animal, is it a cat, is it a human, nothing. An unlabeled image file is an unstructured data. So you can feed two types of data to your AI model. One is structured data and the other one is unstructured data. There is nothing wrong in unstructured data. Okay, unstructured data can also be used for a lot of things. Structured data can be used for certain things. So there is nothing like you should always feed structured data to your AI model. No. What data you can feed can be categorized into two types. One is a structured data and the other one is unstructured. Now, what type of AI model it is, it depends upon a couple of things, right? First, it depends on the data. This is nothing but your data. Okay, and then what that data's weightage is, what that each input importance is, that is equals to your weightage, and that is what combination of that is going to give you your outcome, and this makes your AI model. Okay, I hope this definition is crystal clear. I hope the two types of data are crystal clear. What is the difference between a structured data and an unstructured data? I'm going to see you in next video with another topic. So I'll see you then. Thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye-bye and take care. Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialrack.com. In this tutorial, we are going to see the different types of learning that we have based on the data. So in the previous tutorial,
one thing I can also do, I can ask the AI, give me practice question after finishing this video. This is more interactive. I can ask, give me practice question, explain this topic in simple terms, give me a summary, give me a real life example. This is also very good. Okay, this thing I can do. Suppose I have done, I'm going to start from, okay, from here, I'm going to start it, okay.
Hello guys, welcome.
So I will go here and there's no password. Okay. Okay. Give me a summary. This is asking me a summary. Okay. It's good tool. Okay, fine. Want to respond many enhancing particular interaction with technology. Give me real example. Suddenly, based on the four main AI categories discussed: memory prediction, classification, robotic navigation, mechanical person, real life treatment, through the world as a machine learning engineer. Okay, the first is AI in maintenance for manufacturing relevance as a machine learning. You might work on building models that predict treatment failures before they happen, which is classic case of memory prediction and classification combined. Like the memory prediction sensor manufacturing machines like data such as temperature, vibration, pressure, maintenance, helping to solve requests for proactive classification. So the AI system can classify type of fault issue based on a sensor reading distribution between normal operation, minor issues, or critical failures. Robotic navigation, some advanced factories robots equipped with AI navigate the factory floor, perform inspection or repair autonomously, adapting to obstacles and changing environment. Natural language processing, maintenance logs and technicians reports can be handled using abstract. This example connected okay, you can see that. Now give a practice question. This is this NVB practice question. Ready to read, okay? Okay, but we have 5 practice questions of 4 lines. Too fast. Manipulation AI can be used to forecast next part of size based on the study group. Example following is example classification of AI. Reading during holiday. Classification image specific navigating a robot, generating a perfection image in 3 options. Open-ended. So now, okay. Describe pass. Rescue robots that navigate areas assist chef are example of prediction AI. You predict, yeah. Ask for them. Use. The robot is not prediction. It's false. This is false. Okay. Now numeric prediction. Okay, fine. This is very good tool. This AI tool is good. Of course, you can use it to understand the topic very in depth. Okay, going to start this supervised learning and supervised learning after a break. Okay, that is done. Okay, fine. Sorry.
Data can be categorized into 2 types. One is called as the structured data and the other one is called as the unstructured data. Based on the data, we have 2 types of learning. One is called as the supervised learning we have, and the other one is called as the unsupervised learning. The learning that you do with structured data is called as supervised learning, and the learning that we do with the unstructured data is called as unsupervised learning. The structured data from our spreadsheet lets computers do the supervised learning. Okay, it's considered supervised because we can make sure every piece of input data has a matching expected output that we can verify. So for example, in the case of grabbing a milk gallon from Walmart, we wanted to find out the total estimated time. And in order to find out the total estimated time, we prepared an Excel sheet. And on that Excel sheet, we have different columns like what day of the week it is, or what time of the day it is. Is it raining or is it not raining? How much is the distance we have? And then based on that, we also figured out the weightage, how much every input plays the importance. And based on that, we figure out our estimated time, right? So this type of data that we are feeding is going to give you a desired output, which is this one. So this type of learning is called as supervised learning because we are feeding a proper type of data, and based on that type of data, we are getting a particular response. Okay, that is called as the supervised learning. Now, what is unsupervised learning and what all it can do? So unsupervised learning is the learning from unstructured data. Unstructured data is used for unsupervised learning, which is when AI tries to find the connections in the data without really knowing what it is looking. So just by looking at its unstructured data, you feel like, oh, what is it even used for the AI model? Why do we even use? No, it is very, very powerful because when we feed this unstructured or unrelated data to this AI model, it will try to establish the connections between these data. Let's say you fed bunch of images, you fed bunch of unlabeled images to this AI model. Now, what it will do is it will try to cluster, either it will try to cluster the similar type of images together. Let's say you send bunch of images with the different balls. Okay, one image had 1 ball in it, then another image had 2 balls in it, then another image had 3 balls in it, and then you had a bat in there, and all these kind of unrelated images you'll add it or you'll feed it to your AI model. Now, what this AI is going to do is it is going to try to figure out the patterns, or it will try to figure out the connections between these data. So AI model is this unstructured data is used for 2 things. One is for clustering and the other one is to figure out any associations. So let's take an example of what is clustering useful. So let's say, for example, you are running a service, you're a telephone provider and you're running a service and you're seeing that a couple of people are leaving your services. Now you are feeding this data to your AI model, and now AI model is trying to figure out what are the people traits who are leaving your services, or is it a particular area where these people are leaving from? If it's a particular area, is there something going on in that area? Has there a new service provider has opened? Are they giving us better services than ours? So it will try to establish this connection between this unrelated data, right? All you're feeding is your numbers. Okay, this is these many people are leaving. Now what AI is going to do is AI is going to cluster the similar ones together, figure out what traits are there, where the people belong to, what kind of occupation they work at, or what kind of job they have, who is their employer. It will try to figure out all the connections it can with that data. And the other example that the unstructured data will be used for is association. So for example, Amazon, right? Let's say whenever you buy something at Amazon, it'll also always add this thing at the bottom saying buy it together. Let's say you are going to buy a camera from Amazon, right? And every time you buy a camera, you will see that it is recommending you to buy a camera cover, a camera lens, a camera stand, all these things. Even if you're only looking for camera, it is going to give you these recommendations. That means those things people have bought together in the past, right? So that's why it is giving you those recommendations saying, okay, since you are looking to buy a camera, you will probably need a different type of lens. You'll probably need a camera setup. So you'll probably need a green screen, or you'll probably need a camera stand, things like that. So, right. So that's when unstructured data helps you to either find the clusters or patterns that is there common between the data, or it is going to find out the associations. Are these things go in together? Let's say if somebody is buying a shoe, then you're also going to see a recommendation to buy socks also of different colors, right? So that is what association is all about. And that is when we use the unsupervised learning. We have two types of learning based on the data. One is called as the supervised learning, the learning that happens with the structured data, and unsupervised learning is the learning that happens with unstructured data. And both are very, very important for our AI model. It doesn't means that one is superior than the other. No, both of them have their own functions, and both of them have their own things that they do. An AI model needs both kind of data, structured as well as unstructured, and it has the structured learning and the unstructured learning. Okay, so I hope this difference between the supervised learning and unsupervised learning is crystal clear. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day.
Okay, fine. We're going to start this. Taking a lot of time, you can see.
Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialrank.com, and in this tutorial we are going to see what all things AI can do for you. AI can do a lot of things for you. It can help you create content, be it a text content, or it can help you create images. It can also predict a lot of things for you. It can help you understand what is the revenue that you're going to have in next year, how much sales you can expect, what is the profit margin. So it can help you predict things also, and it can also help you generate content. If you want the AI to create images for you, it can do that these days. If you want the AI to write an email for you, it can do those things as well. So there are a lot of capabilities of AI. So we have 6 different things that AI can do, right? The first one is yes and no predictions. It can help you to figure out answers to question like how much is the likelihood of somebody showing up for an appointment, right? Especially in medical offices, when you make a appointment for with a doctor, then what is the percentage of this patient coming for his appointment? And that is dependent on what was the likelihood of he making prior appointments. Like, is he up to his appointments? Does he always make up to these appointments, or he is a no-show? And based on the historical data, AI model is going to predict the likelihood of somebody showing up for an appointment. So that is what we have, is yes and no predictions. Numeric predictions. It can help you figure out the profit margins for next year. How much sales you're going to see for the next quarter. What is the revenue your company is going to produce next year? So that is, again, numeric predictions. It is also based on study of historical data. So AI model is going to look at your historical data. Let's say you are looking to see how much revenue your company is going to make next year. You have to feed a lot of historical data about your company for the past several years, and based on that, you can establish pattern, come up with a number that, okay, this is the revenue based on what you have done in the past. This is the revenue that your company can expect next year. And based on that, you can make judgment on what paths that should be followed. So, for example, you have a product that you're trying to launch. Now, what is a good time to launch that product? I can help you figure that out. Okay, is June July the better time? Is December the better time? Why does Apple iPhone always come during the end of the year? There's a reason for that, right? People are in mode of buying gifts for loved ones. It's around Thanksgiving or Christmas time, right? So the likelihood of people buying something like that is more, and that's why you've come to a conclusion, right? So that is what we have is for the numeric prediction. It can help you figure out your sales, your opportunities, probability of closing that opportunity, right? Classifications. Now, classifications, what AI can do is when you feed AI with a lot of unstructured data like images but unlabeled, what will AI do? It will try to form a pattern between them, and that is what it'll help you to associate similar together. So that is what classification is for. Then you have something called as recommendation. So now once it has clustered similar things, then it can help you write recommendations. And this is something you have seen in all these e-commerce websites these days, that anytime you're buying a product, at the bottom it'll also say, give you more recommendations, that okay, if you're looking to buy a camera, it is going to give you recommendations for the lens. It'll also give you a recommendation for a camera bag, a camera stand, all these things. For example, if you're looking to buy a shoe, it'll give you a recommendation for socks, because people generally buy those things together, or a shoe polish, right? So these are certain recommendations people will, the AI bot can give you. So that is what we have as recommendations. Workflow and rules. Now, this is not something that is a technical part of the AI, but through workflows and rules, what it does is, for example, if you know that the likelihood of somebody renewing a subscription is only 25%, and this is what AI model has predicted, then what you can do is, based on this, you can have your campaigns running targeted towards those customers where the likelihood of renewing a subscription is less. And through your campaigns, you can retain that customer. So that falls under workflows and rules. You can establish those workflows. You can establish those rules that if the likelihood of somebody renewing a subscription is less, you can start giving them recommendations that, hey, you can buy buy it at a half the price cost, right? Or we'll give you a 3-month trial, or they'll give you that, okay, split up your payments. These kind of things you can target towards them. Then you have is summarization. Summarization, instead of reading, let's say there are a ton of videos that you have to go through, but instead of going through those hour-long video, it can summarize the content for you. It can say, okay, this is what all is covered in these hour-long video. It can help you give a summary of a book as well. Rather than you have to read 10 pages on AI, it can summarize the text for you. So that will help you increase your productivity because you're able to do a lot more in less amount of time. And AI has figured out the top things that you need to know from a particular book, from text, or from videos. So that is what we have, is the summarization. Now let's go ahead and dig deeper into each of them now. So yes and no prediction and answers. What AI can do here? So is this good lead for my business, or will this prospect open my email? Those are the things that will fall under this yes and no umbrella. AI helps you answer these questions by analyzing the historical data, right? If you want to see, will this prospect open my email, your AI model has to see what percentage of the times he has opened in the past, right? And based on that, the likelihood will be either more or will be less. Yes and no predictions generally come in the form of probability, right? What is the probability of somebody opening my email? What is the probability of somebody showing up for his appointment, right? So these are your yes and no predictions, and probabilities are converted into scores, and scores are just a different representation of the likelihood of yes. What is the score? Is it a 90% chance that this customer is going to come for his appointment, or this is this 50% chance this particular patient is going to show up for his appointment? And based on that, you can figure out, okay, do I need to book more appointments during the same time so that the probability of I will have a business, because doctors lose a lot of money when patient doesn't show up because they have dedicated that amount for you specifically and they're not booking somebody else. But if you do not show up, they're losing a lot of revenue. So that is why you have probably seen that, okay, there's a $50 charge if you don't show up for the appointment, right? Because they're losing revenue. And if you can predict, if the doctors can predict the likelihood of somebody showing up for an appointment, they can act accordingly, right? So that is what your yes and no predictions will help you. The second one we have is your numeric predictions. Now in the numeric predictions, it can help you figure out the revenue for your company for next year. Numeric predictions often predict forecasting solutions. For example, how much revenue will this new customer will bring in? How much revenue your company is going to have? How much profit your company is going to have next year, right? What is the ideal price for this product? How many days it will take us to resolve the customer issues? For example, if in the past, if the issue is a very complex issue, if you have taken 3 to 5 days, that's the probability that you're going to take again. Numeric predictions also use your historical data to arrive at these numbers. Okay, so numeric predictions have helped you to, based on the history of your data, it will predict the answers, and based on that you can make a better judgment what is the next step for your business. So that is what we have, is the numeric predictions. Now the next one we have is classifications. Now classifications frequently use deep learning capabilities to operate on unstructured data, which is like free text or images. Okay, and then they are going to establish the pattern or associate the similar things together. Classification is used to extract useful information from unstructured data. Okay, unstructured data is data without any labels. Okay, bunch of images and there is no label for those images. Just a news article is another example of unstructured data. So now what they can do is AI model can figure out, if you have given bunch of images of different soda cans bottle, it can figure out, okay, these are the ones that are together. Okay, these look the same. How many soda cans are in the picture? I would like to buy another pair of the same shoes I bought last time. So what your AI model can do is it can figure out what type of shoes you have bought last time, and it will project similar shoes to you. It will show the similar style of those shoes based on what you have done in the past. Clustering. This type of AI ingredient gathers insights from your data that you may not otherwise have noticed. For example, if you are a clothing vendor and what AI has predicted that women of the old age as well as the women in 20s, they like a certain style of sweaters. And based on that, now you can put more marketing efforts towards those age categories of women, and you can show them these similar kind of sweaters so that the likelihood of them buying is going to be more, and you're going to have more business and you're going to have more money, more sales, right? So what this classification is, basically when you feed unstructured data to the AI, which is fine to feed that, based on that unstructured data, AI is going to establish some patterns between those. They're going to associate the similar stuff together, or they're going to classify the similar things together. Okay, and because of that, it can generate a lot of useful information from your unstructured data. So that is what we have for classification. The next one we have is recommendations, and this is very easy, right? Recommendations are key when you have large set of items that you will like to recommend to users. Many e-commerce websites apply recommendation strategies to products, and you probably have seen that, okay, if they have bought a particular pair of shoe, you will also get a recommendation for either a shoe polish or socks, etc., because people have bought those things together. So that is what AI can help you do that, and you can give you more, and that way the customer sale price is going to be more, because now instead of just buying shoes, now he has bought socks with it, shoe polish, etc., right? Or a shoe rack also. So those kind of things will be combined. So now you're upselling your customers, you're selling more stuff. The customer was only looking for shoes, but then you reminded the customer that, okay, you may need these things as well, and that way the sale for all, instead of buying one product, now the customer is buying 4 products, right? So that is called an upsell, and AI can help you give those recommendations. AI is not going to recommend you with a shoe, he's not going to recommend you a gallon of milk. No, AI is smart enough to figure that out, that okay, with shoe you probably have to recommend a socks or probably a shoe rack or a shoe polish, things like that. Okay, so that is what the recommendations help for. Now the next one is the workflows and the rules. Now workflows and rules are not technically part of the AI, but they're essential part of how AI is used, right? If your AI has predicted that there is 25% chance of somebody renewing the subscription, that is what your AI has predicted. Now what you can do is now you can have those workflows and rules set up. Now you can have those campaigns set up where you're going to market your products again to those customers, and whether it may be at a discounted price or you're going to give them a better deal so that they can retain their subscription. Okay, so that is what workflows and rules does for you. They're not part of it, but what data they have predicted, you can take action based on that data. Okay, so that is what we have is workflows and the rules. The next one, the last one we have is summarization. Summarizations play a huge role in how AI works, how generative AI works, Gen AI. This is called as generative AI. And in the next tutorial, we're going to understand what generative AI and what is predictive AI. Imagine you have hours worth of recordings that you have to listen to, or you need to read a 10-page paper on Salesforce. But instead of doing that, what AI can help you is give you a summary of those recordings, give you a summary of those 10 pages. Rather than spending about hours to listen to those recordings or about hours to read the book, it can give you a summary, and that way you can learn more in less time. It will give you more, it will make you more productive, right? You don't have to sit through 4 hours of videos to watch. It can give you the final 1-page summary of all of that, right? So that is what summarization is. AI helps summarize chunks of information into quick and easy to digest notes for you. Instead of taking hours to review recording or notes, Einstein will summarize the most important information and retain its value so you can stay in the loop without spending long hours on the subject. Okay, so what are the different types of things AI can help you with? AI can help you with yes and no predictions. AI can help you with summarization. AI can help you with numeric predictions. It can help you with classification. It can help you with recommendations. And then based on all of this, you can take some workflows and rules, right? You can act according to the information what AI has generated for you. So these are the different types of things that AI can do. And this topic was very important from the exam perspective. I know you guys enjoy more of practical applications, but this is as important as from your exam perspective. Okay, so I hope you understood all of this. I'm going to see you in the next video. Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome, man. Thank you so much.
Hello guys, welcome. This is Tipika from mytutorialrack.com, and today we're going to talk about the different types of AI. So we can categorize AI into 2 types. One is called as generative AI and the other one is called as predictive AI. What is the difference between a generative AI and predictive AI? So generative AI is basically used to create content. It can create a text format, it can create the content in a image format, it can do a lot of things for you. So for example, ChatGPT, right? You can use ChatGPT to write you a blog post. You can use it to write an email for you. You can use ChatGPT to write a summary of a particular text for you, right? So it can do a lot of things. Now there's another tool called Midjourney, right? You can use that chatbot to create beautiful images. So all of these are examples of generative AI. Now what is a predictive AI? This predictive AI uses historical data to give you predictions. Okay, predictions for how much revenue your company is going to make next year. What is your sales projections looks like, right? So that is what is called as predictive AI. Now let's go ahead and look at the definition here. Generative AI creates content. It can create you code, music, and marketing material, and can translate data into different formats. So that is what generative AI is used to create content. Now how generative AI is generating content? Because you have fed a lot of data to generative AI model, and that's how it is using that data to figure out to be more creative, getting a style of the document that you're looking for. So you have fed all that information, and based on that, generative AI is able to produce code, it is able to produce email, it is able to produce a content in a text format or image format, etc. Generative AI focuses on creating new and original content such as images, text, and other media by learning from existing data patterns. So using the existing data pattern, whatever the data you have fed, based on that, it is creating some new and original content. It fosters creativity and is valuable in creative fields and novel problem solving. So that is what the purpose of the generative AI is. It is used to generate content in different formats. Now, what is predictive AI? Predictive AI makes predictions, recommendations, and decisions using various AI and machine learning techniques. Okay, so predictive AI will help you do predictions about how your revenue looks like. Now, based on that prediction, you have a certain steps to take, right? It will help you in making those decisions. It will help you that, okay, what time of the year should we launch our product? What is the best way we can launch our product so that we're going to have maximum sales? You can get those kind of predictions. Okay, is it November, December timeframe? Is it January to February timeframe? Whatever the timeframe is, it can help you predict, and you can make sound decisions about your business. Predictive AI makes predictions, recommendations, and also will help you to decide what should be your next steps in your business, in your career, whatever it is. Predictive AI uses patterns in historical data to forecast future outcomes or classify future events. It provides actionable insights and aids in decision-making and strategy formulation. So that is what predictive AI does. Because even to predictive AI, you are going to feed a lot of data. Just like we fed generative AI models data, similarly, predictive AI is going to feed a lot of data to it, and it is going to establish patterns in that data to figure out, okay, what it is. And based on that, it is going to give you some predictions. Now, based on those predictions, it will help you to make sound decisions in your business or wherever you want to apply those. Okay, so predictive AI does predictions, whereas generative AI helps you generate content in different formats. Yeah. I hope the difference between generative AI and predictive AI is crystal clear. Thank you very much, and I'm going to see you in the next video.
Thank you. Okay, the assignment is coming now. So, thanks a bit. Okay. Okay. Primary purpose of guessing grades. Such as anything and is the more able to make accurate prediction. To separate structure and to reduce the computation power required. To generate new data from existing grades. To enhance model ability to make accurate prediction. Okay, this is good. What is the primary focus of ethical consideration in AI? Transparent, reducing costing, maximum AI, balancing innovation with fairness and privacy. Clear consideration, considering AI system. Balancing innovation with fairness and privacy. This is ethical consideration in AI. Which are the following best describe the concept of unsupervised learning in machine learning? Level data don't do identify patterns without prior errors. Applying generative AI to create new content. Existing AI neural content. Prediction. Which of the following are capabilities of AI? Robotic navigation, numeric prediction, video editing, graphic design, language processing. How does supervised learning utilize historical data? It generates data set from historical patterns. You organize historical data into structured form. It uses historical level feature data sets. Utilize data sets from historical patterns. Okay. Another future data set which relies on historical data to predict future trends. Supervise for prediction. So it uses historical data. This is predictive AI and generates generative AI. It organizes historical data into structure format. How does utilize historical data? This is good. Let's see. I think last question is very, very long. Let's see. And typed 100% correct. The last question was very tricky. Whoever uses the best of prediction. These two. But how they utilize historical data? This infrastructure from that's good. Using historical data to global future data, this is good. It do by why? But it relies on historical data, pretty future chance. That's the right option. Okay, fine. Going to next. 14% of the course is complete. And all goals are completed.
Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialracks.com, and in this video we are going to see what are the risks that are associated with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has a lot of advantages, but there is certain disadvantages are also there with using AI models.
What I want to do, this is a PPT given by the instructor. I will make PDF. Okay, go to file and series this PC. Okay, browse it. Here I will say in the download folder I will movie here also. PDF, save PDF, PDF. Let's save it. It's taking time, and the PDF will be made, and then I will give it to Sketchify, and then I will make lot of questions to it, lot of summary, podcasts, everything I will make from this whole document. It will be more, what's it, good for me to revise and I stand for developer. I think she has given the whole document, whole course document. She is teaching me. Okay, that's good. That's really good. Okay. My tutorial like.com. I can also go here. Final form. Okay, fine. So proceed. And I can give here. I will go back. Okay, and just upload here, and then I can make lot of questions and summary, many things I can create. Okay, and just upload file, browse file, and go here and just 1 minute. All files. Basic. Okay, from here. Analyzing the text document and importance of the you can see it. Summary, taking a closer look. Summarize it. Fine. Deep dive, bullet points, all pages, and okay, I can get summary of it. Okay, 66 pages are there. Okay, and the summary is already there.
Salesforce AI Associate Certification Overview.
Okay, 1 second. I will do it after completing the course. It will be better. First, I have to go through the course. Then I will see the summary. I will also create questions, podcasts, many things I will do for understanding the content of this topic, this whole course in a better manner. Okay, going to start it. Okay, 1 minute. What I will do? Yes, start. Hello friends, so going to study now. You can see me. I'm wearing my AI wear and currently I am in virtual environment. You can see at the left side corner my avatar and where I am sitting. You can see the whole view, back side that, and you can see me. My avatar is here, that side, left side and right side. I am in the real environment. Okay, so going to start it.
So the first one we have is called as lack of transparency. Now, whenever you are using any kind of AI models, you don't know how they have come up with that answer to your question, right? You don't know behind the scene what kind of algorithm was used or what kind of data set was used, because data sets plays a very important role in the kind of answers you're going to get from AI models. For example, if you're using an AI model like ChatGPT and you've asked this AI with a particular question, the answer.
What I can do, one minute. What I can do, this earphone is working unnecessary. I can stop it. Okay, and I will go there. Just click here. Headphones. Okay, fine.
Be biased because you don't know, and it can also be inaccurate. Okay, because it depends on what kind of
I
data.
think audio is gone. Okay, fine.
Fed to the AI model, and there is lack of transparency there.
There is some issue, I think.
Because you don't know what goes behind the scene, right? When people can't comprehend how an AI system arrives at its conclusion, it can lead to distrust and resistance in adopting these technologies. The second risk that you have is bias and discrimination. Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialrank.com, and in this video we are going to see what are the risks that are associated with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has a lot of advantages, but there is certain disadvantages are also there with using AI models. So the first one we have is called as lack of transparency. Now, whenever you are using any kind of AI models, you don't know how they have come up with that answer to your question, right? You don't know behind the scene what kind of algorithm was used or what kind of data set was used, because data set plays a very important role in the kind of answers you're going to get from AI models. For example, if you're using an AI model like ChatGPT and you've asked the AI with a particular question, the answer to that question can also be biased because you don't know, and it can also be inaccurate, okay? Because it depends on what kind of data you have fed to the AI model, and there is lack of transparency there because you don't know what goes behind the scene, right? When people can't comprehend how an AI system arrives at its conclusion, it can lead to distrust and resistance in adopting these technologies. The second risk that you have is bias and discrimination, because AI model depends heavily on what kind of training data set that you have used, and also depends on your algorithm. If your training data set that you have used is biased, or if your algorithm is biased, the output that AI model is going to generate is also going to be biased. So you have to be very, very crucial, and it's very important to make sure that your AI model has fed the diverse training data set, and also it is using unbiased algorithms. AI systems can amplify societal bias due to biased training data or algorithmic design. If any of these two things are biased, it is going to give you a biased output. To minimize discrimination and ensure fairness, it is very, very crucial to invest in the development of unbiased algorithms and also in the diverse training data sets. So that is what we ask for, bias and discrimination. The third one is privacy concerns. You probably have used AI bots a lot, right? And they tend to get your information, and AI is using a lot of personal information as well. It is analyzing a lot of personal data. For example, let's say today AI is used to figure out should you even get a loan for the bank or not. Okay, so for example, the first information that AI is going to collect is going to be your social security number, right? And then based on that social security number, it's going to go and look up all your expenses, all your credit card bills, are you paying on time, what is your credit score, everything, right? And so it is analyzing all of your private information, all of your confidential information, and then it is coming to a conclusion that should you get a loan from the bank or you shouldn't. Okay, and at what rate of interest you should be getting. So AI technologies often collect and analyze large amounts of personal data, raising issues related to data privacy and security, because they are analyzing all of this personal information to give you the answer. That's why it raises a lot of privacy concerns. You are sharing your personal data. To mitigate privacy risks, we must advocate for strict data protection regulations and data handling practices and safe data handling practices. Okay, so that is the third concern that we have with using AI. The fourth one is user spoofing. Now you probably have received a phone call which kind of looked like a lady calling or a guy calling, but it was actually a robot doing that call. So that is called as user spoofing. And sometimes older people or people who don't know what's going on, they can literally fall into this trap where they end up giving their personal information, or they can be giving more confidential information to these kind of robots, right? So user spoofing is when somebody is acting like a user. Okay, there, for example, now you've also seen girlfriends, AI girlfriends are also becoming a norm, and there's a business out there for that. Similarly, you have AI bots calling you and acting as a human being and doing like one-on-one conversation with you, and that can lead to a lot of scams also. So that is the other risk that you have with AI intelligence, is your user spoofing. So the next one we have is security risk. So as AI technologies are becoming very increasingly sophisticated, the security risk associated with their use and the potential for misuse has also increased. Now there might be a possibility that hackers or malicious actors can use the power of AI to hijack your systems, or to basically hack into them, and they can get through your security wall and bypass all your security measures and exploit the vulnerabilities in system. Because now initially they didn't have this power of AI, and now they have this power of AI which they can use to game your system and get that crucial information out from the system, and they can use it against you. Dependence on AI. When more and more people are getting dependent on AI for everything, now you see AI writing blogs, AI is used for writing emails, AI is used for everything these days. So now you're using less of your creativity and more of AI. That can have a certain high impact on loss of creativity. So over-reliance on the AI systems may lead to a loss of creativity, critical thinking skills, and human intuition. So all of this can happen if you are overindulging with AI. So striking a balance between AI-assisted decision-making and human input is vital to preserving our cognitive abilities. It's very, very important to do that. So you have to make sure that you are having a balance between using a tool like ChatGPT and using your own brain, right? So if I'm asking ChatGPT to do everything for me, write me a summary of a particular article, or write me an email letter that I have to send to my students. If I'm using ChatGPT for everything, now what's happening is I'm not using my creative power to do that, and I'm more and more getting dependent on these AI models, which is also not a good thing. So you have to strike a balance between these two. Then the last kind of risk we have is loss of human connection, and you've started to see that a lot of jobs that were first done by humans are now getting replaced by AI models. AI is being used in healthcare, AI is being used in banking, AI is being used in retail. So initially, when you used to go to a Walmart store, you had people checking you out. Right now, you have machines that can check you out. Now machines can even make you a drink at the bar as well. I've seen that with my own eyes. We went over to a cruise, and there on that boat there were 2 robots that were making people's drink. So that kind of thing is also becoming very common. So you're missing that human connection, you're missing that human touch here, because if you're too heavily dependent on AI, they can easily take away your jobs and can be replacing the common jobs that so long before were being done by humans. So increasing the reliance on AI-driven communication and interactions could lead to diminished empathy, social skills, and human connections. When there is no human around us, then how are we going to learn the power of human connection? How are we going to have empathy, because we are dealing with robots now, right? So these are certain risks that are associated with artificial intelligence. We looked into certain risks. Number one was lack of transparency. The second was bias and discrimination. The third were privacy concerns. The fourth one was user spoofing. Then you have the security concerns, dependence on the AI, and then last but not the least is loss of human connection. So these are certain risks that are associated with artificial intelligence. I hope this chapter is crystal clear, and I'm going to see you in the next video with another topic. So stay tuned for that. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful rest of the day. Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from my tutorial.com, and in this video we are going to learn about Salesforce trusted AI principles, which means whenever Salesforce is building any kind of AI model, they are keeping these principles in mind. They are sticking by these principles. So what are these principles? The number one we have is responsible. The number 2 principle is accountable. Number 3 we have is transparent. Number 4 is empowering, and the number 5 we have is inclusive. So these are the 5 principles they are going to follow whenever they are building any kind of Salesforce product. Okay. So what is the meaning of responsible? So whenever they are building an AI model or any kind of product, they are being responsible, and they are making sure that they strive to safeguard the human rights. The data that we are going to feed to this AI model is safe. So they're making sure that they are not just building a product to make money. They are making sure that the data that we are using is not being shared with somebody that's not supposed to. They're being mindful of that. So Salesforce strives to safeguard human rights, to protect the data we are trusted with, observe scientific standards, they're using proper standards, and they're making sure they have policies against abuse. Okay, so making sure they are not abusing the data to their advantage. So that is the number 1 principle they have. The number 2 principle is being accountable. So whenever they are building any kind of Salesforce products, they're making sure that they are accountable to their customers, to their partners, to their vendors, and also accountable to the society. And the product that they're building, they are continuously improving that product based on the feedback. Okay, so that is what the meaning of accountability here is. So we believe, basically we means Salesforce believes in holding ourselves accountable to our customers, to our partners, and to the society. Salesforce will seek independent feedback for continuous improvement of the practice and policies, and also work to mitigate harm to the customers and consumers. That is what accountable means. Okay, so whatever product that they are building, they're continuously improving that, and they're also taking feedback from its customers, taking feedback from its partners, etc. And accordingly, they're modifying the product. Then the third one we have is being transparent. Now, whenever you are using any of Salesforce products, like let's say you're using the product to forecast your sales, okay, how many opportunities you're going to win, things like that, right? So they are going to be using your data to figure out those answers, right? So whenever Salesforce is helping you with the answer, they will also provide you what kind of data sets they have used, how did they conclude that answer. They'll also will be transparent with how they came to that conclusion. Okay, so that is what transparent means. Salesforce strives to ensure our customers understand the why behind each AI-driven recommendation and prediction, so they can make informed decisions, identify unintended outcomes, and mitigate the harm. So basically, what does that mean by being transparent is whenever you are using any of the Salesforce products, for example, you're using a Einstein prediction builder, which is going to help you to make some predictions, then how did they come to those answers? Salesforce is going to help you. Salesforce will tell you. Salesforce will be transparent with you that we came to this conclusion based on these things. So that is what we have the meaning of transparent here. Empowering. Salesforce is telling you that whenever you combine AI with human power, it does wonders. And Salesforce is empowering customers with this additional AI power that they can use, which can help increase their productivity. They can get more done in less time. So the product is going to empower the humans. We believe AI is best utilized when paired with human ability, augmenting people and enabling them to make better decisions. So whenever you are using AI with the human power, it's going to, along with the humans, it's going to do wonders. And we aspire to create a technology, I mean Salesforce is aspiring to create a technology that empowers everyone to be more productive and drive great impact within their organizations. So basically what Salesforce is saying that we are not building these products to replace humans. We are building these products to empower humans to increase their productivity, because with all of these additional power, humans can actually focus focus on the work that is very, very critical, which actually needs human power to do that. Then the next one we have is inclusive. Now, Salesforce is building product which is inclusive, which includes everybody from each caste, religion, independent of what it is. It's an inclusive product. AI should improve the human condition and represent the values of those impacted, not just the creators. Now, its product is not just only going to make money, but it is also going to have an impact on the society. Salesforce will advance diversity, promote equality, and foster equity through AI. So these are the 5 principles that Salesforce sticks by, and whenever Salesforce is building products, it sticks with these principles. So I repeat, what are the principles here? We have the number 1 principle is being responsible. Then we have is accountable, transparent, empowering, and inclusive. So what is responsible means? Safeguard the human rights and protect the data we are entrusted with. So make sure that Salesforce product always you have your data safe. You don't have to worry about their data. You don't have to worry about your data being shared with other companies. You have to be, and if they do that, they'll let you know in advance, and you can say yes or no to this. Accountable. It is always seeking and leveraging the feedback for continuous improvement. That is what accountable means. Transparent. Develop a transparent user experience to guide users through machine-driven recommendations. Being transparent about how we build our AI. So transparent means you will know where that answer came from, what kind of data has been used in order to come to those conclusions. So that is what we have is transparent. Empowering is promote economic growth and employment for our customers, their employees, and society as a whole. So it's not, they're not building products to replace the humans. They're building products to empower the humans so that they can, the combination of the AI and along with the human brains can do wonders and can also help you increase your productivity. Empower our customers to use our AI responsible. And the number 5th is inclusive. Respect the societal values of all those impacted, not just the ones of the creators. That is what we have as the inclusive meaning. So these are the 5 principles that Salesforce keeps in mind whenever they are building their products. Okay, so I hope this lecture is crystal clear. I'm going to see you in another video with a new topic. So stay tuned for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, going next video. Dialogue. 15-minute dialogue is there. Understanding clear is such as lack of transparency, security, user spoofing, dependence on AI, bias and discrimination, loss of human connection, privacy concerns. Ethical AI principle develops into key ethical principles for AI development, including being empowering, inclusive, responsible, transparent, and accountable. Empowering, inclusive, responsible, transparent, and accountable. Applying principle to scenario. We will discuss practical scenarios like an AI approval system to see how the risk and principles play out in real world application. Mitigating risk and fostering trust. We will analyze how ethical principle can prevent biases, increase fairness, and foster trust in AI system. Okay. Okay, fine.
Impian radicato. Impian radicato.
Okay, so now we are moving.
पर मैं हम दो भला जावे तो ये जो कोई था ये आप लोग तो बढ़िया में पढ़ाई करो तभी सपना सच होएगा नहीं तो ये तो बस मेरे जावे बालाजी तो फिर किया Tapi, tapi,
refers to difficulty or inability to understand how an AI system arrives at this decision or a conclusion. It often called black box problem. This is also important. Levels of AI can indeed be significant risk. Can you overcome one wide risk? There are some potential. Okay, fine, then. Okay, fine. Dialogue, I will complete it after some time. We read assignment, starting the assignment now. Model number 2, ethical consideration. What is user spoofing in the context of AI? Data sensitivity, no users. And how does AI pose a security risk to system? Here again, boost hackers. What is significant? Privacy research related which principle promotes the safe and beneficial use of AI in search for productivity? Collective understanding and application of knowledge structure influencing profit, keeping technology secret from users, collective understanding and application of productivity. By the AI system, the bias for discovery because they cannot run over time because they are due to bias training data and lower down. Discovery because they are due to bias training and lower down. This is we're going to submit it. Fine. Reviewing your submission. Okay, submitting now. 100 message, 100 out of 100% I got. It's great. Okay, 20% of the course is completed now. Overview of Einstein prediction builder. Okay, going to start it after a break. I will start it. 1 minute. Okay, now going to.
From mytutorialrack.com, and now in this tutorial we are going to start working on our Einstein prediction builder. So first of all, what is Einstein prediction builder? It is used to predict something. Okay, if you want to predict your future sales, if you want to predict next quarter sales, or if you want to predict if customer is going to be a show or a no show, if you want to predict that if that patient is going to be a show or a no show. So that is all it's going to help you with. It is going to predict something for you. With Einstein prediction builder, you can make custom predictions about what happens next in your business without writing any code. So we're not going to write any code, and without writing any code, you will be able to predict what is going to happen in your business next. How much sales are you going to make? How much revenue you're going to produce? How much profit you're going to have next year? It can help you with drive these predictions. And in this particular section, we are going to use this Einstein prediction builder to predict if a patient is going to be a no-show or it's going to be coming to his appointment. So the first thing that we're going to do here is we are going to sign up for our Einstein prediction builder account. We are going to use a different link, not the link that we were using creating a developer's account, because in that developer's account, Einstein prediction builder is not enabled. So we need something that where it is enabled. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to create a custom object, and that custom object is called as medical appointment. We're going to create that. And once we have created this custom object, we're going to add some fields to this custom object. We're going to add fields like age. We're going to add some extra fields because this is a real world application. So we'll have fields like, is that patient alcoholism is there? What's the appointment ID? What day the appointment was made, if he has diabetes, if he has what is his gender, all these things, and then we're going to add a few more fields to this object. Once the fields have been added, then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to insert data into this medical appointment. So I'm going to share with you an Excel sheet that we are going to upload under this medical appointment, and then we are going to change few records, and we are going to see if our Einstein prediction builder can predict if a patient is going to be a no-show or a show. And why this is very important, because doctors lose a lot of money whenever a patient is a no-show, because each doctor spends about 15-20 minutes of his time with a given patient. patient, and if that patient doesn't turn up, he's losing that 30 minutes of time which he could have spent with other patient, and he could have made money. But now if the patient is a no-show, he has nothing else going on. So it's very, very critical to figure out if a patient is going to be a no-show or not, and on what basis it is going to predict based on the historical data. If that patient has appeared always, or was there a chance that he was no-show? Did he tell you? Did he call the appointment? Did he call the front desk to change the appointment or cancel the appointment? Based on that, the Einstein prediction builder is going to make predictions. Okay, so let's get started into this. From the next tutorial, we are going to, first thing is, we are going to sign up for our Einstein prediction builder. So I'll see you then. Thank you very much. Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialrack.com, and in this tutorial we are going to create our account which has Einstein prediction builder. So first thing is, we will go for Einstein prediction builder setup. Okay, so we'll go and Google Einstein prediction builder sign up. Now the first link that will come is for sign up for an Einstein prediction builder Trailhead playground. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this first link that I've got, and if you scroll to the bottom of this page, you're going to first, you have to log in. So let me go ahead and log in here. I'm using Google to log in. And then if you scroll down here, you're going to have a sign up for a Trailhead Einstein prediction builder. We're going to go ahead and click here, and we'll provide our first name, Deepika Khanna. Provide your email address.
Okay, let me do the same thing that she is doing side by side, so I can learn so much. Okay, I'm going to press F11. Okay, now I will minimize it. Okay, fine. Okay, what I will do, side by side I will implement what is done here. Okay, I will go here and I will put myself here so I can do my work. Okay, and then just put it here. Okay, now here I will see the video and implement here. Okay, so what I have to type, share, add Salesforce.com promo ops. Next is, I think, Einstein builder. Then press enter. Okay. Okay, the same website is open now. It's taking time, I have to wait. With Einstein prediction builder, it's point, click and predict. Okay, then how to get a free developer edition with Einstein prediction build to now I will do.
Email address is this one, info@mytutorial.
Okay, I will do my I fill my own details. Okay, just I will fill here my details. And job role says student. I am okay. IT manager, developer. Okay, developer. Country India. I4 India. Where is India? Postal code something. Okay, username. Example, the company. Okay, fine. Example.
Rack.com. Role is, let's say we do an architect. Company, my tutorial rack. Postal code Win1, and then we have username. Okay, so we're going to say Einstein prediction builder at mytutorialrack.com. Okay, so this is our Einstein prediction builder, and then we're going to go ahead and sign me up. Okay, now we'll remember this somewhere, so I'm going to inside on my notepad, I'm going to put this. Okay, this is my prediction builder. So it's saying please check your email to confirm your new account, and then we're going to go and wait here. So now we got an email from Salesforce, and we're going to go ahead and click on verify account here, or we can also try clicking here. Recently started giving you this, stay tuned, but just wait here. This page has been coming up very often, but that's fine. It will give it a few more minutes and it will go ahead and give you a change password link. So if you're getting this page by clicking on verify account or clicking on this link, so just don't worry.
Some issues there. Having some issues there. If the site is not working as I expected.
And then we have username. Okay, so we're going to say Einstein Prediction Builder at mytutorialcrack.com. Okay, so this is our Einstein Prediction Builder, and then we're going to go ahead and sign me up. Okay, now I will remember this somewhere, so I'm going to inside on my notepad, I'm going to put this. Okay, this is my prediction builder. So it's saying please check your email to confirm your new account, and then we're going to go and wait here. So now we got an email from Salesforce, and we're going to go ahead and click on verify account here, or we can also try clicking here. Recently started giving you this stay tuned, but just wait here.
1 minute. Let me check out what I think some issues there. Make the full screen. I'll miss another issue. Why is not working? Oh, now it's working. Please check your email to confirm your new account. Okay, I will check my mail. Gmail, I will identify gmail.com. Google Workspace will open now. Okay, where do we open? And then open my this phone. Okay, fine. What I can do, I can off this Wi-Fi so it work properly. Okay, now it will work properly as before because a lot of network issues there. Okay, fine. Now I think it will work properly as expected. Check out the spam if it is there. Right? Fine. Oh, I think it's very fine. We can load it. I think so. Mail is not come. I don't know what thing is happening. Server is issue and what issue is I don't know. They registered already, but the mail verified mail is not came yet. I don't know why it didn't come yet. Okay, some issues there. Okay, I will check it out of the time. Okay. Go back side. No, the comment front side. Okay, let me check out it.
This page has been coming up very often, but that's fine. It will give it a few more minutes and it will go ahead and give you a change password link. So if you're getting this page by clicking on verify account or clicking on this link, so just don't worry about it. Salesforce will figure out it's on. It will auto refresh when it has been ready, but just give it a few more minutes and then you will see a link for changing the password and you'll be able to log into your account. As you can see here, after a while, it kind of gave me change your password. To play around with both these buttons, and then here I'm going to set up my password here. And then I'm going to do change password. And once you do change password, you can see here the account you're being logged in as. Make sure you keep. And then I'm going to do change password. And once you do change password, you can see here the account you're being logged in as. Make sure you keep note of your username as well as your password. Okay. And anytime you have to log in, you have to go to login.salesforce.com, and then you can provide your username password, and it will load your homepage here. And now let's go back to setup. And here type in Einstein prediction builder. So we'll go here and we'll type in Einstein prediction builder. So we'll go ahead and click on that. We're going to review.
Okay, let me check it. Einstein prediction builder, Einstein platform. So here. So okay, I will log in again. I think some issues there. So already a number. Try another. The mail is not coming. That's the issue. The mail is not arriving. Some issues there. Some issues there. I don't know what the issue, but some issues there. Okay, 1 minute. Three. Workspace, school workspace open. Now it's come. Now it's come. Finally, it's come. I've read a lot. It didn't arrive. You said password? Verification code is there. Close it, close it. Summer 26. Okay, finally. It's open now. Finally, it open. Now I will do what she will do in the her course. I will do parallelly together, okay?
Been coming up very often, but that's fine. It will give it a few more minutes and it will go ahead and give you a change password link. So if you're getting this page by clicking on verify account or clicking on this link, so just don't worry about it. Salesforce will figure out it's on. It'll auto refresh when it has been ready, but just give it a few more minutes and then you will see a link for changing the password and you'll be able to log into your account. As you can see here, after a while, it kind of gave me change your password. So play around with both these buttons, and then here I'm going to set up my password here. And then I'm going to do change password. And once you do change password, you can see here the account you're being logged in as. Make sure you keep note of your username as well as your password, okay? And anytime you have to log in, you have to go to login.salesforce.com and then you can provide your username password and it will load your homepage here. And now let's go back to setup. And here type in Einstein prediction builder. So we'll go here and we'll type in Einstein.
Okay, I will give Einstein. Really, I found it. This is, I have to open Einstein prediction builder. It's opening now, I think. The website is not working as expected. It's working, but yeah, it's opening now. Fine. Fine.
Prediction builder. So we'll go ahead and click on that. We're going to review the terms, and then we're going to click on I'm authorized by my company to accept this. If you want to read it, read through.
What I will do, I will make picture in picture because it's very difficult for me to, or I will lose it also. Just click it.
Through this one, but you have to do that and try Einstein. And now it's going to give you a get started link here. So we're going to go ahead and click on get started. It is setting up your Einstein prediction builder now, and it says thanks.
Okay, I think this version is stopped now. Then this of course. Okay, finally I have to stop the course. So it's not working. So I will continue it without doing it by myself. It is better.
Thanks for waiting. Check that here because it's going to take some time. So once you refresh it, it says Einstein prediction builder is on, and now we can start our building our first prediction. Before we get there, before we get started, we need to have our object set up, and also we need to have everything ready before we set up this Einstein prediction builder. Okay, once we do get started, we can build our own prediction, but right now we are not ready yet. We have to set up our new custom object, and then we will add those fields to that custom object, load the data, and then we will create our prediction. Okay, so stay tuned for that, and I'm going to see you in the next video. Thank you very much. Hello guys. Welcome back. This is the Keras from mytutorialrack.com. Now in this tutorial, we are going to create our custom object called medical appointment. And then once the object is created, we are going to add a bunch of fields to the object. And the third step is going to be uploading data onto this object. Okay. Once these three things are done, then we can go ahead and start creating our prediction. And what the prediction is going to do, it is going to figure out if that particular patient is going to show up for his appointment, or what is the probability of him showing up for the appointment. Is it 70%? Is it 60%? Is it 50%? Is it a low probability, or is it a high probability? So first thing is we'll go back to our Salesforce here. We'll go to Salesforce and we'll go over to Object Manager. And then here we'll create a new custom object. And the name of the object is medical appointment. Medical appointment. And then here the plural label would be medical appointments. And then here medical appointment number, or we can call it as appointment ID. And this is going to be an auto number. And it's going to start with the display format is going to be, and then starting number is going to be 1. Okay, so that's going to be a display format and starting number allowing these features. And then scroll down, and we're going to allow the search, and we're also going to add a new tab for it. Okay, and then let's hit the save. So this is our new object that we have created now, and we'll choose a tab for it. Let's say we choose something called as clock, probably alarm clock, and then hit next. Apply one visibility to all the profile. Yes, then we'll click next here again, and we'll include this tab, and then we'll hit the save. So our object is created, and also a tab has been created. Okay, now in the next tutorial, we're going to add fields to this custom object. So I'll see you then. Thank you very much. Hello guys, welcome back. This is Deepika from mytutorialrack.com, and now in this video we are going to add few fields to this medical appointment object that we have created. Now you can pause this video. I have already shared you a snapshot. You can go ahead and quickly add these fields to the custom object, and then this is one set of fields and this is the next set of fields that we are adding to the same object. So you can pause this video, take a look at the fields and create the fields similarly. Okay. The other thing is you can watch me doing it also one by one. So let's go ahead and create the fields. So the first one we have is age, and it's a number field. So I'll go back and we'll add a field here, new field called age, and it's a number field. So we'll scroll down, number, next. Field is called age and the length is going to be 2. Next, visible to all the profiles, next, and save and new. Then the other field that we will add is alcoholism. It's a checkbox. Okay, so we'll go back again. It's a checkbox, and we'll scroll next here, and then next, visible to all, next, save and new. Then the other field we already created appointment ID. Then we have is appointment date. Okay, and that is going to be of the type date. So we'll go back here, and it is of the type date. Next is called appointment date. Next, visible to all, next, save and new. Then the next field we will add is diabetes. It's also a checkbox. So we'll go ahead and go back here, and we'll select the checkbox here. Next, diabetes here, and then next, visible to all, next, save and new. Then the next field we have after diabetes is gender, which is a pick list of M and F. Okay, so the other one we have is a pick list here. So we'll scroll down and we'll go over to pick list and scroll next here, click next, and then we'll say gender, and it is a value that we're going to add is male, and another one is female, and then next, visible to all, next, save and new. Then the other field that we have after gender is handicap. So we can say we have a field called, if you scroll down, and what type of field it is, it's again a checkbox field. Okay, I'm going to change the spellings here. So this is a checkbox field called as handicap, visible. So that is the one. Then the next one we have is hypertension. Okay, that's also checkbox. So scroll down for checkbox here. Is hypertension. Next, visible to all, next, and save and new. So we have added the fields from this sheet. Now in the next tutorial, we are going to add the fields from this second sheet here, which is like neighborhood, no-show, etc. So we're going to add these fields as well. So I'll see you in the next tutorial, and you can add these fields on your own, or you can wait and watch me adding these fields to the object. Okay, so thank you very much, and I'm going to see you in the next video. Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialrack.com, and in this tutorial we will continue adding fields to our medical appointment object. So we have added the fields from this sheet. Now we're going to go ahead and add fields from this sheet. So the first one we're going to add is neighborhood, and it's the text. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go back here, and we will add a field called neighborhood, and that is of the type text. And we'll hit next here. Basically, the neighborhood is nothing.
Okay, fine. I understood how to do it.
Save and new.
The thing is that
As received, we can say. The field that we're going to add is a checkbox field, and we'll just add one of the field rather than both because scholarship doesn't make sense. I should have removed it, but I apologize for that. And then we can say SMS received, and then that's it, and then next, and we have visible to all, next, and we have save. So now appointment object. In these tutorials, I'm going to see you next. Thank you very, very much. Hello guys, welcome back. This is Deepika from mytutorialrack.com, and in this tutorial we are going to upload records into our medical appointment object. So currently if I go back to my object here, medical appointments, you can see there are 0 items in this. So what I'm going to use is I'm going to use this data import wizard, and I'm going to load the data into this medical appointment, and then I can make some tweaks to that data. So the first thing is, let's go ahead and take a look at the Excel sheet. So this is the Excel sheet that I've created, and as you can see here, the Excel sheet has columns like patient ID, the gender, schedule day, appointment day, age, neighborhood, he lives in hypertension, does he have hypertension, does he have diabetes, does he have alcoholism issues, handicap, SMS is sent to him or not, did he receive the SMS, and also no-show. Was he a no-show for previous of his appointments, or did he show up for his appointments? Okay, so as you can see here, patient IDs, I have added unique patient IDs, but these patient IDs are repetitive, means that the patient is going to have one ID, right? So based on that, it can either be repetitive twice, because the patient goes to the doctor multiple times, he might have follow-ups. Okay, then gender, was he a female or a male, and schedule day represents when the appointment is actually, and appointment day is when that appointment was made. Then the age factor, then we have neighborhood, which neighborhood does he live in, then does he have any of these conditions, hypertension, diabetes, alcoholism, handicap, does he have any of these conditions, and then the no-show. So now among all these columns, compared to other fields, let's say 4 weeks from today, they like the no-show probability. So now this is the sheet we have. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to use Salesforce Inspector. I have a lot of videos on Salesforce Inspector, how to install it. So if you don't have, it's just an extension you can add to through your web browser, and this is how we are going to be using. So we'll use the data import feature here, and it is which objects that we're trying to insert. We're trying to insert into medical appointment object. So you can see here, this is the object, and then this is my sheet. So here you can upload your sheet here. So you can see here, this is the complete sheet. So I'm going to go ahead and copy it. They have a total of about 3,000 records. Okay, so this is what I have. Control C, and then I'm going to go back here and I'm going to do Control V, and this is the records. Now we have to do field mapping. So here, patient ID, gender is gender, schedule day is this one, appointment day is this field, age is this field. These are the columns that field mapping we are doing. Neighborhood is this one, hypertension, diabetes. You have to select the columns mapping to this sheet. Okay, so in the sheet you have these columns. Now these columns map to what? These column maps to these fields of our Salesforce object, no show, probability, and let's say what there's a field called no show. Okay, so that's your field. So now this mapping is correct. Now we have mapped. Patient ID is basically this is the field name on the object. Gender is this is the field name on the object. And schedule day, this is the __ C. So we have mapped it, and now I'm going to go ahead and import it. Let's see how many records will be successfully imported, or if there's any issues. Okay? So you can see here, a few of them failed. So we have 1,000 of those records, 1,200 failed. So we got a total of about 2,000 were succeeded, and we failed about 1,200. Okay, which is fine. That's not a problem. Let's retry them and see if it's possible to try them. Okay, so we're going to retry a few of them. So now you can see here the same, it's failing, which is fine. We don't have to worry about it. And then you can see here actions. Some of them were actions, and then let's see what if they're errors. Okay. So there was 2 is not valid for Boolean value. Okay, so then we were giving a value of 2 for certain things. So we have about 2,000 records were successfully inserted, and we will ignore the ones which are failed because we have good enough data. Okay. So now if I go back to my object here, so if I go back to the medical appointments object, so let's go over to here, and then when I go over here, you can see if their records have been loaded or not. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at it. And you can see here, you have about 50 plus items, means the records have been loaded. And if you want to test it, you can do a query here, and you can see how many records have been inserted. Okay, so select ID from medical appointments, and you can see here we have a total of about 1,998 records. So 2,000 records are there. And if you want to display other columns, we are going to add in this layout itself. So appointment ID plays an important role. Then we're going to have gender plays a role. Then we're going to have neighborhood where he lives in. Then we have we don't have the first name, last name. Patient ID is there, and then schedule day. Okay, schedule day, and then we have also the appointment day. So these are certain columns that are important, and this is how the order looks like. Okay, appointment ID, gender, name, patient ID, and schedule day and appointment day. Okay, so now what we're going to do is another field that is important is the no-show field itself, right? So we have no-show, that's another one. And let me go ahead and move the patient ID on the top. Appointment ID first, let's say, and then patient ID, and then we can have a no-show here. Okay, so this is what these are the fields that we are going to be displaying here. So majority of them you can see here is no, some of them are yes. Okay, so this is the data. Now let's change or add few more here. So let's say we copy this patient ID and we will create some more recent records. Okay, so let's say the age we don't have to give, appointment day is today we made it, and gender is female. Let's say neighborhood we don't have to worry about it. No-show we're not going to give no-show on this one, right? Because this is where we want to predict. These are the records for which we want to predict the no-show or yes. Okay, because that's what we're doing, right? If you already say if it's no-show, then what are we predicting? We're predicting nothing. So no-show, I'm going to leave it as it is. This is my patient ID, and schedule day, I'm going to book an appointment for tomorrow at around what time? Let's say 11:45, and that is it. So these are certain records I'm going to give. If I want to give the neighborhood, I'm going to give it as Dallas and save. So we have created one more record here, and you can see this is we have said no-show, we haven't put any value. Similarly, we are going to add few more of these records, and these are the records for which we want to predict. Okay, so we have new here, and then we're going to say the ID would be, let's say again we're going to say male. Okay, neighborhood we will call it Irving. No-show, we are not going to give any no-show. Patient ID would be 234 559. Okay, 559 is the ID. Schedule day when the appointment is. Let's say appointment is on 24th, and let's say the appointment time is 11 o'clock, and that's it. And we are not putting the value for no-show here. You can see here no-show is none. We are going to predict it. Okay, so this is the second record we created for which we want to predict if it's going to be a no-show or show. Okay, similarly we'll create a new one here, and let's say the patient ID is going to be 234 5550. That's the patient ID, and we're not putting any of these. If you want to do it, you can. Gender is male. Okay, and then no-show, nothing. We have to predict that, okay? And the appointment date is going to be today because this is when we booked it. And for which appointment? Let's say 27th, and what time? Let's say 1:45. So this is the third record we have created for which we want to predict show or no-show. Similarly, we'll go ahead and create a new one here. So now the data setup is almost done, okay? So we have appointment date is for today, and gender is female, and then we have no-show, we are not putting it. Patient ID is 2345553, that's the patient ID, and you can say select one of these, and the schedule date for the appointment is 29th. At what time? Let's say we do 1:15. This is the third record we have created. So try to create about 10 records more, and for which you're not putting the value of no-show. That is what we are going to be predicting. We're predicting if this patient is going to show up for his appointment or not. I have created 3 records so far. I'm going to create 10 more records where I will not put the value of no-show. And these are the 10 records for which I will be predicting the probability of show or no-show using my Einstein prediction model. Okay, so pause this video, create 10 more records, or at least total of 10 records more where the no-show is not given. Okay, so I'm going to see you in the next video where we're actually going to be starting with our first prediction using the Einstein prediction builder. So I'll see you then. But before you go to the next lecture, make sure you have 10 new records added along with the data import that we did. Okay, thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Okay, I will do it after. Okay, after this lecture.
Hello guys, welcome. This is Deepika from mytutorialrat.com. Now let's do a quick recap of what we have done so far. So the first thing is we created a custom object called as the medical appointment object. Okay, that is the first custom object that we created, and then we added our fields to this custom object. And the third step was we loaded some historical data about the prior appointments using our data import. Okay, and we loaded approximately 1998 records into this custom object. Now if you see here, for all these 1998 records, we already know the no-show value. It's either a yes or if it's either a no. But we want to predict something, right? So what we did was we added approximately 10 new records for future appointments for which we don't know the value of no-show. Okay, is it either going to be yes or it's either going to be no? And that is exactly what we are going to do.
Okay, fine. Thanks so much. Okay, fine. I will disconnect it. Put it. Okay. It's just there, no, it's not working. Fine, fine. Okay, fine. I think you are not able to be what I'm saying.
If you